by as the accusation occurs to his students. Less they're Harry, but hey, what are Phoenix tears even for? Am I right? And while Dumbledore is typically all-knowing about what's happening in the school, this is the first time he realizes Voldemort is using a Horcrux.
Yeah.
He doesn't actually even realize that until the very end of the book. And finally, he seems to genuinely not know the monster is a basilisk. Because if he did, certainly he could have at least offered up precautions against it, like using mirrors or probably sending the kids home. That's probably what he should have done. That, to me, feels like a reasonable precaution when instant death might be lurking around literally any corner. But again, he didn't realize it was a basilisk, so petrification, whatever. We have mandrakes for that. The real person to be suspicious of is Professor Sprout. How did she know they were going to need mandrakes that year?
Randall's throughout blood. Curse him. Good face. Defender. Defender.
Your whole glance off a minute.
Are you quite finished? Not quite. Glacius. Defender. You should have known you would lose.
So again, I don't think the opening of the Chamber of Secrets was part of Dumbledore's big plan at all, or even something he could have predicted. But once it was open, I think in the course of his own investigation, he was happy to let Harry investigate it as well, and even nudge him along if he could. So,
Accio.
main goals for Harry to accomplish in year 2, one of which really only comes into play.
There they are,
after
up
the
ahead.
door was open. That one was
I'll let
kind
you
of a
lead.
happy accident. Well, except for all the
No one enters this mine. Kill anyone who tries.
Anyway, here are his goals for Harry. First is to keep his ego in check. Second is to teach him the disarming spell, which goes on to be his signature spell. And third, and
Ranrock's loyalists blood. Curse him.
Leviosa. Bombarda. Protego. Accio.
Goblin.
Accio.
How childish. I won't rest.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
plotting world domination and lusting. And here's Dumbledore saying, "The question is not who," said Dumbledore. "If he did, certainly he could have at least offered up everybody at the school." And one thing I know about Dumbledore, Harry Potter aside, is that he is not willing to put the rest of the students at risk. Like if we fast forward to Order of the
This could
Phoenix,
prove
Dumbledore
dangerous if
allows
we're not
Umbridge to
careful.
reign her terror over the school until the moment she tries to physically harm one of the students. In that case, it is Marietta
Revelio.
Edgecombe, Cho Chang's friend, who rats out the DA to Umbridge. This scene happens in Dumbledore's office where he is sitting idly by as the accusation occurs until Umbridge puts her hands on Marietta, at which point he is on his feet, wand out, temper flared. He is definitely not okay with harm coming to his students. Less they're Harry, but hey, what are Phoenix tears even for? Am I right? And while Dumbledore is typically all-knowing about what's happening in the school, this
This
is
is
the
going
first
well.
time he realizes
We make a good
Voldemort
team.
is using a Horcrux, but he doesn't actually even realize that until the very end of the book. And finally, he seems to genuinely not know the monster is a basilisk, because if he did, certainly he could have at least offered up
do at that.
precautions against it, like
Once
using
again,
mirrors or, you know, probably sending the kids home. That's probably what he should have done. That, to me, feels like a reasonable precaution when instant death might be lurking around literally any corner. But again, he didn't realize it was a basilisk, so petrification, whatever. We have mandrakes for that. The real person to be suspicious of is Professor Sprout. How did she know they were going to need mandrakes that year? Coincidence? Sounds like it. Probably happens every year, I don't know. That said though, once the chamber is open, we know that Dumbledore knows that Voldemort is behind it, even if he doesn't know how. In the hospital wing, after Harry is hit with the rogue bludger, he overhears Dumbledore saying, "The question is not who," said Dumbledore, his eyes on Colin. "The question is how." And if you recall from the last video, I think Dumbledore adopts the same attitude towards Harry investigating the problem as he did in Philosopher's Stone. Again, the line is, "I don't think it was an accident he let me find out how the mirror worked. It's almost like he thought I had the right to face Voldemort, if I could." So again, I don't think the opening of the Chamber of Secrets was part of Dumbledore's big plan at all, or even something he could have predicted. But once it was open, I think in the course of his own investigation, he was happy to let Harry investigate it as well, and even nudge him along if he could. So similar to Philosopher's Stone, I think Dumbledore had
which one
three
I'd
main
choose.
goals for Harry to accomplish in year 2, one of which really only comes into play after the chamber was open. That one was kind of a happy accident. Well, except for all the petrification.
Incendio. Insurance, let's say, pretty awesome. Pretty well. And the fun is over. Fun is a relative term.
It
is.
After
And that was
with the
relatively fun.
Wait, sorry, flip that. Lusting after the
Revelio.
You know what it works anyway? Which, of course, ends in the unfortunate and untimely death of his sister. It was like a really, really bad 2 months for Dumbledore. But in his wisdom as an old, now dead man, he realizes that he arrived at that state having graduated Hogwarts as one of the most brilliant students ever, collecting trophies, being in touch with the most notable magical names of the day, and being pretty much adored since the moment he set foot in the school.
Rumor
And
is this
as
mine was
such,
closed.
It is immensely
Revelio.
important from his
Infestation of
perspective
spiders.
that Harry
How nice.
never have a big
Nothing I
head
haven't seen before.
about anything.
That's the
and heading
spirit.
into his second year, Dumbledore would have a lot to contend with on this front. For one, Harry had a really good first year,
Revelio.
popularity-wise. He saved the Philosopher's Stone, he defeated Voldemort again, he was the youngest Quidditch player in a century, and helped Gryffindor win the House Cup for the first time in at least 6 years. Plus, he's the son of James Potter, who was a notoriously popular and arrogant student. And as far as Dumbledore is concerned, this was supposed to be a pretty regular school year, so it might have been pretty easy for Harry to slip into a similar role as his father if it went unchecked. Especially when he starts the year by flying a car and crashing into a tree on the cool grounds, which I think we can all agree, pretty awesome. Dumbledore's solution, though? Hire Gilderoy Lockhart, a walking billboard of what Harry could become if he lets his ego inflate too much.
Let me introduce you to your new defense against the dark arts teacher. Me?
Because honestly, why else would you hire this guy?
Hardly any of you remember that my favorite color is lilac.
Dumbledore even says
better or
at
for
the
worse,
end of the book,
we're in.
after Lockhart obliterates his own memory.
Mine looks like a
But if he
tomb.
knows that
It was
from the
closed after
outset,
accidents were
isn't
reported.
it kind of irresponsible
Now I
to
see
have
why.
him teach all of your students for an entire year? Yes, it is very irresponsible. But of course, you have to remember, Dumbledore's main goal is to defeat Voldemort, and teaching Harry this lesson is much more vital. Like I said, he's not okay putting his students in danger, but he is certainly okay with them sitting through ineptitude. And besides, he doesn't let Harry go entirely uneducated in Defense Against the Dark Arts that year, which brings me to point number 2, teaching him Expelliarmus. Tom, riddle me this. In what world would Severus Snape agree to be the assistant to Gilderoy Lockhart in a dueling club? You are correct. It would nope, not nope, definitely would not, don't not, never happen. I don't know how many negatives that was, but for clarity, he wouldn't do it. Unless, that is, it was actually part of Dumbledore's big plan to ensure that Harry got at least one decent Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson that year. The dueling club meets all of one time and never happens again, but Harry still manages to walk away with 2 vital skills. 1, proper dueling etiquette, sort of, and 2, how to use the disarming spell. And that is why Dumbledore makes Snape assist. I mean, he's basically the best duelist in the entire series, and so who better to teach Harry how to disarm? Plus, Expelliarmus ties in perfectly with Dumbledore's first goal to keep Harry modest. It is simultaneously offensive and defensive. It ends fights early and prevents the need for further violence. And sure enough, it becomes Harry's signature spell and is even the one he uses to
don't see any
eventually
goblins in
finish
these webs.
Voldemort off.
Too
But I think what is
disgusting
really
for even a
important is that it
spider to
stops the
prey
fight
on.
early and stops you from doing even more violence, because Dumbledore is constantly reminding about the power of Harry's close contact with the soul. It is essential that Harry's soul remains whole, so it's also very important that Dumbledore teaches him possibly and we see this practice restraint pay off a lot. He doesn't kill Sirius, who ends up being innocent. He doesn't kill Peter
Too many.
Pettigrew, who later
They
spares
definitely
Harry's
think
own
there's
life.
something here
He
they
does
want.
foolishly use it against Stan Chudpite and give away the fact that he is the real Harry in the Battle of the Seven Potters, but in fairness, he does save Stan's life. I mean, come on, Harry, you had a golden opportunity here to stun Stan, and as he's falling down to earth, just yell back at him, "What you fell over for?" Which brings us to the final goal of Dumbledore's big plan.
That
Ensure
Leviosa. Any ideas?
loyal to Dumbledore himself. Remember from the last video that in deciding to meddle in Harry's preparations to face Voldemort, Dumbledore is also then asserting that he knows how best to defeat Voldemort, and that it is in Harry's best interest to listen to him at any cost, no matter what other information he may learn. And I think it's fair to say that at the beginning of Chamber of Secrets, this is not yet the case. Harry is not truly loyal to Dumbledore. Certainly, he has been told Dumbledore is the greatest wizard alive and is probably grateful to him for saving his life, and definitely respects him. But as of yet, I don't think he has a reason to be specifically loyal to Dumbledore, and we see a great example of this early on when he fails to tell Dumbledore about hearing the voices in the walls. Dumbledore asks, "Is there anything you'd like to tell me? Anything at all?" Harry thought of the disembodied voice he had heard twice and remembered what Ron said. "Hearing voices no one else can hear isn't a good sign, even in the wizarding world." "No," said Harry, "there isn't anything, Professor." And the fact that this exchange mirrors the conversation
It's no
Dumbledore
wonder
has
spiders
with
give
Tom
people
Riddle
goosebumps.
50 years earlier must have Dumbledore kind of shaking in his boots.
Is there something?
There are endearing qualities, really.
Like, here's Here's a young boy who has already proven he is very important to the wizarding community, but has also proven that he's very brave and bold and capable. Harry's lack of trust in telling Dumbledore the truth could be a very worrisome indicator that he has not yet decided what path he's going to go down. But Harry's loyalty to Dumbledore is crucial because, again, Dumbledore is the only one who knows the prophecy and therefore
Smashing.
uniquely
Should have
qualified
thought to
to
conjure
guide
stairs.
him down the correct path with no ulterior motive. And I think Dumbledore is wise enough to see points in the future where other influential wizards may try and sway Harry according to their own agenda. Like Rufus Scrimgeour when he tries to recruit Harry as a spokesperson for the mission, which again underlies the importance of humility, as a more fame-hungry Harry may have enjoyed the attention of the Minister of Magic. Well, it's clear to me that he hasn't done a very good job on you, said Scrimgeour, his eyes closed hard behind his ivory glasses. Dumbledore's man through and through. Yeah, I am, said Harry. Glad we straightened that out. The moment Dumbledore puts his plan in motion to test Harry's loyalty to him is when Lucius Malfoy comes to the school to escort Dumbledore away. He says, "You will find that I will only truly have left this school when none here are
Revelio.
left. You will also find that help will always be given at Hogwarts to those who ask for it." For a second, Harry was almost sure Dumbledore's eyes flickered towards the corner where he and Ron stood hidden. This is what I meant earlier when I said Dumbledore is hesitant to allow Harry to also investigate the Chamber of Secrets. First of all, he obviously knows that Harry and Ron are in the cabin even though they're underneath the invisibility cloak. And second, even though he's leaving the school, he seems to have a pretty good idea that Harry is on the case and offers him some potential help if he solves the entire mystery and then needs some assistance. And in the end, we know that Harry does become very loyal and pledge his allegiance to Dumbledore because he's able to summon Fawkes in the Chamber of Secrets. The question though is, how does Dumbledore earn his loyalty? And I think the answer is Hagrid.
You wouldn't be talking about me now, would you?
Dumbledore, of course, as we said earlier, knows for sure that Voldemort opened the chamber last time and that Hagrid was framed. And yet, despite pretty compelling evidence to the contrary, Dumbledore decides to trust Hagrid and keep him on as gamekeeper. A move that must have looked very sketchy to an outsider. Like, what do you think Myrtle's parents thought of that decision? But once Harry learns that Hagrid is indeed innocent, it must look to Harry like this was a true act of loyalty from Dumbledore towards Hagrid.
Hagrid never opened the Chamber of Secrets. He was innocent.
And
Confringo. Expelliarmus. Bombarda.
welcome to part 3 of Dumbledore's big plan, the prisoner of
Potato. Stupid.
Dumbledore once again finds himself
Accio.
whatever his original plans for Harry were that year now have to be
We've read the
adjusted
world of another
based on the
spider.
escape
I
of
shall sleep
Sirius
better
Black.
tonight.
However, unlike in Chamber, Sirius escapes well before the beginning of the school year, so we can assume that most of the decisions Dumbledore makes are taking into account the fact that Sirius is at large and might be trying to kill Harry. And that Harry might find out what Sirius did to his parents, or at least what Dumbledore thinks.
We're making quick work of
And
them.
with that in mind, I think it might be a good idea to review what Dumbledore knows and doesn't know, and what he believes at the beginning of the book, because it affects the actions he takes. Firstly, much like the rest of the wizarding world, Dumbledore definitely believes Sirius is guilty. He also believes that he was the Potter's secret keeper, that he did turn them into Voldemort, and did kill Peter Pettigrew and 12 other Muggles. He also has no idea that James, Sirius, or Peter were Animagus. He tells Harry, "Last night Sirius told me all about how they became Animagi," said Dumbledore, smiling. "An extraordinary achievement, not least keeping it quiet from me." Without any further ado, let's talk about Dumbledore's big plan for the Prisoner of Azkaban and the goals he has outlined for Harry. First and foremost is to protect Harry and just keep him safe from Sirius. Second is to
Professor
observe
Hecat would be
Harry's
proud.
greatest fear and
She
to
would
teach
at
him how
that.
to defeat Dementors.
Ranrock's
Which, spoilers,
loyalists
this ends
all
up working
declared
out
war.
really well for him because his greatest fear ends up being Dementors. And lastly is the value of someone's soul and their innocence. chance. Okay, so let's start with keeping Harry safe. Remember, Dumbledore is the only one who is aware of the prophecy and knows that Harry is the one who has to kill Voldemort. So Sirius coming in and killing him ahead of time is very bad for
Devil's
the fate
Snare
of the wizarding world.
seems to thrive in
Jay, I hear
darkness.
you saying, doesn't the
Perhaps
prophecy
it doesn't
also
care
say
for
that
light.
only Voldemort can kill Harry? That either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives? Yes, it does say that, and this is a little bit tricky, but
Lumos.
stick with it. This does not mean that Harry is simply invincible to all non-Voldemort related deaths. That he is somehow indestructible except at the hands of Voldemort, who ironically he actually is indestructible against its
Lumos.
blood.
Lumos.
You got the fact.
Astonishing what the results of your blood will do.
But Voldemort isn't even aware of the second half of the prophecy where it says, neither can live while the other survives. He is just determined to kill Harry because the first sentence is, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. But because he acts on those words, he does mark Harry as the only person who can defeat him. And in a weird twist of fate, his own determination to be the one to kill Harry often saves Harry from otherwise certain death. Like when the Death Eaters have him surrounded at the Ministry of Magic, or when Nagini is squeezing the life out of him at Godric's Hollow, or Bellatrix at Malfoy Manor. I mean, the list goes on, but Harry escapes a lot of times because Voldemort won't let anyone else kill him.
Do nothing. He's mine to finish.
The point is, Voldemort believes in the
still not
prophecy,
seen
and
a
so
single
no
rune
matter
symbol.
what, he is
I think
going
we're
to
going
try
to be
and
a bit
kill
distracted
Harry.
from runes
So,
for a moment.
no matter what,
An
Harry
unwelcome
has to
distraction
be
at that.
prepared for it, which he can't do if he's dead because
We
he
have
can
another
still
fight on our
die,
hands.
Which is why Dumbledore sees
Why am I not
Sirius as such a
surprised?
big problem. From Dumbledore's point of view, Sirius was one of the most talented wizards to come through Hogwarts. He was a huge supporter of Voldemort, who gave up his best friends, James and Lily. He is the only person to break out of Azkaban and is a reckless killer of innocent people. So, step one for Dumbledore to protect Harry is to take full advantage of the protection offered at number 4 Privet Drive. Plain and simple, when Harry is here, he is basically untouchable until the age of 17. But take notice, Prisoner is unique in that it is the only book, except Philosopher's
Better
Stone,
sleep on
where
my
Harry
feet,
is
Uncle.
not invited to the Weasleys during the summer. We've talked before about how Molly and Arthur are Dumbledore's deputies, and I think this lack of an invitation is at his request. In fact, I dare say it's possible he suggested that they take control of Egypt so they can have a reasonable excuse to win this big lottery draw. Especially when you
You're making this too easy.
because Arthur and Molly just
Better.
and in fact it says
Hit
that
it.
the siblings elected them to not they
Weak human.
visit them with the whole thing.
You must have a lucky shot. Is that it? Almost. It's me.
We're not finished yet. It's almost as if they were waiting.
Azkaban, Peter never would have returned to Voldemort, so
Incendiary.
Harry gets delivered
First.
so many free
certainly
just
cleared
bet
the room.
money that he has
I don't know
another
why
one in
Gryffindors
the
get
ice
credit
cream
for
shop that
bravery.
Dumbledore was
We Slytherins are teeming
a
with
trick
it.
we know he uses
We're
later on
much
with
more
Phineas
fun to
the
fight
Ghost.
with.
Side note, does anyone else think it's odd
Accio.
that summer, like, Sirius had escaped? They know they know Harry's in Diagon Alley. Where are the Dementors? In any case, though, the Weasleys do eventually arrive in Diagon Alley to escort Harry to the platform. Wingardium pulls Harry aside to deliver Dumbledore's next bit of instruction.
We can have
he
a look
tells him
around in
specifically
peace.
to not go looking for
Accio.
He tells him this even though Fudge specifically told him not to. Harry says, "No, honestly, it's okay. This way, you haven't broken your word to Fudge, and I know what's going on." Fudge might have told him not to tell Harry anything, but Dumbledore did. And if you're wondering why, if they both work for Dumbledore, Molly and Arthur were arguing about this the night before, well, it won't be the last time that Molly disagrees with Dumbledore about what's best for Harry.
Revelio.
Then, of course, once Harry gets to school, Dumbledore tries to protect Harry by preventing him from going into Hogwarts. Because if you ask me, the permission forms are kind of just a formality. If Black wasn't out there, I think he would
Wasn't
just let
expecting that.
Harry enter Hogsmeade, no problem. I mean, in the past 2 years, he's defeated a Basilisk and Voldemort, but hey, walking around a town, whoa, can't do it without a permission form. But what about the Marauders map, you might be wondering? Is it possible that
We should clear
Dumbledore
out these
intended
spider
the
webs.
twins to give it to him? Well,
Always
we
seem
did
to be in
consider
the
this,
way.
but ultimately, no. I mean, for one, if Dumbledore had the map, he could just use it to track
do you have,
Sirius.
Elliot?
And two,
A journal
next year,
entry
when
by
Barty Crouch
Isadora.
Jr. mentions the
Sebastian,
map to
it will
Dumbledore,
help
he
us
has
unravel
no
some of this
idea what
mystery.
he's
A
talking
canvas
about.
piece.
The map that had almost ruined
Brilliant.
everything. Map, said
Our
Dumbledore
efforts weren't
quickly.
in vain
What map
after
is
all.
this? Potter's map
Still,
of Hogwarts. Potter saw me
something
on it.
about
Point
this
is,
place
even though
feels
most
odd.
of Dumbledore's attempts to protect Harry are failing, he is trying. Which brings us to his second goal of learning Harry's greatest fear, teaching him
If the
how to
triptych
fight
led us here
Dementors,
to find
and
this bit of
hiring
canvas,
Remus
we can
John
probably assume
Lupin.
that Isadora
There are
Morganach
a
was
myriad
here.
of
She
reasons
seems
I
to have
think
been
Lupin was the
everywhere.
perfect
But if she
hire
was using
for
the
Harry
Undercroft
this year,
and
but
the cellar
let's
beneath
start
her
with
manor in
learning his
Feldcroft,
greatest fear.
why would
Learning
she
what
create
Harry
this
sees when he
space?
comes
And
face to
why
face with
hide it
Bogart
behind
is sort of
cryptic
the
rune
opposite
symbols?
of finding
An
out what
ancient
Harry
magic that
saw
no
in
one
the
but
mirror.
you
Era
could
said in
see.
Philosopher's Stone.
Isadora
But
and
both
Percival
pieces of
Rackham,
information
another of the
really
keepers,
reveal
could
a
see
lot
traces of
about
ancient
Harry's
magic too.
character to
Rackham?
Dumbledore.
I haven't heard his name before.
Here's some of the memories I've seen.
Although I will say, I'm not
I
sure
don't
Lupin
think he
was
and
in
Isadora
on
saw
that
eye
part
to
of the
eye
plan
on how
because
this
he
magic should be
eventually
used.
stops
This
Harry
is all
from
rather
seeing
baffling.
Bogart. Unless that was
Let's
also
take the
part of his
canvas
plan
back
so
to
we
the
could have a more
triptych.
isolated
Perhaps the
encounter
answers
with
are
Harry
there.
later, which is exactly what
This
happens
place
the
is
first
odd,
time
to be
everyone
sure.
else gets to go to
I'm
Hogsmeade and
fascinated
Harry
by
can't,
it.
which is something
Now,
else Dumbledore
for the
made
trek
happen.
back
But
out
the
of here
big
and to
giveaway that
Hogwarts.
Dumbledore is actually the one
Unless
behind the
we can
Bogart
find
lesson
another
comes
passageway
from
to the
Crimes of
Undercroft.
Grindelwald, where you can see Dumbledore
Let's have a look
teaching
around.
the exact same lesson. And come on, the Bogart
We should
was
clear out
found
these
in a
spider webs.
wardrobe in the staff room. Like,
Always seem
how
to be in the way.
random. The really great news for Dumbledore, though, is that Harry's Bogart is a Dementor, which ties in really well with his goal of teaching Harry how to fight Dementors. Now, I don't know about you, but I've always thought the argument Harry uses to convince Lupin to teach him this skill is like paper thin at best. But if they come to another Quidditch match, I need to be able to fight them. Yeah, Harry, because it is your responsibility as one of the students playing the game to defend yourself from attacking dark creatures. Don't worry about the staff handling that. I mean, to be fair, Harry is attacked in like every single year of Quidditch. No one ever seems to do anything about it or look into it at all. Either way, Harry's argument is we might lose Quidditch matches, not I might die. And Lupin, who is already hesitant to teach him, is like, oh, that's true. We can't have you losing Quidditch matches. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. This has Dumbledore just written
Now for the moments
all
of
over.
truth.
Now, Dumbledore wanting
It has
Harry
to
to know
fit.
how to fight Dementors might seem really specific, but it's not. I mean, for one, Dementors are really
Please tell me you
dangerous,
recognize the
and
location in this
Dumbledore
bit
is
of canvas.
certain that if
The
and
good
when
news is I
Voldemort
do,
returns,
in fact.
Dementors will join him
And the bad news?
immediately. In fact,
We're
he
in for
even
more
tells
trouble.
Fudge after Voldemort does return, the first and most essential step is to
I know
remove
that
Azkaban
coast.
from the control
Ranrock
of
has
the
taken over a
Dementors. He
huge
states,
mine in the
rest of
surrounding
us sleep
area.
less soundly in our
Mara
beds,
and Weem has
Cornelius,
suffered for
knowing
it.
that you have put Lord
It's as bad
Voldemort's
as
most
Feldcroft's
dangerous
become.
quarters in
Should
the
we head
care
there
of
now?
creatures who will join
We
him
should
the
wait.
instant he asks.
Why?
I mean,
All
it
this
is
time,
literally
we've been a
his
step
very
behind Ranrock.
first suggestion
I may know
for how
someone who
to
could help us
fight
get ahead.
Voldemort is
Who is
to
that?
not trust Dementors. And since he believes one Death Eater has already broken out, he probably feels like the return is coming pretty quickly.
Someone
which
who
it
knows
is. But
Ranrock
it
personally.
is essential that
They asked me
do
not to mention their
get
name to anyone.
Harry,
A
because
goblin?
Harry losing his
Tell me
soul
I'm wrong.
pretty much means
You
Voldemort
know,
wins.
goblins
And it
cursed
actually
my
wouldn't
sister to
even
shut her
interfere
up.
with the prophecy
Said she
because
should
they
be
wouldn't
seen and
actually
not
be
heard.
killing him. They
I
would
do,
just be
but
taking
not
his
all
soul.
goblins
And
are. Not all
Lupin
goblins
is not
what?
just the man who knows
Have
all
you
about
forgotten,
Patronus's,
Feldcroft?
but he's also
Have
a
you
great
forgotten
candidate
the
for
mine you
teaching
just
Harry
went through?
the value
No,
of
Sebastian,
someone's
I
soul.
haven't.
Remember,
You're not
as of
listening
Chamber
to
of
me.
Secrets,
Why would I
Dumbledore
listen to
would have
someone
been
so
suspecting
ignorant?
that multiple Horcruxes were in play and realized that Voldemort had
Perhaps
made
your
a
uncle was right
grave
about you.
error in
You
ripping
don't know when
his
to
soul
stop.
into so
Oh,
many
I
pieces.
do know when
But
to
that
stop.
advantage could disappear if Harry doesn't learn the
Unbelievable.
value of having a whole, complete soul. In Chamber, Dumbledore hired Lockhart to show Harry how someone who has all the things most people think they want can be a total buffoon. But
I
in
suspect
Prisoner,
you
it's
were
the
the one who has
exact
been
opposite.
interfering
It's
with
to
a
show
rather
Harry how
personal
someone who
matter.
is considered vicious
Demiguy's
and an
statues
outcast by
and
the
the moons
entire
contained
wizarding
therein
community
were
can
placed
have
as
a
they
truly
were for
pure
good
heart.
reason.
Lupin, who is poor
should
and
not meddle in
unwanted
the
in most
personal
wizarding
affairs of
spaces, and who
others.
believes that Sirius is actually guilty,
I don't
is the
think
one
Mr.
to tell
Pemberton
Harry
meant to
about
use his
the
own
Dementor's kiss
stationery.
and how it's the
He
fate
knows something
that
about
awaits
those
Sirius
demiguise
alive.
moons.
He deserves it,
He's in
said Harry
Hogsmeade,
suddenly.
apparently.
You think so? Said Lupin
Perhaps I should
lightly.
be.
Do you really think anyone deserves that? Yes, said Harry defiantly. For some things. And yet, by the end of the book, Harry has done a complete 180. By the end, he is unwilling to let Sirius and Lupin murder Peter, even though at that point he has fully accepted that Peter is the one who actually turned his parents over to Voldemort, and that he's been hiding as a rat and living in Harry's dormitory for the past 3 years. I mean, think about that. Earlier in the book, Harry was very quick to offer up Sirius to the Dementors, but by the end, he is not willing to let someone whose crimes are even worse suffer a fate that is not as bad. And not even just because he doesn't think Peter deserves it, but also because he doesn't want Lupin and Sirius to become murderers. Maintaining their souls and their innocence is just as important to him. And Dumbledore's method of teaching Harry this lesson throughout the year is once again through Hagrid. Of course, Harry had a crash course in protecting someone's innocence last year when he cleared Hagrid's name from the Chamber of Secrets. But this year, Dumbledore has Hagrid inform the Golden Trio every step of the way about Buckbeak's trial. A trial that certainly Dumbledore could have cleared up in like 15 minutes after breakfast one day if he'd really wanted to. I mean, people are injured at this school all the time. And Malfoy is injured by a beast that comes up during OWL, so it's the kind of creature that lots of adult wizards already have a lot of information about. Plus, Hagrid has a whole class worth of witnesses who heard him tell Draco not to insult the hippogriff, which then they all also heard him do. Actually, Draco is not even hurt. Like, it is such a dumb case. But it is a clear situation where an innocent party is going to be punished by murder, which then happens to be a great lesson for Harry to learn the value of innocence. Later, when Harry is feeling like he failed because he let Pettigrew go, Dumbledore tells him, "Didn't make any difference?" said Dumbledore quietly. "It made all the difference in the world, Harry. You helped uncover the truth. You saved an innocent man from a terrible fate." So the real lesson is this: saving innocent lives is more important than punishing guilty ones, even if that means the return of Voldemort. An idea that really rings true when you fast forward to Harry walking to the forest to die for his innocent friends, knowing he has not yet completely defeated his enemy. Guys, welcome to part 4 of Dumbledore's Big Plan, where today we're going to be discussing Goblet of Fire. We pick up after the highly impactful events of Prisoner of Azkaban, where Peter Pettigrew has escaped and set out to resurrect Voldemort. And once more, Dumbledore has his own goals for Harry as he heads towards his inevitable duel with Voldemort. The one for like all the marbles, that is, though, not the one in the graveyard. Dumbledore has no idea that's gonna happen. In fact, I dare say Goblet stands apart in a big way from the first 3 in terms of stuff Dumbledore doesn't plan for. In the last 2 books, he has had to act in a somewhat reactionary role where he is responding to a developing situation, those being the Chamber of Secrets being opened and Sirius Black escaping from Azkaban. This time, however, he is much more in the dark. Like, while it is clear there is a situation developing, he has no idea who or how it's happening. In fact, Dumbledore is so not in control this year, we honestly considered calling this episode Voldemort's Big Plan. Except, in that case, you wouldn't really need us to explain anything because that's the whole book. It's just, the whole book is Voldemort's Big Plan. The whole thing is spelled out. Bertha Jorkins, Barty Crouch, we relight the Goblet of Fire. Harry the Champion, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? No way, the cup is a porky. Harry's blood. Avada Kedavra. That's where it goes wrong. But that's not to say Dumbledore doesn't have any plans in this book, because he totally does. This book actually contains one of the most crucial lines that actually confirms Dumbledore's plan in the entire series. So today I would like to start at the end, during the end of year feast, when Dumbledore is giving his speech to the entire school, because he says something that I feel like really sums up everything he's trying to teach Harry that year. I say to you all once again, in the light of Lord Voldemort's return, we are only as strong as we are united, as weak as we are divided. Lord Voldemort's gift for spreading discord and enmity is very great. We can fight it only by showing an equally strong bond of friendship and trust. Differences of habit and language are nothing at all if our aims are identical and our hearts are open. Friendship, unity, trust. These are the hallmarks of the goals Dumbledore has for Harry this year. Friendship, unity, trust. If you need an acronym, try FUD. It's almost like fun and not at all tough. His first goal is to introduce Harry to the wider wizarding world and start promoting the idea of unity. Second is to educate Harry about the unforgivable curses. And third, and this one is a bit more reactionary, is to start showing Harry what the world was like the last time Lord Voldemort was in power. So let's start with expanding Harry's horizons and giving him a greater scope of what's at stake should Lord Voldemort return. This is super important for Harry's future.
Healing potions of a speciality here, should you need any.
The wizarding world is just Hogwarts, and if we're being real, mostly just Gryffindor House, where he has indeed blossomed into the brave Gryffindor Dumbledore intended. He's won the House Cup 3 years in a row, he's received an award for special services to the school, and he even brought home the Inter-House Quidditch Cup. But the issue with Hogwarts being most of your exposure is that Hogwarts itself is a pretty divided place. Sure, Dumbledore didn't want him to end up in Slytherin House, but that doesn't mean Dumbledore actually thinks any lesser of the students in Slytherin House. Well, I mean, let's be honest, it was probably a nicer way to award the points at the end of the first year. I mean, it's not like the Slytherins actually did anything wrong. He didn't have to embarrass him in front of the whole school, but the point is, he did. Sorry,
wise decision.
The point is, if Dumbledore had it his way, all 4 houses would coexist harmoniously. So, Dumbledore approaches this in 2 ways. Right out of the gate, that'll make sense in like 1 sentence, the Weasleys arrive in the Dursleys' fireplace. Ha, there it is. Fireplaces
wise
have
decision.
grates.
Thank you.
Although, ironically, they don't actually even make it out of the grate in this situation, but whatever. I stand by that pun. Either way, they are there to pick up Harry for the Quidditch World Cup. This is a huge deal for the oh-so-poor Weasleys, who have somehow managed to not just get tickets to the event, but also tickets for guests, and also they're the best tickets in the entire stadium in the top box, which, for me, is just one old big red flag. The top box? What? Really? Okay, so we know the tickets come as a gift from Ludo Bagman, and the explanation is that he is returning a favor to Arthur because Arthur got his brother out of a weird situation with a lawnmower that was acting unnaturally, and he just smoothed the whole thing over. Here's 10 tickets to the top box. I'm sorry, but I just don't think so. I mean, 10 tickets to the top box. Like, that's where the Malfoys sit, and the Malfoys are like peacock owning rich. I'm just assuming peacocks are like really expensive. No, let me tell you, as someone who personally started their career in event marketing, the tickets the event gives you to give away are rarely good tickets. Certainly they are not front row tickets unless there is also a huge marketing campaign accompanying that particular giveaway that's going to help you sell lots of other tickets. The idea that Ludo is giving away 10 of the best tickets in the entire stadium for a favor he is like twice removed from is just just laughable, especially, and this is really important, when you consider that Ludo Bagman is in terrible debt when he does this. Selling those tickets rather than giving them to Arthur would have been easily the fastest way out of debt. I mean, when Peacock Man and his son Draco get to the top box, they even joke. "Good Lord, Arthur," he said softly, "what did you have to sell to get seats in the top box? Surely your house wouldn't have fetched this much." Now, obviously he's being quite antagonistic in this situation, but I have to think he is also quite correct. Just fun fact, according to StubHub, the average cost of the worst tickets to go to the last Super Bowl was $4,750, with private boxes ranging all the way up to $60,000. I'm sorry, but I need to know because this is important. What was that lawnmower doing? The point is, Ludo is desperate for money and is just willing to help Harry cheat for the entirety of the book, and yet he gives away essentially a small fortune? It just doesn't sound right, except we also know that he's been working with Dumbledore for the past few months arranging the Triwizard Tournament. And if you ask me, Dumbledore is the one behind this generosity because it is vital that Harry go to the Quidditch World Cup, and if he isn't able to go with the Weasleys, then he doesn't really have anyone else to go with. That might sound like a weird and big favor to ask of Ludo Bagman, but at this point, and we'll get into it a little bit more later, Dumbledore already believes that Harry is going to have to sacrifice himself. So it is vital that he understand the scope of Voldemort's terror should Harry fail to defeat him. And speaking of the Triwizard Tournament, that is part 2 of Dumbledore's plan to expose Harry to the wider wizarding world. Because if things had gone to plan and Harry's name hadn't come out of the Goblet of Fire, then it would have been a great opportunity not just to meet foreign wizards, but also to unite all 4 houses within Hogwarts behind one champion. And speaking of the Triwizard Tournament, that is part 2 of Dumbledore's plan to expose Harry to the wider wizarding world. It's honestly a really elegant and creative solution where everyone might have got to have a lot of fun and meet some new inner-house friends and international wizards, except it all goes astray when Harry's name comes out of the Goblet of Fire and the school ends up more divided than ever. Whoopsies! Speaking of whoops though, let's dive into goal number 2, which is educating Harry about the unforgivable curses. So typically you wouldn't start learning about these until year 6, but now that Pettigrew has escaped, Dumbledore must feel that Voldemort's return is imminent and that he really needs to get Harry in front of this information now. Now, I've always kind of thought the actual explanation for the reason Barty Crouch Jr. was teaching the students the unforgivable curses was because he's actually a Death Eater, and the idea of putting students under the Imperius Curse all day was just sort of a laugh for him. But the more I think about it, and the more I look at Dumbledore's plan as a whole,
how
the more I think Dumbledore actually did want Moody to teach the students about these curses. I mean, first of all, he is under the impression that it is the actual Alistair Moody teaching the students. And Barty Crouch Jr. even says, "Professor Dumbledore's got a higher opinion of your nerves. He reckons you can cope. And I say, the sooner you know what you're up against, the better." I don't know when in my mind Moody became a pirate, but he does have a peg leg. And could wear a patch. Maybe should. And you might be thinking, but Jay, surely he's just lying and Dumbledore wouldn't actually approve of this.
What do you have in store for me this time?
There's like no way Dumbledore does not know this is being taught, because the whole school is buzzing with what Moody's classes are like because they're so intense. And it's not like he just teaches them like once, it's like several lessons. Dumbledore definitely knows this is happening and does nothing to stop it, which can only mean Barty Crouch Jr. is telling the truth, including the part about putting the students under the Imperius Curse. Yes, it sounds terrible, but terrible is what Dumbledore is up against in Voldemort. And sure enough, this early training does pay off for Harry, who later is actually able to successfully throw off the Imperius Curse when Voldemort casts it on him. And besides that, Barty Crouch also tells us that it is real strength of character to throw off the curse, which Dumbledore definitely knows Harry has based on what he saw in the mirror. So I feel certain Dumbledore knew Harry could do it, just wanted him to have a few rounds of practice ahead of time. Plus, if Voldemort does return, you can bet tons of people are suddenly going to be applying the Imperius Curse when is telling the truth, including the part about putting the students under the Imperious curse. Yes, it sounds terrible, but terrible is what Dumbledore is up against in Voldemort. And sure enough, this early training does pay off for Harry, who later is actually able to successfully throw off the Imperious curse when Voldemort casts it on him. And besides that, Barty Crouch Jr. also tells us that it takes real strength of character to throw off the curse, which Dumbledore definitely knows Harry has based on what he saw in the mirror. So I feel certain Dumbledore knew Harry could do it, just wanted him to have a few rounds of practice ahead of time. Plus, if Voldemort does return, you can bet tons of people are suddenly going to be under the Imperious curse, and being able to recognize it is really important because it encourages restraint. Think Stan Shunpike, for example, during the Battle of the Seven Potters, who Harry spares because he recognizes the Imperious curse. But that brings me to goal number 3, showing Harry what the wizarding world was like the last time Voldemort was at large. Like I said earlier, this is not something he would have planned from the beginning. It's much more reactionary, but since Dumbledore has been reading the signs the whole book, I think he feels like it's a good idea to pass this information along to Harry. This happens when Harry accidentally discovers and enters the pensive in Dumbledore's office and witnesses the trials of Karkaroff, Bagman, and Barty Crouch Jr. And I say accidentally with air quotes because it is so not an accident. I was using the pensive when Mr. Fudge arrived for our meeting and put it away rather hastily. Undoubtedly, I did not fasten the cabinet door properly. Naturally, it would have attracted your attention. Yes, naturally, it is totally fine for you to invade my private thoughts and observe sensitive information about the innocence of living people who you're seeing on a regular basis. Totally fine, cool, awesome, great. No, but for real, Harry, did you see what was going on there? I hope you were paying attention. I could, run to the bathroom and forget to fasten the handle again if you need. I kinda have to go, actually. I better. That's better. Certainly it doesn't seem like Dumbledore cares that Harry saw this. The only thing that really catches him off guard is when he learns that Neville hasn't told Harry about his parents, which is the only thing he asked him to keep a secret. But the reason I think Dumbledore wants Harry to see this is not to just throw shade at the accused, but to show Harry how Voldemort was able to spread such terrible mistrust through the wizarding community. On Voldemort's side of things, Karkaroff reveals that the Death Eaters don't even really have loyalty to each other. They're willing to turn on each other if it benefits themselves in the long run. I mean, it's not really that surprising, but there it is. Bagman's trial represents how an obviously oblivious and innocent person can cast under serious doubt and suspicion, which again kind of echoes back to that idea with Stan Shunpike. Like, Harry immediately recognizes this person's not dead. I mean, I don't know if he's a good guy. Don't let him near your lawnmower, but... And then, of course, there's the trial of Barty Crouch Jr., which shows us breaking which shows how even people who claim to be on the good side of things are willing to shatter bonds and mistrust even their own children. You really can't understate how instructive and important these 3 memories are for Harry going forward. Think, for example, how Harry responds to Stephen when he asks if he can abandon his family to come join Harry and Hermione and Ron. Harry ain't having none of it. But that brings us to the Gleam. Possibly the most important line in this whole book as it relates to Dumbledore's plan. For a fleeting instant, Harry thought he saw a gleam of something like triumph in Dumbledore's eyes, but next second, Harry was sure he had imagined it. For when Dumbledore had returned to his seat behind the desk, he looked as old and wary as Harry had ever seen. This triumphant gleam of Dumbledore's comes immediately upon hearing that Voldemort took some of Harry's blood into himself. And the triumph is Dumbledore realizing that for the first time, Harry might actually have a way to survive the final duel with Voldemort. It's Dumbledore realizing that Voldemort is now sort of acting as a love crux, if you will, to Harry and tethering him to life. But if Voldemort used the killing curse and nobody died from it this time, how can I be alive? I think you know, said Dumbledore. Think back. Remember what he did in his greed and his cruelty. He took my blood, said Harry. It means that as of Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore already knew Harry was a Horcrux and that he would have to die in order to defeat Voldemort, that Harry would have to sacrifice himself.
You've kept him alive so he won't die at the proper moment.
Accio.
Raising him like a pig for slaughter.
And this is the reason why it is tantamount that Harry understand what is at stake. That when the time comes, Harry will need to have the courage to face death. Because it's not just about Harry's personal battle with Voldemort. It's not just about killing Voldemort or saving Harry. It's about saving the entire wizarding world. Harry has to understand the gravity of the situation so that he can do the other thing Dumbledore asks everyone to do at his end of
Confringo!
If the time should come when you have to make a choice between what is right and what is easy, remember what happened to a boy who was good and
Revelio.
brave because he strayed across the path of Lord Voldemort. Until the end of
Confringo.
Goblet of Fire, Dumbledore doesn't know Harry might have a way to survive the final duel. He believes he's going to have to die, which means he has to count on Harry in that moment to do not what is easy.
Revelio.
Guys, welcome to part 5 of Dumbledore's Big Plan, where today we are going to be discussing the Order of the Phoenix. Well, it took 4 books to get here, but Voldemort has finally returned, and yet somehow he's not even the main villain in this book.
Revelio.
What does that say about Umbridge? I think a lot.
Confringo.
Oh, you're there.
Which is not to say that Voldemort doesn't still have a presence in the book, and Harry is still the one who's
Leviosa.
shut him off until Dumbledore is doing his darndest to force
Incendio.
knowing exactly what Voldemort is up to, trying to steal the prophecy. And since
A lamb to the
knowing
slaughter.
content of the prophecy is what is present to stop Voldemort's main goal is to protect the prophecy. And this goal ties into a physical goal for Harry this year. As we just a little
Confringo.
but what's really interesting about this book is that Voldemort is
Descendo. Stupendo.
test. Oh, Dumbledore! Is
Procedo. Stupido. Descendo.
Do you see the flaw in my brilliant plan now? I had fallen into the trap I had foreseen, that I had told myself I could avoid, that I must avoid. Fall you did, Dumbledore. Fall you did. Well, not literally. That's not until the next book. I mean, Larg.
Revelio.
Too soon? Either way, the point is, it's not that your intentions weren't good. We'll get more into that quote later, but I wanted to bring it up right at the start because I feel like it really sets the tone for all of Dumbledore's goals for Harry this year, which are, first, similar to how it was in Prisoner of Azkaban, is to keep Harry safe. Second is to
Confringo.
demonstrate corruption of the ministry and maybe encourage a little rebellion. And lastly is to finally tell Harry the contents of the prophecy and why Voldemort is at it. Which, let's be real, it is about time. Well, it's a good thing we saved the Philosopher's Stone, but why did Voldemort try and kill me as a baby? I know, Philosopher's Stone, right? I swear, Harry, I swear I had some Bertie Bott's beans here. Wow, Professor, I can't believe I killed a basilisk, but why did Voldemort try and kill me as a baby? Dude, have you seen this sword? This thing is awesome. How much do you think we could sell it for? Wow, can you believe time travel's real? And Voldemort's coming back because Pettigrew escaped. I really like to know why he tried to kill me. Hippogriffs are as hippogriffs do, Harry, and maybe have some chocolate. Help with the Dementors. Cedric is dead. Why did he keep trying to kill me? Oh God, he's crying. I think I left those beans back in my office. I'm just gonna... In other news, what do you guys think of my new COVID mask? But okay, let's dive into Dumbledore's first goal, keeping Harry safe. People don't like being locked up. You did it to me all last summer. A truly wonderful sentiment that really drives home how much Dumbledore has fallen into his own trap. Voldemort's return means that Harry is in as much danger as he has ever been in, and since Dumbledore is still the only one who knows the contents of the prophecy, he needs Harry alive, safe, and
This place has seen better
so,
days.
unlike last summer where Harry got to go to the Quidditch World Cup, this summer Dumbledore decides that it's better if Harry is left completely isolated the entire time. This is because, as Dumbledore explains, while you can still call home the place where your mother's blood dwells, Harry need not be touched or harmed by Voldemort. So, as far as Dumbledore is concerned, keeping Harry at number 4 Privet Drive as long as possible is the safest possible place Harry could be. Why he doesn't just tell Harry that this protection is in place is beyond me, but hey, at least in the meantime, he's got Mundungus and Mrs. Fig spying on him without Harry knowing the whole time. Wait, but of course, this plan goes totally astray when Harry and Dudley get attacked by a pair of Dementors. And this is an important distinction because at this point, Dementors are still loyal to the Ministry. So while Harry is protected from Voldemort at Privet Drive, if he's also under attack from the Ministry, then it's time to move Harry again. But let's face it, the protection is significantly downgraded to Grimmauld Place, am I right? Yeah, right. Are you telling me the Fidelius Charm and the core elite Aurors from the Order of the Phoenix being around Harry 24/7, having his best interest at heart, is better than Mrs. Fig? Yeah. After arriving at the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, Harry learns they are protecting a weapon that everyone is also refusing to tell him.
Standing here all
Which
day
is
waiting.
You might just be wondering, why did Dumbledore just tell Harry about the prophecy? Because like, if he had known, then he wouldn't just
Is that the Accio?
Incendio. So the reason Dumbledore doesn't tell him is because he's afraid then Voldemort will be able to access his mind and gain the information about the prophecy. Or at least we know that's Dumbledore's theory at this point because after Arthur is attacked, said attack actually seems to confirm this.
Please stop!
This is when Dumbledore claims that the reason he does this is to prevent Voldemort from luring Harry to the Hall-of-Socket. But I think the real reason Dumbledore wants Harry to know occlumency is because he has finally come to accept that it's the only can't tell Harry until he knows he can repel Voldemort, because otherwise Voldemort will have access to it.
Rebellion.
Me, I might have told Harry that was a situation like what the weapon is.
This Merlin trials won't get the best of me.
Really faltered because Snape sees that Harry is having dreams about the door, and he's obviously telling Dumbledore what he's seeing. I mean, if nothing else, occlumency lessons are like a really sneaky way of spying into Harry's mind. But even just like telling him not to go there, telling him Voldemort might try and lure him there, like, why, Dumbledore, why? But the reason is because of that tragic flaw in Dumbledore's plan. The reason he doesn't want to tell Harry about the prophecy is because he has grown to care for Harry too much. What did I care if numbers of nameless and faceless people and creatures were surrounding in the future, if in the here and now you were alive and well and happy? Dumbledore is basically at war with himself. He has to physically keep
Not my
Harry
fault you're a
alive
deadly
so
great
that he
spider.
can kill Voldemort, but his determination to mentally protect Harry from that burden prevents him from being honest with him, which makes Harry stop trusting him as much, which ultimately really undermines his second goal, which is to demonstrate
The Cruciatus Curse automaton. That's illegal.
Okay, so according to Educational Decree number 22, in the event of the current headmaster being unable to provide a candidate for a teaching post, the ministry should select an appropriate person. This, as we all know, is the reason we are stuck with Umbridge. Or is it? Could it instead be the case that Umbridge is actually part of Dumbledore's big plan? Yeah, that's the case. Maybe Dumbledore didn't specifically have Umbridge in mind, but yes, he wanted them to appoint somebody. Let me ask you this. Does it strike you as at all odd
Abandoned
that
long ago, no
Dumbledore,
doubt.
the leader of the Order of the Phoenix, a secret defense against the dark arts society, can't find a teacher for the post of Defense Against the Dark Arts? I mean, it is literally where he pulled the last two from. Lupin and Mad-Eye are both members of the Order. I mean, granted, Moody didn't like totally work out and Lupin like would have killed somebody who's a werewolf, but like whatever. But like Dumbledore knows Voldemort is back. There could not be a more important subject for his students than Defense Against the Dark Arts. And like, even if the members of the Order of the Phoenix don't want the job, like, tough cookies. That's part of being in the Order. You just do what Dumbledore says. The next year, he literally has Order members stationed at Hogwarts. Why isn't one stationed as the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor this year?
It's a pleasant
In
surprise.
fact, next year, he does do that. With Snape, here is my list, my short list, it could be longer, of potential candidates that Dumbledore underutilized for this position. Kingsley Shacklebolt, Daedalus Diggle, Elphius Doge, Emmeline Vance, Sturgis Podmore, Arthur Weasley, Bill Weasley, Charlie Weasley, Hestia Jones, Tonks, Fleur Delacour, A Wet Plant, Dobby, Gilmore Lockhart again, the actual Mad-Eye Moody, and this would have been my actual favorite, wait for it, Molly Weasley. Yes, Molly, who doesn't even appear to go out on missions for the Order of the Phoenix and who I'm sure would have liked to have been close to her children during these uncertain times, and who, oh yeah, is the one who actually defeated the second darkest character in the entire series.
Not my
Oh man,
Potato,
now what seems I'm getting hyped. All Umbridge has them do is just read the book, which apparently Dumbledore is okay with. So certainly any of those people is qualified to at least sit there and watch them read the book. Especially, and notably, the Wet Plant. Heck, for that matter, why doesn't Dumbledore himself just teach the class? I mean, we know he's done it in the past, and again, just literally anyone would have been better than Umbridge. The reason is because Dumbledore wants Harry to understand the corruption of the Ministry and to double down on Harry's loyalty to Dumbledore. Because we all agree Umbridge is the actual worst, but at the end of the day, all she really has control over is a high school. But her control there does serve as a very good small-scale example of what it might be like if Voldemort takes over the Ministry. Umbridge comes across a thing she can't control, no problem. She just passes another law. Did those laws make things harder for her? No problem. Her and the Inquisitorial Squad are just above the law. Voldemort and the Death Eaters are the exact same way. As soon as they have control over the Ministry, they pass legislation to round up Muggleborns. They taboo Voldemort's name to spread fear. They put a bounty on Harry's name to discredit him, and they no longer have to fear retribution for the use of deadly spells. And it's important for Harry to see this firsthand because, and I know I sound a little bit like a broken record here, but Dumbledore is the only one who knows the contents of the prophecy, and that Harry has to be the one to kill Voldemort, which means he is uniquely qualified to be the only one to guide Harry without an ulterior motive. Harry has to be able to trust only Dumbledore and say no to other offers of help, because no matter what, they will be self-serving, if not straight up malicious. Plus, having Umbridge there offers Harry a way to practice fighting tyranny. Because having Umbridge there teaching them absolutely nothing almost immediately encourages unity and rebellion from about 75% of the student body. Which, if you recall, was the goal Dumbledore failed to accomplish last year, but something he definitely does not stand in the way of after the DA is formed. Which is also something he knows is happening the moment it is happening, because unbeknownst to any of the students, the barman at the Hogshead is Dumbledore's brother, Aberforth. And yet, Dumbledore does nothing to stop it. In fact, he totally defends it against Ministry investigation, totally playing dumb despite knowing exactly what they're up to. Now, that said, it's hard to say for sure that Dumbledore wanted Harry to form some sort of secret society or defense league or something. That would be like a really wildly specific goal, and after all of the students are suffering under Umbridge, so why would he think Harry in particular would be the one to do something about it? I mean, it's not like he tells him to or anything, but here's the thing. He doesn't have to tell Harry because he knows Harry will be the one to do something, because the Ministry that year is out to discredit three things: Dumbledore, Harry, and the return of Voldemort. Voldemort, who at this point has
Revelio.
failed to kill Harry in person on 4 occasions, and whom Harry saw return the previous year and murder a classmate. Combine that with Harry's track record for heroics, like being the one to protect the Philosopher's Stone, to find the Chamber of Secrets, to fend off 100 Dementors, and it feels pretty obvious Dumbledore knew Harry would do something, and maybe even wanted him to. And that is why he allowed Umbridge to be appointed. And the foreshadowing here is really kind of perfect. I mean, if Umbridge and the Inquisitorial Squad represent Voldemort and the Death Eaters, then Harry and the DA represent Dumbledore and the Order of the Phoenix. Which, by the way, Dumbledore might not have told Harry to form a secret defense league, but he did also actually stay at the headquarters of his own secret defense league that summer. So I'm just saying, I'm not saying for sure.
Revelio.
But that brings us to the final bit of Dumbledore's plan for Harry this year, to finally tell him about the prophecy. Dumbledore tells Harry, "I defy anyone who has watched you as I have, and I have watched you more closely than you can imagine, not to want to save you more pain than you had already suffered." First of all, there it is, right there. Dumbledore just always having someone nearby to keep an eye on Harry and push him in the right direction when he needed it. And we touched on this a little bit earlier, but with Voldemort back, Dumbledore is officially out of excuses for not telling Harry why Voldemort might do it. But I do think he finally intends to, which, as we said earlier, is why he really wants Harry to learn Occlumency. Of course, Harry doesn't, but it ends up working out okay for Dumbledore in the end because the prophecy is smashed, and at that point, there's no way for Voldemort to collect it, including breaking into Harry's mind, because after he tries to possess him and feels the mortal agony of coming into contact with a pure and whole soul, Dumbledore is confident Voldemort won't try and attack Harry's mind again. This, however, also means, from Voldemort's point of view, that he will never know the prophecy, so not gonna bother trying collecting it anymore. May as well revert to the original, very elegant plan, which is, screw it, kill Harry! And Dumbledore knows Voldemort has done this math, which is the thing that at long last finally forces his hand and makes him tell Harry the prophecy. On top of that, the whole world knows Voldemort is back now, so the time for preparation is over. The time to attack has begun. And you might think that with Harry knowing the prophecy, all the cards are finally on the table. Dumbledore's big plan is just over. But despite his honesty and despite Dumbledore telling Harry he was going to tell him everything, he doesn't. He still has at least 3 aces left up his sleeve.
How nice
and boy,
to see
are
you,
they
my
some
young
big
friend.
ones. But we will cover that next week. For now, that is it. That is part 5 of Dumbledore's big plan. Welcome to part 6 of Dumbledore's big plan, where today we're going to be discussing the Half-Blood Prince. The Half-Blood Prince, or as it may otherwise be called, Dumbledore's big plan. I mean, the days of guiding Harry through various hoops and teaching him the value of love and unity, trust and friendship and all that are behind us. Dumbledore has now taught Harry everything he can about the kind of person Harry needs to be to defeat Voldemort. And he's even armed him with 2 whole spells.
What are you doing?
That's left.
You'll need to be quick.
Incendio.
Now you're just getting on my nerves. Incendio. That's the best you can do, is it?
It's like
Incendio.
on the table.
That was a mistake. Incendio.
At this point in the game, Dumbledore has to be extremely careful about which order when Harry goes to the final.
Everyone get
Victory is Voldemort's. Because Voldemort
Incendio.
Harry to survive that sacrifice.
Accio.
Is that so many of Harry's actions are actually which is to say he's actually taking steps to prepare Harry actions are really obvious and the subject of most of the book. But even his active steps are different from our other entries in this series, where Dumbledore is just front and center with Harry as opposed to being behind the scenes and pulling the strings on Harry's life without him realizing it. Conveniently for us though, the goals we outlined earlier about defeating Voldemort and Harry surviving death fall neatly into each of these camps. So first, let's start with what Dumbledore is doing rather than what he isn't doing, which is teaching Harry about Voldemort's past and what kind of person he is. I'd like to open with a quote from The Art of War. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself, but not the enemy, for every victory gained,
What do you have in
also
store for me
suffer
this time?
defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. This is the principle that Dumbledore is acting on in this book, in this war against Voldemort, and notably is something that Voldemort is not acting on. Voldemort seems to firmly fall into that second scenario of knowing yourself but not knowing your enemy, and sure enough, for every victory he has, he also suffers a defeat. He finds Quirrell and the Philosopher's Stone, but ends up getting the stone destroyed. The diary successfully opens the Chamber of Secrets and attacks a bunch of Muggleborns, but in the end, the Basilisk dies and the Horcrux, the diary, is destroyed. Voldemort finally gets his body back in the graveyard and then promptly loses a duel to an unqualified wizard. And then after Harry finally takes his bait and retrieves the prophecy for him, the prophecy gets smashed and the entire wizarding world learns that he is returned. He's back. Again, if you know yourself, but not your enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. This is one of the main reasons Voldemort is so unsuccessful time and time again. He's so arrogant, and the odd thing is, he actually does think he understands Harry. He even says so in the Deathly Hallows.
You sound like Lucius. Neither of you understands Potter as I do. He does not. Potter will come. I know he's one great flaw. He will hate watching the others struck down around him, knowing that it is for him that it happens. He will want to stop it at any cost. He will come.
The great irony here is that this is Voldemort's one great flaw. But the point is, Voldemort thinks Harry will come to the forest out of guilt and fear, not out of selflessness, and certainly not as a means to defeat him. Dumbledore is determined, though, that Harry will not fall victim to the same mistake, which is why he does everything he can to teach Harry as much about Voldemort's past and who he is. He shows him Voldemort's last living relatives, the Gaunts, and the kind of pure blood mania they believe in. He shows him Voldemort's abused mother, who magically coerces his father into a relationship. His father who then abandons his wife and unborn child after realizing they exist. Dumbledore shows Harry the orphanage where Voldemort grew up, where he was alienated from the other kids because of his powers. Not that he really understood them at that point. How he collected objects as trophies of his torment of the other children. And at last he showed him Hogwarts, where Voldemort finally did feel at home, but remained isolated as the single most talented student in the school. And the purpose of these lessons on the surface may seem to just educate Harry about Horcruxes, which they do, but the real lesson is how Dumbledore has been using this information about Voldemort's past to locate the Horcruxes. How Voldemort chose places that were significant to himself as hiding spots for the Horcruxes. In particular, Voldemort's desire to have a sense of belonging in the wizarding world and his absolute affinity for Hogwarts and anything to do with it end up being crucial bits of information for Harry in his quest. And you can see these lessons really come through a year later in Deathly Hallows when Ron says, "You really understand bits of it."
Wasn't too hard.
Bits. I just wish I'd understood Dumbledore as much, but we'll see. Come on. Ollivander. Don't you worry, Harry. We got you covered. We're figuring out all the Dumbledore bits here in 2020. You're not here yet, but you're gonna love it. All we do is stay inside and pretend we don't exist. It's great. Hope this joke doesn't end. Point is, these lessons from Dumbledore are highly instructive in helping Harry track down, in particular, the cup and the diadem. Because Harry is able to understand about Voldemort that he would have wanted a vault in Gringotts and seen it as a real part of belonging in the wizarding world. And all throughout Deathly Hallows, Harry is having to contend with Ron and Hermione, who continuously shoot down his insistence that Voldemort would have hid a Horcrux at Hogwarts. Personally, I like to think that when they finally figured out Voldemort did hide one at Hogwarts, Harry took a little private moment to do like a little "I told you so" dance. And once they know a Horcrux is at Hogwarts, Harry is then able to deduce how Voldemort found it in the first place by charming the Grey Lady, and he's able to figure out where Voldemort hid it because he understands Voldemort's arrogance and fascination with Hogwarts. Which is to say, he knows that Voldemort arrogantly believed he was the only one to ever find the Room of Requirement. And what I kind of love about Dumbledore teaching Harry all of this is the faith it demonstrates in Harry. Because at that point, Dumbledore has already arranged his death with Snape, and he already knows everything Harry knows, if not more, and yet he himself has not located all of the Horcruxes. He simply understands that this knowledge and knowing your enemy is extremely valuable, even if he isn't sure how it will be useful to Harry yet. On the other hand, though, there is plenty of information Dumbledore deems not worthy for Harry to know yet, because it all plays into his second goal for Harry, which is for Harry to survive death. And again, he cannot know that it is possible for him to survive death, and that is sort of the really crucially important thing. If you will recall back to our Goblet of Fire video, we talked about a gleam of triumph in Dumbledore's eyes. This gleam happens upon learning that Voldemort has used Harry's blood to regenerate his body. It was the moment Dumbledore realized Harry might have a way back, might have a way to survive. Because at that point, Dumbledore already knows Harry is gonna have to die, but suddenly a window of opportunity has opened. And I think it's worth pointing out here that until that moment, Dumbledore kind of was just raising Harry as a pig for slaughter, but as of learning this crucial piece of information,
Sebastian, that relic you mentioned, don't think I've forgotten about your goblin friend.
So
I haven't, but I needed to tell you what I've learned. I believe one of Slytherin's students stumbled upon the relic during an assignment to study sarcophagi in this catacomb. From what I read in a report by the student, they weren't permitted to take it with them, so I must assume it's still here. As I mentioned earlier, this relic grants its holder the power to reverse dark magic curses. If it's in this catacomb, I have to find it. For Anne. I need to see her.
I'm ready to explore the catacomb. Perhaps we can visit Anne when we've finished.
Perfect. By the way, Ominous has been asking about you. You didn't tell him what we were doing, did you?
I didn't. I promise.
Good. Ominous would be livid if he knew what we were about to do. I'll be interested to compare what lies inside to what I've read about this catacomb.
And that will, I think, have made
I'm sure that foul smell is the scent of success.
This little exchange
Try not to
helps
lose your nerve
inform
just yet.
so many of Dumbledore's decisions. Harry has to need to die. He has to face Voldemort to die with no idea that survival is possible, because that is what
Expelliarmus! Bombarda!
you are the true master.
Incendiary! Crucible!
At least now we know we're not alone in here.
So in short, if
Perhaps
Harry
that was it.
believes he can
And the
survive,
rest of
then
the
the
tomb
sacrifice
insect-free.
can't be real, and
Yeah,
he
spiders
won't
aren't
be able to
insects.
come back. Now, rest
Don't
assured, his
start.
death would still count, and the Horcrux would still be destroyed. Harry just wouldn't be able to survive it. Dumbledore, though, who has come to care for Harry, suspects that survival is a possible outcome, and so starts down the path towards that goal, which is why he does not tell him the following things. First is that Snape loved Lily. Second is the existence of the Deathly Hallows. And third, that Harry himself is a Horcrux. Harry comes so close to getting the truth about Snape from Dumbledore just before they leave to go hunt for the locket. And you can tell Dumbledore really considers telling him. Professor, how can you be sure Snape's on our side? Dumbledore did not speak for a moment. He looked as though he was trying to make up his mind about something. At last, he said, I am sure. I trust Severus Snape completely. This is a really tough moment for Dumbledore. He certainly believes Harry has a right to know this information. And he just learned that Snape was the one who Dumbledore learning from his mistakes. Expelliarmus. Telling Harry the truth here might ease his mind, but it won't save his life, because the real reason he can't tell Harry here is later revealed during the Prince's Tale. Dumbledore's portrait is talking to Snape, telling him to go give the sword of Gryffindor to Harry and Hermione in the Forest of Dean, and warns him not to be seen because if Voldemort should read Harry's mind and see you acting for him. Snape then cuts him off, but the point is, if Harry knows the truth about Snape, then Voldemort could learn the truth about Snape. Which ultimately might not have been the worst thing, except that Dumbledore has already arranged his death with Snape. Which means Snape's ability to act from within Voldemort's ranks is about to multiply by like 10. Snape, being the one who kills Dumbledore, wins him 100% faith and trust from Voldemort. Meaning Snape can then cause that much more danger, which he tells the galaxy protects Order members during the Battle of Potter, gives Harry Potter sword, and he's to the Order from behind the scenes. The bigger issue is that Snape is the only person that knows Harry needs to die at the hands of Voldemort. Harry must sacrifice himself. And Dumbledore entrusts Snape with the task of eventually telling Harry this. So Voldemort must die. Which, by the way, you never thought it was super convenient the way in which Snape finally eventually does get this information. Wow, Voldemort Harry never would have known. The reason Voldemort doesn't use Avada Kedavra against Snape is because he believes Snape is the master of the Elder Wand, so he doesn't want to use the Elder Wand against Snape because he thinks it's going to backfire the exact way it's going to
often cave-ins.
And then we're abandoned.
Since Snape knows this information, it means Harry can't know that Snape is on their side. Because if Voldemort finds out that Snape is actually a traitor, he will certainly break into his mind and learn this information. Which means Voldemort would know that attacking Harry would be as much of an attack on himself as it was an attack on Harry. That makes sense? He would know that Harry walking into the forest was not a defensive move, but an offensive move, and he may order somebody else to kill Harry, which then again would stop Harry from being able to return. As for the Deathly Hallows, it is certainly a weird one, because at this point, Dumbledore already would have written his will and intends for Harry to get the Resurrection Stone, and for Hermione to get the book with the symbol on the tails of the three brothers that will never lead them to the information about the Deathly Hallows. Plus, he already has the Elder Wand, and Harry already has the cloak, so like, why not just tell him? Well, his reasoning, at least what he tells Harry in King's Cross, is, I was scared that if presented outright with the facts about those tempting objects, you might seize the Hallows as I did. At the wrong time, for the wrong reasons. If you laid hands on them, I wanted you to possess them safely. And the stone in particular here is the most crucial. It is the final piece of the puzzle for Dumbledore. The thing
There's something here by the altar.
Help Harry walk into death. But based on the way he conceals it, he obviously only intends Harry to use it just before he dies, and definitely not earlier to, like, I don't know, bring Dumbledore back. Boy, can you imagine if Harry had figured this out way sooner and was like, whoa, Dumbledore!
Looks like part of a student's diary.
How do we get Shaman?
It mentions plans to return for the
He
relic
needs Harry to know
and
what the
conjuring
stone
barricades
does,
using
but
bones.
also
Of
not
course.
to tell him ahead
The
of
student
time.
summary
So he
referenced the
tells him
space
via
beyond the Great
story,
Room,
but then
which
that
means this can't be a
also
dead
reveals
end.
the other
I have the
Hallows.
report if you want to have a
And he
look.
can't tell Harry
Let's divide
about
and
the
conquer.
Hallows earlier
You work on
because
sorting
it
out the
might
bone
seem
barricades.
like a way that
I'll
Harry
look around
can
and see
survive
what we
death.
missed.
And Harry
Hold on to that
can't
diary
think that he
entry.
can survive
There may be
death
more to
because
it.
then
It
he
does
can't
mention
survive
something
death.
else.
Got it? And as
It says
for
their
not
next
telling
assignment
Harry
was
that he's
learning
a
the
Horcrux
Imperius
ahead of
curse.
time,
Really?
Well, we've touched on this some already,
Interesting.
but it mostly
We need
comes
to
down
focus
to
on moving
this
beyond
quote.
this room.
Harry must not
But
know, not until the
let
last
me
moment,
think for a
not until
moment.
it is necessary. Otherwise, how could he have the strength to do what must be done? Revealing this information to Harry
I'd
is
be interested to know
tantamount
what
to
else
just
the student
telling him
discovered.
the whole plan.
Have a look.
Telling him that
Unfortunately,
this whole time
there's no name
he
on
had
it.
just been
But
intending for
I
Harry to
surmise
die,
if it was
which
important
I dare
enough for
say
Slytherin to
would
stash in the
undermine
spellbook,
quite a
it's
bit
worthy of
of the
further
trust
study.
he'd built up over the past 6 years. Of course, that's not the full plan.
Of course.
The full plan is for him to
I'll
survive,
start to
but
search for
again,
those
you can't
barricades.
tell him this, and I
Brilliant.
feel like I'm a broken record because if he tells him that, then he can't survive. It's a really weird conundrum. But he can't tell him just the first half either, because if he finds out that Dumbledore's been trying to kill him the whole time without realizing that maybe
There's
he
more
could
to
be
this
saved,
than even I
then
imagined.
he might not
Look,
carry out the
bones
rest of the
stacked
plan
oddly
at
on the
all.
side of this
Then
archway.
Voldemort wins.
No stone unturned. Well, in
There
this
you go, guys.
case,
That is
no bones.
something of Dumbledore's big plan. Personally, I really love this one. I like the beginning half about learning about your enemy
this
because I
archway's
also
been
feel like it helps
barricaded, we can
explain
find a way
all the
through.
stuff Dumbledore doesn't tell Harry about himself. The Hallows. It demonstrates how crucial and important all of the time they spent together was. Like, Dumbledore had one focus, and that was teaching Harry about Voldemort. Learning more about each other, that might have made Harry feel like they were better friends, like, oh, we're both from Godric's Hollow. Awesome, but
We're
it
in the
doesn't help
tomb.
defeat
I
Voldemort.
assume eerie sounds come with the territory.
Guys, that is part 7 of Dumbledore's big plan, where today we are going to be discussing the Deathly Hallows. If you haven't seen parts 1 through 6, I recommend you check that out before you watch this one, but otherwise, let's do this. Guys, this has been an insane journey, but at long last, here we are, Book 7, the Deathly Hallows, where it all
The
finally
student
comes
mentioned
together, and
bones
the
is the
full
key.
extent of Dumbledore's
Therefore,
big
bone
plan
piles must be
is
removed
revealed.
first.
The particularly tricky part about the Deathly Hallows, though, is that, well, Dumbledore is dead. So you might be wondering,
We've made
what
it this
plans
far,
could he
but clearly we have
possibly
more to
even
do.
still have in motion? Like, yeah, sure, Harry is out working to destroy the Horcruxes, but didn't we discuss that in the last episode? Yes, we did. But last week, what we discussed was Dumbledore's plan to kill Voldemort and to make sure Harry survives the encounter. This week, however, we go even deeper to reveal Dumbledore's plan not just to protect Harry's physical existence, but also his soul. Guys, I still remember the very first time I read The Deathly Hallows and the unbridled joy and excitement I felt when I finally got to the final battle. Harry and Voldemort are circling each other in the Great Hall. Voldemort has the Elder Wand, but Harry has a few more secrets. And as he was revealing them, just the waves of realization that were washing over me. Harry took that wand from Draco! Harry is the master of the Elder Wand! Oh my god! Expelliarmus! Bang! Win! Kapow! Now, after nearly 20 years of reflection, countless rereads, and hundreds of YouTube videos, I've come to the conclusion and the realization that the Elder Wand wasn't really that important to Voldemort. Because by the time the final battle happens, Harry is basically invincible against Voldemort. Since Goblet of Fire, when Voldemort used Harry's blood to regenerate his body, the two have both been acting as each other's anchors to life. Lily's sacrificial love is kept alive in Voldemort, who anchors Harry, and Harry has a piece of Voldemort's soul inside of him, anchoring Voldemort. Neither can kill the other, but also must always be hunting the other. Voldemort has to kill Harry because, according to the prophecy, Harry is the only one with the power to defeat him, and Harry must hunt Voldemort for the exact same reason. He's the only one who can do it. The problem is, they couldn't kill each other even if they wanted to, and to complicate matters further, their wands share twin cores, so they can't even fight each other properly. But by the time we get to the final battle, the rules have changed. Each of them has a new wand, and all of the Horcruxes, including the one inside of Harry, have been destroyed. Meaning, saying that Voldemort cannot kill Harry, but that Harry can kill Voldemort. So whoever's the master of the Elder Wand doesn't really matter. Harry has won the fight before it's even started. And when I first realized this, it was kind of a bummer to me. I mean, it's the climax of the entire series, and the fight is about who controls the Elder Wand. Like, how could it not matter? And so I've been asking myself, like, what was the point? Why go through all that trouble to ensure that Harry was in fact master of the Elder Wand? What difference did it make? And the answer is that it made all the difference in the world. Let's back up a few beats to when Scrimgeour reads the contents of Dumbledore's will to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, because it reveals a lot about Dumbledore's intended plan. He, of course, bequeathed the Deluminator to Ron, the Tales of Beedle the Bard to Hermione, and the Resurrection Stone to Harry. And we talked last week about the importance of the Resurrection Stone in terms of Harry marching over the initiative beat so that he could actually survive the final encounter. Basically, that Dumbledore understood how much courage it was going to require to walk into the forest right there and face Voldemort completely wandless, and maybe if you could be escorted by the ones you love the most. That was just the final bit of courage Harry would need. But there is also a fourth object left in Dumbledore's will, which tells the rest of his plan.
The center will help.
Harry laments in the Hallows. It was there. It was right there on the wall of his office during all of our talks last year. If he wanted me to have it, why didn't he just give it to me then? Then later on in the story, Harry and Hermione conclude that the reason Dumbledore didn't give Harry the sword is because he still planned on using it on the locket. And Dumbledore didn't give it to me because he still needed it. He wanted to use it on the locket. And he must have realized that he made a copy and put a fake one in the glass case. Aha! And that explanation seems to satisfy the Golden Trio, but it is not actually an accurate conclusion to come to. Yes, Dumbledore realized the Ministry wouldn't actually give it to Harry if he left it to him in his will, but that's kind of the sticking point. He left it in his will, and the will was written before the events of the night of Dumbledore's death, which is important because it means that Dumbledore never intended to give Harry the sword. Like, even if they had successfully made it back that night and had indeed destroyed the locket, Dumbledore was not just going to hand it over. He always intended Harry to receive the sword post-mortem. And you might be thinking, well, couldn't he have planned to give it to the person and then include it in his will just in case he couldn't do that? Like, just to cover all the But no, he could not have done that for the same reasons. If he knew that the Ministry wouldn't give him the sword, then if he gave the sword to him ahead of time and then the Ministry found out he had it after the fact, they could go and seize it. I mean, that's assuming they could find him. No one really ever does, so it probably would have been fine, but you know, my point is, if you plan to just give it to the person, then you wouldn't include it in the will because that would just tip off the Ministry. I will say it is possible that Dumbledore did intend to at least show Harry how to use the sword to destroy a Horcrux, so that later on, when the will was read, Harry at least understood why he was being given the sword. But that part of the plan didn't really pan out, and it's not the only part of the plan that doesn't go as expected before Dumbledore dies. The other thing was the passage of the allegiance of the Elder Wand to Snape. If you planned your death with Snape, you meant him to end up with the Elder Wand, didn't you? I admit, that was my intention, said Dumbledore, but it did not work as I intended. So, here's what we know Dumbledore First was for Snape to kill him, and subsequently for Harry and everyone else to believe Snape killed him. Second was for Snape to be the master of the Elder Wand. And third was for Harry to get the sword after he had died. And these three things tell us everything and reveal Dumbledore's grand plan to protect Harry's soul. What do you guys think it is about it? I imagine like
Before we trudge on further, I've just realized something. The student's diary mentions the Inheritance Curse. I wouldn't be surprised if we're going to need it here. It's an unforgivable, but useful when you're outnumbered. Places the victim completely under the caster's control. So, if you'd like to learn Imperial, I can teach you.
And as we all know, murder is the supreme act of evil that rips one's soul. Harry might
It's probably
physically
wise to know the
survive,
spell.
but his
I couldn't
soul
agree more.
seemed doomed
A
to
spell
be
that could
very
save your life
badly
shouldn't be
damaged.
unforgivable.
And you can see
You have a
Dumbledore
lot at
even
stake.
took the same
You
kind
have
of
an ability
precautions
that
with
evidently
Draco.
no one's
We
seen
learned
for
this when Snape
centuries.
and Dumbledore are talking about arranging Dumbledore's death.
If you don't
Focus
mind
your wand
dying,
movement.
Snape roughly.
It's not
why
an
not
easy
let
spell to
Draco do
master.
it?
The boy's soul is not yet so damaged, said Dumbledore. I would not have it ripped apart on my hand. And we've seen what having your soul ripped apart looks like after death. This little gross baby thing you see alongside Harry at King's Cross
go.
is what is
Something
left
troubling
of
ahead.
Voldemort's soul.
Be on
It
your
is
guard.
totally mangled and not able to pass on to death. It is stuck in limbo forever. Now, to be fair, that's the result of an 8-part soul, which is the most mangled soul in the history of magic. But I still don't think Dumbledore wants Harry to have to experience any version of that. So he concocts a way around it. A way for Voldemort to kill himself by falsely believing that he is the master of the Elder Wand, when in actuality, it's Harry. And here's how he planned it. First of all, I think it is safe to say that Dumbledore expected Snape to become headmaster at Hogwarts after he died, meaning that he would also end up with unique access to the Sword of Gryffindor.
He believes the school will soon be in his grasp, yes.
And if it does fall into his grasp, said Dumbledore, almost it seemed as an aside, I have your word that you will do all in your power to protect the students of Hogwarts. Snape gave a stiff nod. So basically, that means Dumbledore always intended for Snape to carry the sword. And, as I said earlier, also intended for Snape to not that Snape was ever going to use the wand, or even be aware that the wand had shifted its allegiance to him. But Dumbledore did want the wand to shift his allegiance to him because, as he tells Harry in King's Cross, he expected Voldemort ever since your wand beat Voldemort in the graveyard of Little Hangleton. Which, okay, in case you didn't get that is basically Dumbledore sentencing Snape to death. He intended Snape to become Master of the Wand and also was sure that Voldemort would go after it. But that doesn't really seem to add up then, does it? Because if he knows Voldemort is gonna go after it and he intends Snape to be the master of it, then he's concerned that Voldemort is going to become the master of the Elder Wand. Well, you think so, but no, because that is where the sword is. Now we've established that Voldemort intends Snape to
Arresto Memento. Accio.
the sword must be taken in the conditions Harry was always meant to think and always had a grudge against him. I think it would have been very difficult to lure him into a fight. Plus, if Snape was wielding the sword, which Harry knew he needed because of Dumbledore's will, well, that would explain it further. I mean, how dare Snape wield the sword of Gryffindor, the slime? So, Harry would valiantly duel Snape in
Never knew
honor of
spiders could make such a
Dumbledore,
mess.
disarm him,
Bit
unknowingly
dramatic,
win
isn't
the
it?
allegiance of the Elder Wand, and claim the sword. Then, later on, Voldemort, in his quest for the Elder Wand, would realize that Snape, which he would do, falsely believe that he was the master of the Elder Wand, and then in the final match between Harry, it would backfire because it doesn't want to fire on its true master, and kaboom, Harry wins the day. Voldemort kills himself, Harry's soul is intact, and it really is so perfect. Although, there are a few other loose ends I do want to address and just finish off. Because you might be thinking, well, if Snape intends to lose the duel with Harry, then really neither the wand nor the sword should shift its allegiance to Harry, right? Like if Snape's trying to lose, does that really count as a win for Harry? Would the wand actually
This catacomb is
transfer to him?
suffered
And as
decay.
for the sword, there's
Just
not
as the
much
student
valor
summary
in defeating
described.
someone who's
I doubt
trying to
anyone's been
lose,
here in
right?
quite some
Well,
time.
First of all, the wand doesn't care. Dumbledore plans his death with Snape and is still confident that the wand will shift his allegiance to Snape. So, as far as the wand is concerned, dead is dead. Disarmed is disarmed. From Dumbledore's perspective, Harry would become the master even in a planned loss. And as for the sword, it really doesn't matter if Snape is trying to win or lose, because no matter what, Harry's perspective, Snape is a deadly opponent, and facing him is going to require courage no matter what. Especially when you consider Snape is arguably the best duelist and in the world killed Dumbledore and swiftly defeated Harry over and over and over. Yeah, I said Snape.
Revelio.
Take that, Flitwick fans. That one sentence. I don't care.
Another barricade.
Flitwick was a dueling
Considering how well you did on the last one, this should be a sin.
How gracious of you.
I try.
Rules and referees and stuff, not like out in the wild. Snape was Snape. I think Snape needs to win. Yeah, at me. But that, you guys, was Dumbledore's true plan to protect Harry's soul in the Deathly Hallows. Of course, it doesn't work out. Draco disarms Dumbledore, but fortunately, Harry works it out on his own, and this exact scenario plays out, which honestly is kind of better in my opinion, because it means that Harry figured it out on his own without Dumbledore's help, despite all this fighting. But there you go, guys. That is part 7 of Dumbledore's big plan. I hope you have enjoyed watching this series as much as we have enjoyed making it. It has been so much fun. Thanks as always for watching today's video. Please remember to leave a like on it if you haven't already, and subscribe so you don't miss any future Harry Potter action from us. If you want more Harry Potter action, we have a huge playlist of Harry Potter videos right here. But otherwise, Ben, I will see you in another life. Guys, earlier this year, we made an epic 8-part series called What If Harry Was in Slytherin. It is possibly the proudest I've ever been of anything we've ever made. The only trouble is that it came out in 8 videos, which made it kind of hard to watch. There's lots of ads, you gotta rewatch the intros and the outros. So what we decided to do was to break it into 2 smaller parts. We were gonna do one big video, but then it was gonna be like 4 hours long. So over the next 2 days, we're gonna be uploading parts 1 and 2 of the supercut of What If Harry Was in Slytherin. This video is going to cover Philosopher's Stone all the way to the Goblet of Fire, and what I'm really excited about is that over the course, you guys submitted lots of great artwork. We could never show the art alongside the event happening, but now that we have the art, we put it in there so you can see it as it's happening. Please enjoy What If Harry Was in Slytherin. Okay, so what happens if Harry is sorted into Slytherin instead of Gryffindor? This one change have altered the future of the entire world, because it very nearly comes to pass. Dumbledore famously tells Harry in Chamber of Secrets when he's questioning whether or not he truly belongs in Gryffindor, "It is our choice to show what we truly are, far more than our abilities." And the choice he's specifically referring to here is Harry's choice to ask the Sorting Hat to not put him in Slytherin, which is the reason he ends up in Gryffindor. If not for that choice, he would be in Slytherin.
Slytherin!
So we asked ourselves, what caused Harry to make this choice? Because even that almost doesn't happen. Turns out, all we trace back to 2 conversations Harry has before he arrives at Hogwarts. One with Hagrid and one with Malfoy. Hagrid, of course, tells Harry that there's not a Witcher wizard who went bad who wasn't in Slytherin, and that you know who himself was in Slytherin. And he tells him all this right on the heels of telling Harry how his parents died and who killed them. So we say Harry barely missed out being absorbed into Slytherin, but that is, in fact, a really, really good reason to ask the Hat. But the only reason Slytherin comes up at all in the conversation he has with Hagrid is because of a conversation he had earlier.
You are head and shoulders above these bones. Nicely done.
At this first chance encounter, Draco has no idea who he's talking to, that this is the Harry Potter.
I see why Slytherin's student was so entranced with this place.
And entitled and as condescending as ever. But over the course of the conversation, he asks Harry which house he thinks he'll be in, and reveals that during his entire family has been Slytherin that probably believe if he was certain. Imperium! With Harry, of course, no idea what that is. They were a couple months more at all this. So, it's weird also not met Draco and Madame Malfoy that day. He wouldn't have
Good finger.
about
Expelliarmus.
He would arrive at Hogwarts completely in the dark about the rest of the series. Well, almost. Hermione knows.
Imperium.
His whole family was Gryffindor, so it's hardly enough.
Arresto momentum.
It's an even further cry from your parents as was every
Confringo.
So bring what?
Defender. Bombard. Expelliarmus.
And Draco.
Imperial.
Well, he would still know about Voldemort. That Voldemort changed his hand, but he would not have any extra information about how to avoid Voldemort.
Confringo. Defender. Bombard. Expelliarmus.
Goes back to the
Accio. Depulsus. Descendo. Repender. Glacis. Arresto momentum. Imperial.
For a moment there, I thought that would never end.
Manners are better than others, Potter. You don't want to go make you friends with the wrong sort. I can help you there.
Yeah, so in the movies that happens in the castle, the books, and the trade. Doesn't really matter. Either way, the point is, even if Harry doesn't meet Draco at Madame Malkin's, he will still meet and dislike Draco and still meet and become friends with Ron before any sorting happens. The difference is that come sorting time, he won't have enough ammunition in his head to construct the quest, not Slytherin. You could argue that he'd want to end up in the same house
Dead
as
end.
Ron, but
Lovely.
because they sort
All that for
alphabetically,
nothing.
he wouldn't actually
Hold on.
know which
Don't
house
give up
Ron
yet.
was going to end up in yet. And besides that, even in the main storyline, after he's heard several good things about Gryffindor, he's still not requesting that the hat put him in Gryffindor, just not Slytherin. So, in our made-up scenario, Harry now arrives to the Sorting Hat with no preconceptions about the other houses, doesn't request not to be in Slytherin, and so gets sorted.
Sebastian,
How
the
do you
relic.
think the
Look.
Great Hall would have reacted? We know for sure
Could
that
it
the
be?
entire Great Hall is waiting with bated breath to see
The
where
note and
Harry
rendition
Potter
of the
will be
relic.
sorted.
It matches.
And we actually know from Snape.
This
way
must be
ahead
where
in
the student left the
Half-Blood Prince,
relic.
I can't believe it.
Harry's reputation
After all this,
was
it
amongst
lines
the
up.
Death Eaters when he
We've really
first
found
arrived
it.
at
What do you
Hogwarts. I should
suppose is
remind
meant by
Potter
the
first
dark
arrived.
sacrifice
There were so
required to
many
realize the
stories
relic's
circulating.
potential?
Rumors that
I have
he
no
himself
idea.
was a great Dark
But we're
Lord,
here for the
which is how
relic.
he had survived the Dark Lord's attack. Indeed, many of the Dark Lord's old
I'm willing to
followers
ignore
on
what the
Potter's
journal
Way
entry
scattered
says.
around
We're taking the relic.
Agreed.
It wouldn't surprise me at
This is
all
meant
if
to be.
many of the
For
older
Anne's
Slytherin
sake,
students were
I'm
aware
taking
that
it.
this was going to
Let's
be
get to
the year
Feldcroft.
Harry Potter arrived and what his placement
I
in
must keep this
Slytherin
relic.
might
Ominous.
mean. For many
The
of them,
sounds we
Harry
kept
being
hearing.
sorted
It
in
was
Slytherin
you.
would be confirmation that he was Voldemort's second coming, and I imagine he would get a very warm welcome. Excepting, of course, for his brand new
I'm sorry,
classmate who
Ominous,
just
but I'm
made
taking
enemies
it.
with him on the train and thought this would be his year to be the next big thing to happen
Hold
at
on, both
Hogwarts.
of you. Sebastian, please, take a step back.
If you just kept your mouth
Fine,
shut on the train
but
and
Ominous
waited to
knows
introduce yourself until
I
after
won't
you
step
knew
back
you and
from a
Harry were in
fight.
the same house.
Can't believe
Maybe
this.
you actually could have been friends. Maybe. But no, instead,
How much
either
did
way,
you hear?
Harry and Draco
Everything.
are enemies
I heard you
before they're
encourage
even
Sebastian to
born.
take
And
the
if
relic.
anything, I think
Sebastian's
Harry
done
being
his
sorted
research.
into Slytherin
He
would
knows what he's
actually
doing.
make Draco
Sebastian
hate
makes
him
things
more.
sound
To be
easy
fair to
when they
Draco,
could be
though, I see this
impossible
as being a
or
much bigger
dangerous.
complication
We
for
need to stop
Harry
him.
than
And if
Malfoy,
nothing will
just in
change
terms
his
of
mind?
fitting in with
Something
his
has to.
Slytherin household.
I need your help.
suspect it wouldn't take any time at all for Malfoy to start pointing out that Harry had already been buddy-buddy with the blood traitorous Weasley family. And maybe even less time
Sebastian's
for Harry
right.
to figure out
We
why
need that
all
relic.
people at
I'm
the
sorry.
Slytherin table
My
were
mind is
actually
made up.
excited for him
Are
to
you
be
willing to
sorted there,
sacrifice your
and
friendship
that
over this?
Voldemort
I might
used
be.
to be a
How
Slytherin
could I choose
himself.
to
And
stand
here's, I think,
by
a good
and
time to
watch him
remind
do
you that
this?
the
What if
prophecy
the choice
about
wasn't
Harry and
yours?
Voldemort still
You wouldn't
very
be to
much
blame for what
exists.
happens.
As such,
What in
despite
the
Harry
world
being
are you
sorted into
suggesting?
Slytherin, he is still
Imperial.
the one Voldemort has already marked as his equal, and he will always be an enemy of Voldemort. So even if he's in
Now that you
Slytherin,
say it
he's
out
not
loud, it
suddenly
sounds
going
absurd.
to decide to become a dark
But
wizard and
I
embrace
have
the
another
dark
idea.
arts. Instead,
We allow
I think
Sebastian
his
to
warm
leave with the
reception will
relic
actually
under
be
one
kind of
condition.
short-lived, and after it's
After
revealed
this,
that he hates the
no
dark
more.
arts,
I
along
feel
with
that's what we
Draco
agreed to in the
actively trying to
scriptorium.
smear
I'm
his
being
name,
taken for
I
a
think
fool.
Harry's going to
You're
find
not
himself
ominous.
as a bit of an outcast
This may be the
inside
only
his
way
own
to keep
house.
your friendship
But not to worry,
intact.
Harry won't be
Let's
entirely
trust him to
friendless,
know what's
because don't
best.
forget,
Fine.
he still had
If
the
I
train
trust him
ride
on
with
this, I'm
Ron,
trusting
who
you
would, of course,
too.
still be in Gryffindor.
The dark arts seem harmless
Now,
until it's too
granted,
late.
11-year-old Ron, not always
Go
the
then.
best. He's kind of mean to
Leave with the
Hermione
relic.
sometimes.
I'll
and
not say a
might
word more.
hold Harry sorting against him. At first.
I hope I don't
One
regret
lesson
this.
in particular, I think, will
Sebastian,
change everything.
We're ready.
The first day of
What is
flying.
it? I haven't changed my mind.
The Gryffindors and
Ominous
the Slytherins
has.
would still have this
Let's
class
go.
together, and I imagine it would otherwise
Ominous?
pretty much go down.
I'll explain on the
exact
way.
same. Neville would
Come
still
on.
have just gotten the Remember-All in the mail. Draco would still steal it from him, and Harry would still step in to try and get it back. But this time, it's actually a lot more meaningful because Harry's not defending his fellow Gryffindor. He's actually stepping across enemy lines to defend Neville as a Slytherin from the Slytherins. And why would Harry do this? Because of how Ron was a friend to him on the train and how everyone in his house, and specifically Draco, has been treating
what
him
happened back
since he was sorted.
Ominous and I found a
Ron and
compromise.
Harry still become
Ominous
best
simply
friends,
needs a
and
moment
Harry
with
scores
you
some
and
points
he'll
with the
change
other
his
Gryffindors
mind.
too. And
Is that
speaking
it?
of scoring points,
I told him we
yes,
ought to give you
I
this
do
chance,
still think this
that the relic is
incident
too
leads to
important to
Harry
ignore.
landing a spot on the
There has
Quidditch
to be
team,
more to it than
but
that.
obviously this
Tell me.
time it's on
We
the
agreed on what was
Slytherin.
needed, Sebastian.
Now this would all come down
You
to
have my
Snape,
word.
despite his overall glumness, is still absolutely and unexpectedly, but assuredly, a Quidditch hooligan.
I never
Very much
wanted to
cares
keep
about
all
it.
this
But
from
let's talk
Ominous.
about Snape for a second.
He just
if Harry's
doesn't
in Slytherin, then
Arresto
Snape
is
actually
worrying
like
him all
him,
over
or
again.
would he still-
Descendo,
And
Propendo,
it's hard to
Accio,
say. I mean, Harry still looks exactly like James Potter, so there's that. But Harry being sorted into Slytherin is absolutely a slap in the face to James Potter as well, so there's also that. But really, I think it comes down to what we said before about how Death Eaters are supposed to be treating Harry Potter at this point. Snape, ever the absolutely expert triple agent, would at least know that he's supposed to act like he supports Harry as a Slytherin. So whether or not Snape actually liked him, I think he would be forced to at least treat him way better. Harry still gets on the Quidditch team and he still gets his Nimbus 2000. And in this scenario, I like to think that the funding comes from the same source it does in Chamber of Secrets, Lucius Malfoy. Because while the students might immediately write Harry off, I imagine Lucius can see past the short term and see the potential for Harry to still become a dark wizard figurehead, and he absolutely knows the importance of keeping up appearances. This would of course enrage Draco to just no end. I mean, not only did Potter make the Quidditch team, but his father, his own father, bought him the broom. But we'll come back to Quidditch in a moment, because before the first match happens, another important event happens that year. In the dungeon! Now, this is a big scene because it is normally what cements Harry, Ron, and Hermione as like total BFFs. But in this scenario, I think it goes down a lot differently because it's the Halloween feast, so everyone's sitting at their own assigned house tables. So when the chaos breaks out, Harry and Ron aren't together, and I think just immediately get shuffled back to their dorms. But so then what about Hermione? Does she just die? Yep, that's it. This is a big turn. It's a really bad thing that Harry didn't get sorted. No, I'm just kidding. We'll assume that Ron was still a jerk to her that day and that she ended up crying in the bathroom, but really it doesn't matter because Harry and Ron aren't together at this point, and they are the ones who locked the troll in the bathroom with her. So instead, the teachers just deal with the troll like they would have anyway, and the incident passes without the fear of them becoming besties. However, then we come to the first Quidditch match, which is still Gryffindor versus Slytherin, and where Quirrell is still trying to curse Harry off his broom. And I think in this scenario, Hermione still catches Snape uttering the counter curse and still saves Harry by lighting Snape's robes on fire. And yes, don't worry, I hear you, like why would she do that though if she wasn't in Gryffindor? And the answer is because of the Remember-All. Remember, all of the first-year Gryffindors were there to see Harry take on Malfoy that day. And in this scenario, at that point, Harry and Hermione's situation would be pretty similar. Both of them would be horribly outcast in their own houses. Hermione would have
As
been
we were
inspired
leaving,
by
Ominous
Harry's
wouldn't
actions
even
that
acknowledge
day
me.
and saved
That's
him
not like
at the
him.
Quidditch match.
He was
The
troubled,
main
Sebastian.
difference being though that Slytherin
Even
then
though we agreed to it
definitely
all,
goes on
it's
to
been a
win the
lot to
match
take in.
Gryffindor decides to push.
I
So
thought he
ironically,
understood.
instead of Harry and
He knew
Ron
we
saving
couldn't give
Hermione,
up.
Hermione
All of this is too
saves Harry,
important
and the
for
three of them
Anne.
end up best friends anyway. Now, granted, it's a lot different because they can't all just hang out in the common room non-stop like they could if all three of them were in Gryffindor. But it's not as
Intrepid
big an issue
travelers,
as
the
you
both
think because they spend tons of time together just in the library or in the Great Hall or just around the castle in classes. They don't have to spend all that time in the common room. Which, don't forget, Harry probably doesn't even want to be spending that much time in the Slytherin common room where Draco and Crabbe and Goyle constantly are. That said, I don't think his life is probably nearly as bad in the Slytherin common room after he starts winning them some Quidditch matches. It's probably enough to at least pacify the other Slytherin students and stop Draco from actively assaulting their new star Quidditch player, but I bet Draco just gets angrier and angrier at him the more popular he becomes. But back to Hermione. The fact that she still mistakenly assumes Snape is the one trying to curse Harry off his broom still
over there by the
Golden
Hamlet
Trio to assume he's the one trying to steal the stuff. The conversation isn't even hard to imagine. I bet it went something like this. Why would Snape try and curse me off my broom? He's the one who got me on the Quidditch team in the first place. It's obvious, isn't it? That's probably why which was the middle one, by the way, if you couldn't tell. Anyway, from there, I think Christmas mostly goes down pretty much the same way. Molly and Arthur are still visiting Charlie, so we don't get a full explanation for what Mars' right means until Order of the Phoenix, but eventually Renly explains to his class. In the past decade, the indications have led that Wizard Guy was able to let the world that have been caught between two wolves. Mars, bringer of battle, shines brightly above us. Imperial! But as he says, the indications have been there for over a decade, meaning things have been in motion long before Harry was sorted. But anyway, they still think Snape is the bad guy. They'll go through the back door and still defeat the obstacle course.
Not me, not Hermione, you.
It's possible that because Harry was sorted into Slytherin, that Voldemort leans on that really heavy to try and
what have you done?
His cause. But
Saved
either way, I don't think it works.
With an unforgivable curse from that damn book, no doubt.
Says, though, what happened?
Your father would be ashamed. You've gone too far, Sebastian.
So, naturally,
stay away from her.
That sentiment would remain
from
true,
all of us.
so Harry's second defeat of Voldemort would become pretty common knowledge pretty quickly. Which, if Harry is in Slytherin,
what did my uncle expect me to do?
The
Imperious curse saved Anne's life. That goblin was going to kill her.
Who thought he might be the second coming of Voldemort would
you did what you had to do.
If I have to keep proving that to my uncle, I will.
The other big
he cannot banish me from my own home, from my sister.
It might be best to let him calm down a while. May I speak to him? Perhaps I can help to ease the tension a bit.
You may be right. Very well. Probably best if I get away from here for a while. I'll head back to Hogwarts.
And typically it's Ron and Hermione's 50 points, Harry's 60, and Neville's 10 that tips Gryffindor into the lead. In this scenario, Ron and Hermione would still get 100 points for Gryffindor. It's hard to say if Neville would have been involved at all, but even if he was, doesn't really matter because Harry's 60 points would still make the final total Gryffindor 412, Slytherin 522. And let's be real, if Harry was playing Quidditch for them and winning them all the games, Slytherin would already have such a massive lead anyway.
What was he thinking?
So Harry would end the year winning
Pardon
the
me,
House
Mr.
Cup
Sallow.
for Slytherin.
What Sebastian did was inexcusable. You cannot possibly be about to defend him.
That is, of course, when Hagrid would give him the photo album revealing that his own parents, James and Lily, were actually in Gryffindor. And it's hard
Sebastian
to know how
and
that would
I
make
have
Harry
encountered
feel.
Ranrock's
Would he be
loyalists
comforted
before.
knowing that he made
That goblin
really
would
good
have killed
friend
Anne.
choices with
This
Ron and
family
Hermione who
does
were in
not
Gryffindor?
resort
Or
to
would he
using
feel
dark
really
magic
alone
even
because
against
he
our
wasn't in
enemies.
Gryffindor?
What
Or,
Sebastian
like,
did
maybe the Slytherins
cannot be
were
undone.
actually right. Maybe
That
there
you are
is
defending
something dark
Sebastian's
about him that he
behavior
doesn't
at all
know. I mean, he did
tells
just
me
kill a man
everything
with
I
bare
need to know.
hands. And that is
You
Harry's first
are
year
as
if
guilty
he sorted
as he
into
is.
Slytherin. We honestly had
Sebastian
no
is to come
idea
nowhere
where the
near
story was gonna end
Feldcroft,
up when we
nowhere
started
near
down
Anne.
this path, and I was kinda
Unforgivable
surprised at how
curses
many
are
things
so named
still ended up
for a
going
reason.
down the way they did.
If I
But
hear
also
that
really like some of the
either of
ways
you
it
continues
changes
down
things.
this
Like
path,
Harry's in
if
Slytherin
either of
from
you
the beginning,
uses
then it
dark
starts
magic,
bridging the gap
I will
between
notify
Slytherin
the
and
headmaster
Gryffindor almost
immediately.
rather than driving the wedge even
Why,
further. It also made me feel like the
Sebastian?
Golden Trio is just destined to become the Golden Trio, which is kind of comforting. But if you're wondering what happens
Seems
from there,
pleasant
what
enough as
happens
a
in
place.
Chamber of Secrets, well,
Revelio.
don't worry, we are just getting started. And year 2 is where things get really interesting. Spoilers, Harry's pretty concerned he's the heir of Slytherin when he's in Gryffindor. Imagine how he's gonna feel when he's in Slytherin. Last, we left our hero who was headed on the train back home to the Dursleys after having defeated Voldemort through the end of his first year and won Slytherin the House Cup. And the big repercussion here is that any support Harry might have been getting from Death Eaters who thought maybe Harry was a dark wizard they could all rally behind is now gone. As Dumbledore says at the end of the first book, what happened between Harry and Quirrell was a complete secret. So naturally, the whole school, and therefore the entire wizarding world, knows. Which importantly means that the events in Chamber still get set in motion by Lucius Malfoy. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's get back to Harry at the Dursleys. For the most part, I think this goes down pretty much the same. Vernon is still trying to close a big drill deal with a Japanese golfer joke. Harry's still up in his room pretending he doesn't exist, and Dobby still shows up to ruin the whole thing. And Dobby, of course, is still in on everything because it's all stemming from Lucius, who he works for, which means Dobby was still stopping Harry's mail, so the Weasleys still come to break him out in the flying car. And while I think his time there is pretty much the same, it's also not, because now you
how
get to see
inconvenient
just
travel
how
was
open and
before I
accepting the
invented
Weasley
blue
family
powder.
truly is, and how they accept Harry no matter what house he's in. But they still all go to Diagon Alley to meet Hermione, they still meet Lockhart, and most importantly, Lucius Malfoy still slips Ginny. Lucius, of course, in this scenario, actually bought Harry his Nimbus 2000 last year, only for Harry to take down Voldemort again and prove that he is not a dark wizard. So he probably feels kind of foolish for having bought Harry the Broom. Either way, though, that brings us to platform 9 3/4, where Dobby still stops Harry and Ron from getting through, so they still have to steal the car and still crash it into the Whomping Willow.
Did you speak with my
where
uncle?
they are then
I wish I had better
intercepted
news about your
by
uncle and
Snape.
Anne.
I'm not gonna lie,
Well,
this was
what did
tricky
he
to
say?
figure out,
I'm
because in the
afraid he
main
wants you nowhere
storyline,
near
Snape
Feldcroft.
literally bemoans
Nor
the
Anne.
fact that Harry
I
and
had to
Ron
stop
are
that
not
goblin
in
from
his
killing my
house, because
sister.
if they were,
He had no
he'd
right to
have
banish
them
me from my
expelled.
own twin.
But in this scenario,
If
Harry
he thinks banishing me
actually
means I'm going to give up
is
on Anne,
in his house, so
he's sorely mistaken.
is he
He
expelled?
also
I
said
don't
he
think
cannot
so.
excuse the
fact
use of
is,
dark
even
magic
in the
in
main
any
storyline, he
form.
doesn't really
That if he
want
hears
Harry
of either
expelled.
of us
Just
using
likes
it, he'll
making
go
his
straight
life
to
hard.
Professor
And in
Black.
this case, Harry is his star
That
Quidditch
relic,
player who
dark
won
magic
Slytherin
or
as the
not,
House
is the
Cup
key to
last
saving
year.
Anne.
And make no mistake,
To
and I'm dead
reverse that
serious here,
curse.
Snape is a huge
I will
Quidditch hooligan
not
and very
lose Anne
much
for
cares
good.
about winning.
I
Plus,
should
bear in
send the
mind,
crest
Snape's
to
not
Anne.
really a
She'll
Death
know
Eater,
that we
he's
need
just
to
playing
meet.
double agent.
I'm
So
afraid I
the
don't
Death
follow.
Eaters here
Nothing,
would
just a thought.
be that he had to
Now
be
I'm
nice
more
to Harry
determined
to
than
keep
ever
him
to learn what power
but
that relic
I do still
has.
think Harry and Ron both end up with detention, because even in the main storyline, Dumbledore's like, yeah, if you do something like this again, I will have to expel you. Which, like, yeah, right, like Dumbledore's going to expel Harry. But so
I
the
shall wait to
school
hear
year
from you then.
begins, and I have
Thank
to
you.
imagine that the gnome
I
for
very
breaking
much
the rules
appreciate you
Slytherins are
standing by
actually
me through all
pretty
of this.
impressed with Harry's entrance into the school. Maybe
I'll
except
send
for
you an hour when I
Malfoy,
have news.
Crabbe, and Goyle. But this sort of thing keeps him safe in the common room from those three, especially since Harry is the one who won the cup for the house last year. But speaking of Quidditch, this is the next big change, because Harry being on the Slytherin Quidditch team means Draco is not. Meaning the rest of the Slytherins do not end up benefiting from the Nimbus 2001s gifted by Lucius Malfoy. Not that it really matters, because they don't really need them because they've got Harry. But this does mean the interaction where Ron tries to curse Malfoy but his spell backfires and he's the one who ends up vomiting slugs doesn't happen at all. So Riley, if you could just go ahead and play that scene in reverse. Thank you. Wow, somehow backwards was even worse. But here's the other thing. Harry not being on the Gryffindor team means that the Gryffindor team has an opening at Seeker. And you know who I think tries out and gets it?
Revelio.
Ron. We know he's
What are
interested
you up
in
to
playing on the Quidditch team. I mean, even in the main storyline, the moment there's an opening, he tries out. Plus, being a second year now, he'd be eligible to make the team. And as a second year, he'd be very light and good at playing Seeker. Plus, he's already got 2 brothers on the team, Fred and George, who could totally vouch for him. Hard to say if they would, but I think Ron makes it. And I think Professor McGonagall gets Ron a Nimbus 2000. Which I know might sound a little bit out of character, but a couple things. First, if anyone's a bigger Quidditch hooligan in this school than Snape, it's McGonagall. And you know she hates losing to Slytherin. Plus, in the last book, Ron did beat her chess set. And while he did score some big points for Big Griff, he didn't actually end up winning the cup.
Hello
for
there.
them. So I think this would sort of
Hello,
be more
mate.
like wink, wink, nudge,
Do I
nudge, well
recall
done,
you saying that
good
you
job
speak
reward
gobbledygook?
to Ron
I did.
for
I mean,
that.
I do.
Anyway,
Speak it.
Harry and Ron both have their
Is this to do with the goblin I saw you with in Hogsmeade?
It is. His name is Lodgok. We could use your help with something. He's waiting for me near a goblin mine. Would you be willing to help?
Of course. How exciting. I mean, well, might this be dangerous?
I think he simply wants to show me something that involves gobbledygook. If it helps, he's a friend of Sirona's.
Good to hear. Good to hear. If Sirona trusts him, then I feel much better.
Big repercussions down the line. Normally, Harry is coming back from Quidditch practice one day and is really muddy and gets mud all over the stairs, and Filch is really mad at him. But fortunately for Harry, he is saved because nearly headless Nick convinces Peeves to go drop something big and loud upstairs.
Lodgok is waiting. Shall we go?
Of course. I just want to check the pronunciation of a couple of key terms first. So I will meet you there.
At that time. Also, as a Slytherin, he doesn't have a
Revelio.
relationship with headless Nick, so Nick would definitely
Thank
not
you for
go
being willing to help.
organize some distraction
Lodgok
on his
is waiting.
behalf. But the fact that this doesn't happen is big because 1, it means that Harry never learns that Filch is a squib. 2, it also means that Harry doesn't agree to go to the Death Day party as a thank you to Nick. And 3, it means that whatever Peeves broke didn't end up getting broken. So, what did he break? Oh yeah, the Vanishing Cabinet. I wonder if that'll be it. But since Harry, Ron, and Hermione don't have to go to the Death Day party, it means they do go to the Halloween feast where Harry would just be sitting with all the
Off on
Slytherins.
another adventure,
meaning
are we?
that Harry, Ron, and Hermione don't discover Mrs. Norris by themselves. Instead, they discover the cat at the same time the rest of the school is discovered. But since Harry isn't found at the scene of the crime like he normally is, and because he didn't find out that Filch was a squib, Filch doesn't immediately accuse him of murdering his cat in front of everyone, which means Harry isn't the immediate suspect for the entire school right out of the gate. Malfoy, on the other hand, just still real excited about the writing on the wall.
You'll be next, mudbloods.
That said, just because the school doesn't suspect Harry doesn't mean Harry doesn't still suspect Harry, especially after Hermione learns everything she does about the Chamber of Secrets from Professor Binns and then tells Harry, and he adds that up with the voices he's hearing inside his head, and he's worried it was him somehow. Which I know might sound unlikely, like he knows he was at the feast, right? But even in the main story, when he's in Gryffindor and knows he didn't do it, he's still not sure it wasn't him somehow.
Who am I, Hedwig?
Plus, don't forget, in this scenario, he would have spent his first year trying to prove to
A friend who speaks gobbledygook is meeting us. Before he arrives, perhaps you could tell me why we're here?
Of course. Unfortunately, presenting Ranrock with the Helmet of Urtkot did not have the effect I'd hoped. Because he knew the details surrounding its plunder, he presumed I'd had help from a witch or wizard in retrieving it.
How else did he expect Goblinkind to get the helmet back? Seems he has no interest in making amends with you.
I'm afraid we do not have the luxury of rational expectation when it comes to Ranrock. Damn Bragbor and his blasted journals.
Bragbor?
An ancestor of Ranrock's, renowned metal worker. If we are to work together, I suppose I must tell you more. Not long ago, Ranrock sent me to collect a recently unearthed set of Bragbor's journals. They described repositories that Bragbor had been commissioned to build for a group of witches and wizards.
What do you mean, repositories?
Large, magically fortified receptacles crafted from goblin metal. Ranrock recruited others to help me locate the repositories. We were to search anywhere that was connected to 5 names mentioned in the journals: Rackham, Fitzgerald, Bakar, Morganach, and Rookwood.
Rookwood Castle.
That is where we began our search.
Why does Ranrock care so much about these repositories?
He cares about what they contain. For centuries, wizards have refused to share their magical knowledge with goblins. Your kind will not even let us carry wands. Thus, many goblins, myself included, have spent our lives mistrusting wizard kind. Ranrock was convinced that the repositories contained a magical power that wizards wanted to keep for themselves. He is determined to take it for goblin kind. But
Here comes my friend Amit. Probably best to continue our conversation later.
Greetings, Lord Gok. It is an honor, sir.
You speak gobbledygook.
Oh, Bacalio.
Enough. Please do not tell me that was meant to be gobbledygook.
Well, yes. Perhaps my pronunciation was a bit off. I imagine certain dialects differ.
Pronunciation is not the issue. I barely recognize that as language. I trust you can read gobbledygook better than you can speak it?
I can, Sir Lodgok.
Just Lodgok. Thankfully, we only need someone who can decipher written plans, since I cannot join you in the mine.
What written plans? And why can't you come with us?
We need some idea of what Ranrock knows or is plotting. I suspect a careless loyalist may have left plans behind. And I'm unable to join you because I cannot risk anyone reporting my presence to Ranrock. All you need to do is not be seen, either by the eye above the enchanted door or a loitering loyalist.
What else should we know about the enchanted door?
The door will not open while the eye can see you. You and your friend must be invisible to it to gain access. From what I know of wizard magic, that shouldn't be too difficult to achieve.
Amit and I can do this.
I will await your return. I shall see you soon.
The door is looking at us.
Yes, of course. Books so rarely prepare one for reality. A real goblin mine. It's even grander than I had expected.
Is he dark? In any case, the Golden Trio still take it upon themselves to investigate the crime scene the next day, where they do meet Moaning Myrtle anyway, which I guess maybe Hermione already knew her, but it's important that they meet her because Myrtle is obviously a big part of the puzzle. Normally they meet her at the Death Day party, but now it's delayed until here. But that brings us to our first Quidditch match of the year, Gryffindor versus Slytherin, but this time it's not Harry versus Draco, it's Harry versus Ron. Now, obviously, Ron is going to be just like super duper nervous for this match because that's just, you know, his regular MO with Quidditch anyway. But this is also his first game ever, and it's against his best friend, the boy who lived and who also never lost, Harry Potter. Woohoo! Have fun. So, if I'm putting myself in all the shoes, I know two things about this match. One, my chasers are way better than the Slytherin chasers. And two, Harry is just way better
I met a goblin.
Let's just learn what we can and get out.
Look at this lift. Impressive workmanship for so simple a device.
Impressive workmanship aside, it's the only way forward.
And how's he gonna do that? Red and Thorn. The best beaters Gryffindor's seen in years. Who, unbeknownst to them, are just gonna have a secret advantage in this match, and that one of the bludgers is just bewitched to already be hunting Harry non-stop and maim and or seriously injure him. So the match begins and Oliver's strategy is working beautifully. Gryffindor chasers are incrementally increasing their lead, and Harry just can't catch a breath from the bludgers. Finally, one of his own beaters manages to knock Rogue Bludger away, but it immediately changes course and hunts right back at Harry, alerting him to the chase. Harry, testing his theory, shoots across the field with Bludger chasing close behind. He does a quick 180 and loses it for a second. Ron notices this and asks why Harry is flying so unusually, and Harry explains that one of the Bludgers is hunting him. Before they can do anything about it or call a timeout, Ron notices the snitch, and he's so excited he just forgets and blurts it out. Harry, snitch! And with the game suddenly on the line, the Bludger is momentarily forgotten, and both go racing at the snitch. Harry is in the lead. He continues to continue reaching out. He's about to grab the snitch, but suddenly he sees the Rogue Bludger coming. He dodges it and gets back on course, but now Ron is closing in. Harry lowers himself to the room. He shoots forward. He's neck and neck with Ron when wham! Fred or George, can't tell which one, hits the other Bludger and sends it directly at Harry and connects, knocking him out cold. Ron catches the snitch! Gryffindor wins! The stadium erupts and everyone thinks Ron is a hero. He beat Harry!
I still can't believe we're in
Ron.
the
Classic Ron. Meanwhile, Harry wakes up later that night in the hospital wing with a sore head, but is awake enough to hear Colin and Phoebe arrive as the basilisks met.
I've read about minds like this, but seeing one is something else altogether.
Draco wasn't actually at the match, allegedly because he didn't want to. They all jump in the center.
You need to be careful, as I'm sure you know, not all
Arrest their momentum.
The work we do. Pity, not quite. Incendiary.
Now we come to another scene.
More than I'm used to.
I'll get us through here safely, Amit. You have my word.
And question Malfoy. But now that's literally where Harry lives. And honestly, I don't even think you'd have to try hard to figure out that Draco is in the air, because in the main storyline, Draco's pretty open about wanting to help whoever it is.
Then you must have some idea who's behind it all. You know I don't Goyle.
But beyond that, even if Draco was keeping all of that really close to the chest, even he couldn't ignore the fact that Harry Potter was in Slytherin and could talk to
won't get through as long as we can be seen by that eye.
Optimistic enough to realize Harry's air of Slytherinness. And I think that might actually trump his hatred of Harry, at least enough to directly ask him if he's the heir of Slytherin, and if so,
I should have used
an offer that Harry
disillusion.
would obviously rebuff.
That
would
eye
also
won't
make
see a
Harry
thing.
feel even worse about himself. I mean, if Draco is willing to forgive the animosity between them, I mean, it must be just so obvious that he... Anyway, the next thing that happens is that Justin and Finch Fletchley and Nearly Headless Nick both get attacked by the Basilisk, prompting Ginny to try and dispose of the diary in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, which causes Myrtle to flood the bathroom and for Harry and Ron to go in and investigate why she's flooding it, where Harry discovers the diary. As usual. The only big difference about the way they find it this time is that Ron doesn't immediately recognize the name T.M. Riddle on the diary because he didn't have to spend an hour polishing that service to the school. Nevertheless, though, the date of the diary is still there, and they can still do the math to figure out that it's 50 years old, and that it must have Chamber of Secrets, which was opened 50 years ago. But since they don't know about Tom Riddle's award, they don't cock the cold. Instead, they may have very well assumed it was Tom Riddle, but honestly, it doesn't matter. It doesn't stop Harry from learning what he does about Tom Riddle. This is, of course, crucial information in this story. But before we continue, we need to address another holiday. Valentine's Day, because it is a very important day this year. If you will recall, on this Valentine's Day, Ginny
I feel like a character
Harry
from one of the adventure books I read during the summer holidays.
Valentine's ever. In Harry's efforts to escape this
Let's take a look around, Amit. See if we can find any plans.
And Draco was there to
Bound to be plans around here somewhere. A schematic. They're building something. I can't quite make it out. Curious. I will get to the bottom of what they've been building down here.
That's going down and is horrified by the implications. But either way, Harry uses Expelliarmus on Draco, embarrasses him in front of everyone, and gets the diary back. Now, normally this interaction prompts Ginny to stay behind the Gryffindor common room during the Gryffindor Hufflepuff Quidditch match. She sneaks up to the boys' dormitory and steals the diary back from Harry, which is then when Hermione and Penelope get attacked. However, the big difference here is that Harry doesn't live in Gryffindor Tower. He lives in the Slytherin common room, and Ginny doesn't have access to his dorm this time, so she can't steal the diary. But you know who does have access to Harry Potter's dormitory and now knows that Harry is
Imperial.
Malfoy is instead the one who stays behind during the
Arrest them. I won't rest.
But I know what you're thinking. You know, that wouldn't work because Ginny had forged so much. Draco would just be picking it up, and that's true.
Fascinating to see gobbledygook written in a goblin hand. The flourishes are extraordinary. There must be more notes around here.
All year.
What could they be building?
I hope it's Granger.
He hates Muggleborns and he hates Harry. And if you recall, Tom Riddle and the diary's main two goals are to kill Harry and to purge the school of Muggleborns. Anyway, this attack is what causes Hagrid to get arrested and Dumbledore to be removed of the school, which typically then prompts Ron and Harry to go into the woods to talk to Aragog to learn the truth about the Chamber of Secrets. And I think all that pretty much stays the same. They talk to Aragog and learn that Moaning Myrtle was the one who was killed 50 years ago and that Hagrid was actually innocent. But a big
If I'm
change
translating
does
this
happen
correctly,
at the very
and I
next
think
day, where
that I am,
usually Harry
they're
and
building
Ron are
something
able to
rather large.
trick Lockhart
But
into
what?
abandoning his
Let me know
chaperone.
if you see any more
So
plans
they
or
try and
schematics.
sneak up to the
We
bathroom
can't
to
return
talk
to
Myrtle,
Lodgok
but before they get to
empty-headed.
the bathroom, McGonagall catches them and they have to make a lie that they were trying to go see Hermione, which they then have to go do, which is when they learn about the Basilisk. But if Harry is in Slytherin this year, then this opportunity doesn't arise because Harry and Ron wouldn't have had Defense Against the Dark Arts at the same time. But that's actually okay because it also then means that Harry would have been at the Slytherin table for breakfast that morning. And if you recall, that is an important breakfast because Ginny is about to tell Harry and Ron everything before Percy suddenly comes and interrupts him. This time, Harry is over at the Slytherin table, probably eating by himself because everyone thinks he's the heir of Slytherin, and Ginny is able to come talk to him completely uninterrupted and tell him everything, including all the same information about the Basilisk. So, like usual, he gathers up Ron and the two of them sprint to the staff room to try and alert the teachers to tell them everything about what's going on. But they're too late. The heir of Slytherin has taken someone into the chamber. But obviously, it's not Ginny this time that Tom Riddle took. It is instead Draco, because he's the one with the diary. Ever the hero, though, despite his hatred of Draco, he decides he's going to tell Lockhart everything he knows in a last-ditch effort. Maybe they can save him? Ron, of course, argues heavily against saving Draco, but concedes in the end. Then together, the three of them find the chamber. Lockhart loses his memory, and Ron is trapped behind the wall, just like usual. And so, Harry must proceed alone into the heart of the Chamber of Secrets to rescue Draco. Harry quickly finds Draco, and Tom Riddle emerges and reveals his entire dastardly plot, and summons the Basilisk to kill Harry. Harry, as ever, shows his immense loyalty to Dumbledore in the moment. His
Not quite. I've been fighting since before you were born.
In fact, even in the main time, that wouldn't actually work. Harry just never tried.
Your
But now,
Oh, this really is too much.
And now,
Stay close. I've handled much worse.
Another boiler. This place is more complex than I had expected.
Tom is furious and screams for obedience. Harry, unsure why the Basilisk is listening, tries to press his advantage on his back. No, he shouts, I'm not your enemy. I will not hurt you. Your master, Salazar Slytherin, wanted to purge the school of Dumbledore. He believed in pure blood supremacy, but he's wrong. You've been listening to him all year, but he's just told me that he's a half-blood, and so am I. Liar! Riddle screams. It's true, he is a half-blood, and look who he's brought to the chamber to sacrifice for himself, a pure blood Slytherin, Draco Malfoy.
Listen to me, you great idiot snake.
Please, this boy hates me, but I came here to save him. And then the Basilisk.
Accio! Wingardium Leviosa!
Instead, at the diary itself, demolishing it, and Draco immediately awakes, afraid for his life. Potter, what are you doing here? Saving you from that, he says, motioning to the diary, and that, he says, motioning to the Basilisk. Draco reels back in fear beside the Basilisk, but the Basilisk just whimpers, its eyes still horribly injured.
Revelio.
This is out the Basilisk. Thank you for saving us. And thank you, Fox. And then, as usual, Fox begins to cry, but this time, he's not healing Harry, who's of course uninjured this time around, but instead heals the Basilisk's eyes. Upon healing, the Basilisk immediately whips its head around and fixes Harry with its gaze. Harry is afraid, but just for a second, as he notices he's unharmed, and then understands. The tears have healed the Basilisk's vision, but not its death. The Basilisk nods to Harry in thanks, and the two share an unspoken understanding that the Basilisk will not harm anyone.
Confringo!
Back to the school. Back up at the school as ever, Dumbledore, Lucius, and Dobby are waiting. Draco is still in a state of
Revelio.
and says nothing. Whilst Lucius is a confusing mix of guilt-ridden, angry, and great.
Accio.
He's also pretty guilt-ridden that he's also almost then also kind of This prompts Lucius to offer Harry a favor,
Devil's
which
snare.
Harry
Nasty
immediately
stuff
tries
if
to
we're not
cash in,
careful.
asking him
Not taking on to you right now.
However, does not find this to be a fair trade. He is enraged. Draco takes his own sock and gives it to Dobby.
Master has given Dobby a sock.
He then gives Harry a very curt thanks. And that is basically it. Harry ends the year finally understanding that Slytherin House is not synonymous with evil, that it's not intrinsically bad. Instead, it's all about the choices you make. Voldemort may have given Slytherin House a bad name, but that doesn't mean that he, Harry, is bad. And oh, and also, Slytherin wins the House Cup! Again, 9 years in a row. That's a good streak. Harry and Ron would of course get the same 200 points they normally get for going down into the chamber, but in a twist of fate, it is actually Draco who ends up scoring the winning points for Slytherin this time around. Because I mean, come on, if Neville would get points up for standing up to his friends, I think Draco would absolutely get some points for standing up.
Enjoy suffering, do you?
And and as you may expect, Harry being in Slytherin doesn't except, I don't know, maybe just one.
Utterly pitiful, this man.
Actually, it doesn't really affect anything, and it's Harry still needs to on Marge. So Harry is still in places, still walking away, and still thinking about the scary stuff in the accident. But then,
How nice of you to stop by.
that much more by the Dementors. But in this scenario, there is one other student on the train who has recently suffered a terribly traumatic event. Also,
Hit him.
You're making this too easy.
Good for you.
Better.
In this scenario, he was he's made a stuff, right? I also think we need so, yes, Harry and Draco. Unlike Harry, Draco and therefore he's not back.
How many of them are there?
That should be the last of them I'll meet.
Instead, he just wakes up on the train, afraid, cold, and embarrassed. He does still actually ask Harry the same question.
Is it true you fainted?
The difference is, this time, he's asking out of solidarity rather than jest, but I think in the moment, Harry doesn't quite realize. Harry and Draco find themselves on pretty unusual ground this year, with Harry having saved Draco's life last year, and Draco having freed Dobby at Harry's request. So as of now, I don't think they necessarily like each other, but that's almost more out of habit at this point. Instead, they have more of like a mutual respect for each other. Draco also suffering some sort of internal battle about whether or not he actually agrees with his family's beliefs. On the first day of classes, Harry's does go down a little bit differently. Obviously, he doesn't have divination with the Gryffindors, but instead with the Slytherins, but I don't really think that changes too much. Trelawney's still going to see the grim in his tea leaves almost almost no matter what, because she's almost no matter what just making it up. And we all know she just likes to be dramatic, and she's not like ignorant about Harry Potter movies. Harry being in Slytherin actually does not affect when he has care of magical creatures, though, because they have it at the same time as the Gryffindors. Hagrid is, of course, the care of magical creatures teachers this year, and as ever, he is showing off hippogriffs on his very first day, and as usual, Harry is the brave one who rides Buckbeak. But the main difference is, again, Malfoy, who usually provokes Buckbeak and gets slashed in the arm and sets in motion this entire plot where Hagrid is on trial and unsure about whether he's a good teacher. Buckbeak might get executed. It's also the reason Marcus Flynn reschedules the first Quidditch match so that Draco's arm can heal. But with Draco being a lot more indifferent towards Harry this year, I don't think he puts on the map. Thus, Hagrid's class just goes off without a hitch. Speaking of Quidditch, though, we have yet another change, and guess who it is again?
This is not good.
Malfoy.
They're building
He is now
enormous
finally
drills,
back
bigger than this
on
mine
the
could
Slytherin
contain.
team. He's of course normally
Let's get
already
out of here and tell
on the team
Lodgok
now,
what we
but
found.
Harry is the seeker, so Malfoy didn't actually make the team in his second year. But third year is when Slytherin picks up some of the pieces, and I do think Malfoy would land one of those spots. I mean, he, after all, is a really good fly. But so then you might be wondering, does Lucius Malfoy still fly the rest of the team? Brand new Nimbus 2001, like he does in Chamber? And the answer is no. And the reason is because Harry's on it. And Lucius is definitely still mad at Harry.
There must be a quicker way out of him,
instead,
retracing our
just buys
steps.
Draco a new room. And you guessed it, the fire. And it's really a very Lucius Malfoy kind of move. I mean, it looks like he's being supportive of Harry because Harry is on the team, but really it's meant to just make Draco overshadowed. Anyway, though, that brings us to a different first lesson, Defense Against the Dark Arts, which is a pivotal lesson. This is the one where everyone fights the Boggart. It's where Hermione first notices that Lupin is afraid of the moon, and where Lupin stops Harry from interacting with the Boggart because he's afraid of Voldemort. However, this year Harry is not in the Gryffindor class. He has Defense Against the Dark Arts with the Slytherins. And now you might be pointing out, don't the Gryffindors end the class by defeating the Boggart? So would the Slytherins have even had a chance to fight it in their class? And I think the answer is yes. Lupin says in the main storyline, I asked the head Draco to get my third year some practice. He says third years, not third year Gryffindor, so presumably Gryffindor is just the last house has a class and as such are allowed to finish it off. I mean, Lupin certainly doesn't the kind of teacher that would be fair to all of the houses anyway, right? Especially if Harry is in Slytherin. But this is fun. I mean, we get to see all of the Slytherins Boggarts. Travis Doyle, presumably see tables.
I need a moment to catch my breath.
Any food.
This was more than I bargained for.
I'm glad you came with me on it.
A hairbrush,
Now that we
and
know what
Draco
they're up to,
sees
we can
to
get out
Harry's
of here.
shock, a Dementor. This is the very thing Harry himself was afraid of seeing, and it's here where Lupin actually has to step in because that's really too much for Draco to handle. It does mean he reveals his fear of the moon to the class again for anyone who's and that Harry, once more, doesn't get to have a turn. Harry does decide to talk to Draco about the Dementor, though, and admits that's the same thing he was afraid of seeing, and Draco admits that's why he asked Harry if he had also fainted because of the Dementor on the train, because he fainted too. But that brings us to Halloween, which, as usual, is a very interesting day in the Harry Potter books. For everyone else, it is their first trip to Hogsmeade of the year. Harry goes to stage to kind of feel for some favoritism to see if he can go.
Revelio.
He also says no for the same reasons McGonagall does in the main storyline. But one thing that doesn't change is what happens after the feast. Sirius Black attacks Fat Lady. And this is kind of remarkable because in the main storyline, this basically confirms everyone's worst fear, that Sirius is hunting Harry because he attacks his common room and is somewhat violent. However, this time around, Harry isn't in honestly, I don't think it changes that much. Like, we all know that Sirius is actually
almost out of here, are we?
That's the
Look,
reason
the
he attacked
lift.
Gryffindor Tower, but
A
anyone
welcome
in
sight
the story doesn't actually know that. Next up. Otherwise, though, I think everyone would assume that Sirius attacked Gryffindor Tower because that's where he guessed Harry would be, because that's where both Harry's parents were. And as a result, Harry would feel that much more grateful for having been in Slytherin and the extra layer of defense it bought him. But with Halloween out of the way, that brings us to the first Quidditch match of the year. Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Now, in the main story, it's Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff, but that's because Flint has the schedule changed so Draco's arm can heal from the Buckbeak attack. But that didn't happen this time, so instead, we're kicking things off with the big rematch. Slytherin versus Gryffindor. Ron versus Harry and Draco. If you recall, last time Ron actually won the match for Gryffindor, but this time Draco has the fireball, which just completely nullify Wood's strategy of trying to slow Harry down with the bludgers until his chasers can score more. On top of that, it is storming like crazy during this game, which hurts both Seekers and really favors Draco, who indeed puts on a show. The Gryffindors are just no match for the fireball. It has truly been a tough match for the Gryffindors. Slytherin is up by 140
Can we
points.
please
Draco
stop?
is
That wasn't so bad, was it?
crazy, but
It
then
was.
Harry and
It
Ron
really
can
was.
spot
I'm
the
afraid
snitch,
I've
and
had
the
enough
race
adventure
is
for one
on.
day.
As ever, Harry is the better
For a
flyer
lifetime,
and just
perhaps.
plain faster
Thank you,
than Ron,
Amit.
but
I
Ron
couldn't have
was
done
closer
it
to
without
the
you.
when they saw it and has the
Now,
lead. Meanwhile,
if you don't
Draco has
mind,
the quaffle
I'd
again
like to have a
and is
word
heading
with
for
Lord
goal. He
Gok.
dodges the
Understood?
bludger, then a chaser,
I'll leave you
then
to it.
the
Your goblin secrets are safe with
Back to
me,
the Seekers,
but
Harry
I get
has
to write the
caught
book
Ron.
about
They are
this
neck and
escapade
neck.
someday.
Harry is an inch ahead. They're both reaching for the snitch. and
Without further
suddenly,
ado,
Harry
adieu.
hears his mother's screams in his ears. The Dementors have arrived. Draco winds up to take a shot, but suddenly starts hearing Tom Riddle speaking in his head. Draco loses focus. He loses his grip. He falls. Harry falls. Ron catches the snitch. Gryffindor wins. I gotta say, Ron is impressing me here. I mean, he's now 2-0 against Harry in this fictional version of a fictional story. Naturally, everyone thinks Ron is the hero, except Ron, who thinks he only won because of the Dementors. Classic Ron. But that's actually very similar to what Cedric thinks when he wins the match in the main story, which, of course, didn't happen this time. Either way, both Harry and Draco's brooms break. Harry is devastated. Draco is mortified. Wait till his father hears about this. Spoilers, Lucius is not going to be happy. After the match, Harry still talks to Lupin about teaching him how to fight Dementors in case they show up at another Quidditch match, and Lupin agrees to do so after the winter break. But before that, there's another trip to Hogsmeade, which of course Harry is left behind for again, but not for long because Fred and George show up to give him the Marauders map. Now, to be fair, Slytherin Harry is not quite as tight with Fred and George as he would be in the main storyline. That's for sure. However, Harry did still spend a good chunk of his second summer with the Weasleys. He still defeated Voldemort twice, and now their little brother has beaten him twice at Quidditch from what they might consider to be unfair circumstances, especially since last year it was one of them who knocked him out cold with the bludger. Plus, you know, Fred and George just love to encourage rule breaking wherever they can. So for all of these reasons, I think they still decide to give Harry the Marauders map, which he of course immediately uses to head to Hogsmeade to meet up with Harry and Ron and then get trapped under the table at the Three Broomsticks, where he overhears Hagrid and McGonagall and Flitwick and Cornelius the normal group of people to be hanging out together. Whatever. The point is, Harry overhears the apparent truth about Sirius Black, that he was James's best friend and he betrayed them and gave up their location via the Fidelius charm. Exactly the news he was hoping for heading into the holidays. But that does bring us to Christmas, where Harry wakes up to discover he's been given a very special gift. A fire. The obvious difference being that he discovers this by himself in the Slytherin common room rather than in the Gryffindor common room with Ron and Hermione. But either way, I think he tells them pretty much immediately, and Hermione still snitches. Okay, get it? To McGonagall and or Snape, who then does have to come confiscated from Harry and strip it down to make sure it wasn't like text or something. After Christmas, Harry is of course poised to start anti-Dementor lessons with Lupin, but I do think one major change happens here, and that Harry doesn't go to the lessons by himself. I think instead he invites Draco. Draco is of course the only other student who is affected by the Dementors as much as Harry. Harry would have seen that Draco's Boggart was also a Dementor, and they both would have fallen off their brooms in the last Quidditch match. And I don't think Draco's troubles end there. Remember, he's coming back from break with his parents, where I don't think Lucius is going to have been too happy that Draco immediately broke the small fortune of a firebolt that he bought. And let's be honest, if there's anyone who can sympathize with what it's like being mistreated
We found their
at
plans.
home,
Ranrock must be searching for the repositories.
I fear you are correct.
Draco has also been spending
Other
this year
than
kind of
Rookwood
just
Castle,
wondering
however, I
whether
do
or
not know
he
where else he
agrees
plans to
with his
search.
father's beliefs.
I've been wondering about something else you said before we entered the mine.
Yes?
If you share Ranrock's views, then why are you helping me?
I expected Rookwood Castle to be deserted when I arrived to begin my search. So I was surprised to find a witch there who'd set up a sort of improvised research site. She was studying something so intently that she almost didn't notice me.
But afterwards, Draco is
when she looked up, I thought she would react with fear or disdain.
Which is information we know he knows.
But instead, she did something that I will never forget.
Maybe you'd rather not risk your neck.
Without a moment's hesitation,
but if it was me, I'd want
she smiled.
I'd hunt him down myself. Harry, of course,
And
learned all
asked
this
me
information
to
back
sit
in
with her.
Hogsmeade when he overheard the teachers talking about it, but he listens all the
She
same
told me
just to
that
see
she
if
was a
there is any
researcher
bits of information,
and showed me a
there
small,
really isn't. But Harry
oddly
is
shaped
surprised to learn that
container with
even
a strange
Draco's
symbol
father
on it.
didn't know that Sirius was actually
She
on
was
their
certain
side
it was made
until
of
after the
goblin
fact,
metal, but
and
was
that
unable to
Sirius
open it.
had another brother, Regulus, who was
She
also
wanted
dead.
to
But
work
enough about
together.
Sirius Black. Let's get back to
Miriam.
things people actually care about. Quidditch.
Yes.
Next up is Slytherin versus Ravenclaw.
How did you...
Professor
Oddly
Fig's
important.
wife.
Typically, this match happens
He told me of her
off-screen or
research,
page or
and I know of
whatever,
the
and all
container.
we really know about it is that Slytherin wins, but narrowly. Importantly, though, it happens sooner in the
The
year
reverence
than the
with which she
Gryffindor
talked of
Ravenclaw match,
goblins and their
meaning that by the time
intelligence
of
and
this
skill,
match,
it caught me entirely off guard. I'd never been treated with such respect by a witch or wizard. So, to my surprise, I let her study the container if she would allow me to search the castle on my own. We parted ways, with her promising to share what she'd learned. More of Ranrock's recruits arrived, and we began to dig, eventually locating the first repository. Ranrock was thrilled with our discovery, but furious when I told him about Miriam. Berated me for trusting a witch, and I heard she'd been killed.
You think Ranrock murdered her?
I don't want to believe it, but I don't know. After that, something shifted in me. I had seen how the power from the repositories was transforming Ranrock, transforming all of them. I could no longer remain a part of it.
Thank you, Lodgok, for telling me this.
I tell you all of this so that you understand what is at stake. Ranrock never found all of Bragbor's journals, but the ones he did find suggest that Bragbor at some point built a repository far greater in size than the one beneath Rookwood Castle. What you've discovered here today worries me deeply. If Ranrock learns of the location of that repository, I fear we shall be destined for a great war. I will find out what Ranrock knows. Watch for my owl.
Revelio.
I hope Professor Fig...
I believe my next broom upgrade to be even more impressive than the
But
last.
also,
Spin witches as soon as you can.
I should investigate.
Depulso.
Merlin himself would be proud. Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Just because they can go to Diagon.
Hello again. Wonderful to see you. As before, I've arranged a special price on the broom upgrade for you.
Oh, yikes. Oh, nah, gotta go back.
Thanks for stopping by. Hope to see you.
Broom requirement. I'm gonna make some potions too.
Spare a moment. Dig has an idea to share with you.
Only the boat side. Oh yeah. You know what? I like these builds. These can stay. These are cool. Hell yeah. Alright. Alright, so what we got? I don't think I don't really care for this one, to be honest. I want that one. I do like using Protego a lot.
speak with you when you have a moment. Then please come and talk to Deke. Spare a moment. Deke has an idea to share with you.
The teachers haven't actually finished examining Harry's firebolt. So Harry actually won't have his firebolt to face Ravenclaw like he usually does. This is also normally the match where Harry first has any exposure to Cho
You're
Chang,
back.
the Ravenclaw.
Nice to see you again.
However, we also know from the main story that Cho actually only recovers from injury and is cleared to play just before the Gryffindor Ravenclaw. So she actually will not be playing in this match, which is significant because this is when Harry first develops a crush on her. So Harry will instead be up against the second string Ravenclaw Seeker, who's obviously worse than Cho, but Harry is going to be on a school broom, as will Draco. This is of course a lesson from Lucius about not embarrassing him and not costing him money. It's a tough match, but Harry and Draco have a lot to prove, and even though normally Slytherin only wins narrowly with an entire squad full of Nimbus 2001s, I still think they win anyway because despite their brooms, Harry is just that good at Seeker. Also,
Thanks
obviously,
for stopping
Malfoy and
by.
friends don't dress
Hope to
up
see
as
you again.
mentors to try and spook Harry, so he doesn't have to go down and shoot like the full Patronus at them. But that doesn't really matter because Harry doesn't even realize he shot a full Patronus out. So, interestingly though, that means that come Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw, it's actually Ron who plays against Cho and loses, by the way, because you know I dare say he was a little distracted.
Tales of Beetle the Bard.
You know, I like it when they walk.
This honestly ends up being a pretty bad day for Ron. Not only does he lose the Quidditch match, but later that night, Sirius finally manages to break all the way into the Gryffindor common room, having stolen Dumbledore's list of passwords, and wakes Ron up the night with the big long knife. Harry is of course relieved to have survived another attack, but now is afraid that Sirius knows for sure he's not in Gryffindor and that layer of defense is now gone. Anyway though, that brings us to the next Hogsmeade visit, and it is quite pivotal. This is the one where Harry dons the invisibility cloak and goes up to the Shrieking Shack with Ron and then throws a bunch of mud at Malfoy and Crabbe and Goyle. And the cloak slips off and Malfoy sees his head. The obvious difference this time though being that Harry and Malfoy are just on much better terms. So Harry doesn't throw the mud and Draco doesn't see him and doesn't go running to Snape. Now, as we know, typically in this situation, Lupin comes in and saves Harry from any punishment, but in doing so ends up teaching the map from Harry. This time, that doesn't happen. Harry just has a regular fun day at Hogsmeade.
Revelio.
But I promise you, the ramifications of Lupin not having the map, big. But enough about that. Back to Quidditch! Actually, before we get to Quidditch, I feel obligated to point out that because Buckbeak's not on trial this year, we don't get this wonderful scene. In the book, she actually slaps him instead of punching him, but whatever. On the other hand, though, without the trial hanging Well, this year, we don't get this wonderful scene. In the book, she actually slaps him instead of punching him, but whatever. On the other hand, though, without the trial hanging over his head all year, it turns out Hagrid's classes are actually really popular, and he's a very good teacher and just shows everyone lots of interesting beasts. But now back to Quidditch, and it's the final. Slytherin versus Hufflepuff, and Harry finds himself in much the same position as usual, having lost to Gryffindor, who then went on to lose to Ravenclaw. And it is quite the matchup, you guys. It is Harry Potter versus Cedric Diggory. But this time, Harry has his firebolt back. Oh yeah! Also, unlike his usual match against Hufflepuff, there are no Dementors this time, and it is not raining. And honestly, I wish I could tell you this was some sort of big, dramatic finale, but it's not. Slytherin just wins by a mile. They are just no match for Harry and Potter. Slytherin easily wins, takes home the cup. Diggory. Take that, Amos. And just like that, we are at exams, which for the most part go down the same, except obviously Harry's with the Slytherins instead of the Gryffindors. Which does mean, however, we get to see Draco take on the Defense Against the Dark Arts obstacle course and fight the Boggart at the end, which of course turns into a Dementor, in which Draco defeats by finally producing a fully corporeal Patronus. A peacock, which by the way, is a peacock from the video. Harry manages to fend off the Boggart as well, but without producing a fully corporeal Patronus, which makes him equally jealous and impressed by Draco. But then there's divination, which, as we all know, is incredibly important because it is where Trelawney doles out another prophecy. And this one was so curious because the prophecy is the same no matter what, meaning the outcome of the evening has to remain the same pretty much no matter what, but we have a lot of different scenarios in play than usual, so how does it all go down? To refresh you, I'm not gonna read the whole prophecy, but in a nutshell, it just says that Peter will escape and help Voldemort rise to power again. But let's see, Buckbeak isn't in danger like he usually is, and Lupin doesn't have the map, so would the trio even be down at Hagrid's to begin with? Actually, yes, they would. Why? Because Hagrid found Scabbers. Rather than going down to comfort Hagrid over Buckbeak's pending execution, it's just to celebrate. Ron got his rat back. Hermione apologizes to Ron. Ron apologizes to Hermione. Everybody's happy. But as usual, on their way back to the castle, Sirius emerges. He attacks Ron and drags him into the Whomping Willow and up to the Shrieking Shack. Crookshanks, Harry, and Hermione all follow, where they discover that Sirius Black is
He's a trap, he's a dog, he's an animagus.
Now, normally, right here, Lupin has the map, and he sees Peter on it, and immediately rushes down to see what's what. And he arrives just in time, stopping Harry from making a crucial decision about whether or not he's going to kill Sirius. As if Harry even knows any spells he can do that in this stage. But Lupin does not have the map this time, so he doesn't show up, which consequently means Snape doesn't show up because he doesn't see the map in Lupin's office a few minutes later. But really, it doesn't matter that much because we all know Harry's going to make the correct decision not to kill. But as Harry falters, Sirius begins to explain the entire situation to him just without Lupin, how he and Peter switched places at the last second, and then how Peter gave up his parents. Peter framed Sirius. Harry is, of course, intrigued. In fact, Scabbers is missing a toe and has been living for an exceptionally long time. Two big pieces of evidence that Harry just can't ignore. But he's still not sure whether he's fully willing to trust Sirius Black. Certainly, he's not going to give him a wand. But since neither Harry, Ron, nor Hermione know how to force Peter to transform with their own wands, Harry agrees to bring Sirius up to the school to have one of the teachers test his theory. With the understanding that if Sirius is lying, he will hand him over to the mentors, which Sirius, of course, agrees to because he knows he has the benefit of the truth on his side. So together, everyone makes their way back to the castle. Harry hides Sirius under the invisibility cloak so no one will be scared by the sight of him, and he pulls out the map to make sure they won't run into anyone anyway. In case you're wondering, yes, he still would have had the cloak with him.
Revelio.
Black. He probably would have brought the map with him for the same reasons. But upon seeing the map, Sirius speaks up. You have the map. What do you know about it? I wrote it. I'm Padfoot. Your father was Prongs. Peter was Wormtail. In fact, look. At which point, Harry stares down at the map and sees the proof. Right next to their own dots is a dot for Peter Pettigrew. You see, it is him. Harry, Ron, and Hermione look down completely aghast. They almost can't believe their eyes. It is Peter Pettigrew. Peter, on the other hand, realizes that the jig is up, bites Ron on the hand, and makes a run for it.
Immobilus!
Hermione is too fast. Scabbers is frozen. We still need to prove this is him. We have to transform him. Who was Moony? Harry asks Sirius.
I haven't seen Moony in a long time. I doubt you've heard of him, given his condition. His name was Remus. Remus Lupin.
Lupin? But he's here. He's a professor. We can take you to him. He can transform Scabbers for us. Hold on, I need smoke for this next part. And so they make their way to Lupin's office, but when they arrive, they open the door to discover a fully transformed werewolf. Pause. Okay, so remember earlier when I said Snape wouldn't show up at the Shrieking Shack because he didn't see the map in Lupin's office? Well, the reason he's in Lupin's office to begin with in the main story is to bring him the Wolf's Bane potion, which normally Lupin fails to drink because he's off at the Shrieking Shack. This time, however, Snape's delivery would have been successful and Lupin would have drank the potion, the effects of which are, it makes me safe, you see, as long as I take it in the week preceding the full moon. I keep my mind when I transform. I am able to curl up in my office, a harmless wolf, and wait for the moon to wane again. So yes, Lupin does still transform, he's just not actually dangerous, which is not to say he doesn't still look dangerous. Unpause. Werewolf! Hermione screams. Lupin is of course startled awake. He gets to his wolfy feet and notices Sirius standing in the door, but still doesn't know about Peter and thinks Sirius is still guilty. He's a werewolf, Harry. That's why he's sick every month. I should have noticed the full moon. Lupin, still taking in the situation, takes a step forward out of instinct to protect the kids from Sirius, but this small motion throws everything into panic. Ron screams and drops the still frozen Peter. Lupin lunges at Sirius. Everybody falls down. Sirius manages to transform and force Lupin back into his office. The kids all slam the door shut and magically seal him inside. Sirius then transforms back into a man and tries to plead with Lupin on the other side of the door, unaware that he's actually of sound mind. It was Peter, Remus. It was Peter. I can prove it. We switched places. Then, much to everyone's shock, Lupin actually stops attacking the door. Sirius then has an idea and slides the map under the door. Do you see, Remus? Do you see Peter on the map? Remus the wolf moans in understanding, but then immediately starts growling. What's wrong with him? Where's Peter? Sirius shouts. During all the commotion, Peter has recovered from the spell and made a run for it. Sirius sees him at just the last moment, transforms himself, and the chase is on. Harry and Hermione immediately take off after him, with Ron limping behind. His ankle was still broken way back at the mopping wheel. I forgot to say that earlier. Lupin remains locked in his office. Back to the chase, Peter makes it all the way outside the castle before suddenly and unexpectedly transforming into a human, knowing he can't outrun Sirius as a rat. Sirius stops the chase and transforms as well to confront Peter face to face.
You must have known I'd come for you, Peter. Is that why you've been in hiding all these years? Or were you afraid the Death Eaters would blame you for Voldemort's downfall? Honestly, I'm surprised you have the courage to face me as a man now.
Just stalling for time, he replies. Dementors swoop in every direction, having noticed Sirius in his human form. Peter transforms again and manages to escape in all the confusion. The Dementors swarm Sirius. Harry rushes in and tries his best to help, but it's simply no use. He just can't conjure a Patronus strong enough to ward them all off. Until, boom! Something bright, white, and antler charges in and chases the Dementors off from just over where Peter just was. Harry and Sirius are saved, but both immediately collapse. And now we come to the time turnaround. Page 12 of the script. Goodness me. Feels like a good time for some more smoke, am I right? Everybody wakes up in the hospital wing. Ron is injured, and Dumbledore comes in and gets the full explanation of everything that just went down, and suggests to Harry and Hermione that perhaps they can still save Sirius. Turns out he's being held prisoner in one of the towers, being guarded by Professor Snape. They're just awaiting Fudge to arrive with some Dementors to perform the Dementor's kiss. 2 hours should be enough, Miss Granger. So Harry and Hermione go back 2 hours in time, by which Harry is completely confused, but Hermione explains the entire situation to him and how they just cannot be seen. Also, yes, it's only 2 hours this time because they don't have to save Buckbeak, so they don't need as much time. Also means they don't have to go down to Hagrid's. Instead, they head to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom and hide. While there, they see Snape arrive and bring Lupin his potion, and Lupin lock himself in his office. Harry suggests they just go talk to Lupin now, tell him everything that's about to happen, but Hermione insists they can't be seen, they cannot risk it. Harry tries anyway, but Snape re-arrives right on time to check on Lupin to make sure that the potion worked. At which point, Harry concedes to wait, but he doesn't have to wait long. Soon enough, they watch themselves arrive and have the entire interaction with Lupin. Harry can see Scabbers across the room, immobilized and come to from the spell and start to run, but he's helpless to do anything. Moments later, everyone has left the room, Ron limping behind. Someone just go out. This light. My light's dying. But with everyone out of the room, they can now finally safely emerge and let Lupin out of his office. Remember, he was magically sealed in before, but they can undo it. And Lupin, for his part, doesn't even realize it's not the same Harry and Hermione he was just talking to. But they, being from the future, now know that Lupin is completely safe, and they quickly explain their plan to him and how he can help. Hermione goes with Lupin, but Harry decides to break off and insists he's going to try and stop Pettigrew from escaping. He picks up the dropped invisibility cloak, and before Hermione can even argue, he's after Sirius. Unseen by anybody else, Harry sneaks behind Pettigrew and waits for him to transform, ready to catch him. But as he does, he notices the Dementors attacking Sirius and himself. Where's the Patronus? Where's the Patronus? He wonders before realizing the truth.
Sometimes it seems all roads lead to Hogsmeade.
Expecto Patronum!
He forgets Peter and instead conjures the stag, saving himself and Sirius, but Sirius is still taken captive. Meanwhile, up at the tower, Hermione and Lupin watch Dumbledore
Nice to see you again.
lock Sirius in the tower. Snape is, of course, extremely happy with the situation, while Dumbledore looks mildly amused. After Dumbledore leaves Snape there to guard Sirius,
You'll be
Hermione
thrilled with
sprints
that
out of
broom,
the hall
I promise
screaming,
you.
Professor, help!
Thanks for
Lupin
stopping
pretends
by.
to chase her,
I'm
and
just-
Hermione
you're all
pretends
set
to
with the
fall
new
down
upgrade.
and get
I
knocked
can't
out.
wait to
Snape,
hear
of
what
course,
you think.
immediately recognizes Lupin and
This
thinks he
may
has
sound
come to free
presumptuous,
Sirius,
but
You
not
like me
knowing
to
the
report back
entire
with even
story.
more flight
So
details.
He immediately abandons his
You know
post
me
and
well.
pursues Lupin
I
through
feel
the
I'm
castle.
almost
Hermione,
there.
of course,
I
just
just
then
think I
wakes
can
up
improve
and
broom
lets
flight a
Sirius out,
bit
who
more.
immediately
Miss Ray's
transforms
is running
and
a
makes
time trial at the
Snape
South Coast
naturally
course.
accuses Hermione of
Not
having let him out,
ideal,
but
really.
Dumbledore
What with
vouches for
rumours of
Hermione,
Ranrock's
claiming
lot
he
and
himself found
Ashwinders
her
infiltrating the
unconscious body
place.
and brought her to
However,
hospital.
if you're
And
flying
there you
high
go.
above them,
Just
you
like
should
that,
be all right.
Peter escapes,
I think.
Sirius escapes, and Lupin is seen
I'm
as
not
a
worried,
werewolf
Mr.
in the
Weeks.
castle
I'll see if I
attacking
can find
students,
Imelda.
so
I hope you are able
But
to complete these
nonetheless,
trials.
Harry learned
I have
the
a feeling
truth.
this
Honestly,
final
guys,
upgrade
when I
is
start
going to be
writing
a
these, I have
sweeping
no idea
success.
how the story is going
Do
to
be
unfold.
careful,
We're
of
sort
course.
going
I shall
one
look
step
forward
at a
to hearing
time
from
until we
you
get to the
soon.
end, and it has been so much fun, but it does take me so
I look
long
forward.
to write them. So thank you so much for watching these. I hope you're enjoying them. Personally, I've really enjoyed how Draco's story seems to have been unfolding just 3 books in. It's like, who would have thought just spending so much consistent time around Harry would have made Draco a better person
Revelio.
so much faster. But his slow coming around also I think really like thematically fits Prisoner of Azkaban, just very similar to how Sirius comes from this Slytherin pureblood family but disagrees with his family is kind of what Draco starts going through. Goblet of Fire actually starts with Voldemort instead of Harry, and Frank the Gardener overhearing Voldemort and Wormtail plotting Harry's death. And this, of course, goes down exactly the way it always does. After all, Peter Pettigrew still escaped and still found Voldemort and is still restoring him to health. Bertha Jorkins also goes missing as usual because I see no reason why Harry's house would affect her holiday schedule, so she is still intercepted by Wormtail and then tortured by Voldemort to get all the information about the Triwizard Tournament, thus setting the plot of the book in motion. But the entire opening scene is actually witnessed by Harry via a dream, who immediately wakes up after Frank is murdered by Voldemort with his scar hurting, which he immediately writes to Sirius about. Harry's time at the Dursleys is also pretty much the same. It's just a very boring summer where Dudley has reached the size of a beached whale and he's on a diet eating like half a grapefruit for breakfast. Meanwhile, Harry is like living on birthday cake up in his room until the Weasleys show up to whisk him away to the Quidditch World Cup. But not before Fred and George definitely still drop the ton of coffee. But the first real difference in this book comes when everyone wakes up to go find the port key to the Quidditch World Cup, and they run into the Diggories. And typically in this scene, Amos Diggory is quite insufferable, boasting non-stop about Cedric's defeat of Harry in Quidditch. This time, however, Harry beat Cedric, and Cedric beat Ron, meaning Amos is actually, yeah, still really insufferable. Tactlessly boasting Cedric's victory over Ron and Fred and George to Arthur's face, while also simultaneously downplaying Harry's victory over Cedric, putting it all down to the fire. But the festivities of the World Cup go down pretty much the same. Fred and George still bet all their savings that Ireland wins, but Crumb catches the snitch. Bagman, of course, still makes a sweet bet with Agatha Timms for half shares in her eel farm. And of course, the Golden Trio runs into Cho, who now Ron is actually embarrassed in front of. But the next real big difference comes in the top box, where Harry, Ron, and Hermione run into Draco, who, in case you need a refresher, in this version of the story was the one who was taken down into the Chamber of Secrets instead of Ginny, which has caused a massive, if not very slow, change in his character. Typically in the top box, Draco and Lucius mock the other ones, thinking they had to sell their house to get tickets way up here, you poor Weasleys. Lucius, of course, definitely still does this, but there is a new piece of tension in the room this time in the form of Winky the house elf. Upon seeing Winky, Lucius proceeds to passive-aggressively taunt Draco, who of course freed their own family house elf, Dobby, 2 years ago, which for sure Lucius has not forgiven. The World Cup itself goes down the same as usual. Ireland wins, but Crumb catches the snitch. And after the cup, the Death Eaters still arrive and start their little fire with their muggles by floating them up the air. And again, the difference here is Draco, Harry, Ron,
Expelliarmus, Bombarda.
But his reaction to seeing them is a little different. Normally, he's downright gleeful about the events unfolding, but this time around, he's a little more reserved, if not maybe a little embarrassed or embarrassing. But he certainly still doesn't reveal that it's my promise and friends gathered to have a bit of fun. Best beyond, you'll be next. That's actually more or less what he says the first time around, but this time it's actually meant to be helpful rather than as an absolute insult. From there, the Dark Mark is of course cast into the sky. Winky is found at the scene of the crime with Harry's wand and then promptly dismissed by Barty Crouch, which as ever enrages Hermione about house elf rights. But really not much changes in the aftermath of this either. Everyone makes it home safe, Rita Skeeter writes a scathing article about the entire thing, and Mrs. Weasley buys Ron some lacy dress robes. Which brings us to the Hogwarts Express, where they all run into Draco yet again, who normally taunts them for not knowing about the Triwizard Tournament. This time though, I imagine he actually would just tell Harry about it. Father told me about it ages ago. It's supposed to be some big tournament between other schools. He expects me to enter. Worth noting that Draco only seems to know that the tournament is going to be happening, since even in the main story, he asks Harry and Ron if they intend to enter, suggesting he doesn't know about the age limit. Either way, it doesn't make a huge difference. They find out about the Triwizard Tournament literally later that night anyway, but it's just another opportunity for Draco to have not been a jerk. But it does also then give the trio time to talk about the tournament on the train and whether or not they are going to enter. Ron certainly says that he's going to, Draco's going to. At the feast itself, Harry is of course sitting with Slytherins instead of Gryffindors, meaning he's not able to immediately discuss the age limitation things with Ron and Hermione, but Draco tells him it's a bit of a relief because he actually wanted to enter. Which I think we can assume is true because in the main story, it's not like Draco comes up with any plan to try and get over the age line. And he also mocks Harry, so he'll definitely want even more attention. The first week/day of classes is also pretty interesting too. Harry doesn't actually really get a chance to talk to Ron and Hermione about the tournament until their first day of classes in care of magical creatures, which the Slytherins have with the Gryffindors. Typically in this class, Draco wonders very aloud what the point of the Scroots is, because yes, Hagrid definitely still does the Scroots. Normally Harry, Ron, and Hermione yell at him and try and defend him, although they secretly agree with him. This time I think hello? Which is not to say they're all being like buddy, they just don't like talking down. That first day is also when the article from Rita Skeeter out about Ron's dad being the blunder at the miniature. Draco taunts Ron about it, and then they exchange blows about each other's mothers, but obviously it just doesn't happen. I won't rest because it means
one less human to worry about. Give it back here.
Speaking from that, but Harry's in the main story, he tells them that he got a letter from Professor and it doesn't say it outright, but I would assume a letter
when are you going to give up?
Draco, so I assume that information, which I have to imagine Barty Crouch very interesting about.
You won't. This will not be another setback like Spellcroft. Oh, true to our flesh. Not quite. I shall avenge your death.
Neville's not going to be there this time.
You seem fond of dark magic.
Draco to the theme of anti-slavery Draco is unpacked this year. After all, the Imperius Curse basically enslaves somebody to your will, and importantly for Draco, this is the very curse his father under to avoid being sent to Azkaban. Draco, of course, would be aware of that fact and would be just a couple weeks removed from having seen his father basically perform a very similar kind of spell on the groundskeeper at the Quidditch World Cup. Not to mention, he's been dealing with the fallout of releasing his family's own enslaved house elf for like 2 years now. Then on top of that, this is also going to be the same class where Harry is going to witness Avada Kedavra for the first time, the very spell that killed his parents and that backfired off of Harry and took Voldemort down, which of course is a much bigger deal for Draco this time around because Voldemort tried to kill him in their second year. To say the least, it's a very impactful class. We're just going through a very like his personal are at direct odds with 14 years of upbringing in one highly motivated to grow in their following classes. Although I still think they're like even
bury you in a deeper spot.
Which normally tells Harry
Incendio. Prepare to surrender now.
At odds with himself about the idea of his dad pretending to have been enslaved. Certainly, I don't think he's going to be wearing a spew badge around, but maybe
Ranrock has fooled you all to your demise.
Maybe have a look at it. But that brings us to the arrival of the other schools, Durmstrang and Beauxbaton. And their arrival is the same as always. Both schools have one gender, they're color coordinated, and have choreographed entrances. Oh wait, that was stupid. The real difference is that the Durmstrang students sit with the Slytherin students for the first night, and we know that Krum immediately starts talking to Malfoy, so presumably he's gonna meet Harry almost right away. Certainly Harry and Krum are the most famous people in the room and would have a lot to talk about with the Quidditch World Cup. Meanwhile though, over at the Gryffindor table, Ron is not too happy to see Harry having such a good time with the person he's so enamored with, Victor Krum and Draco Malfoy, and that jealousy turns to anger even faster when on the very next night, the Goblet of Fire reveals the champions, who are, as ever, Cedric, Krum, Fleur, and
Harry Potter.
So yeah, Ron turns on Harry like usual, feeling enormously left out of Harry's decision to enter the tournament, especially since Ron has been saying he would like to enter since the train ride. Plus,
you can't
making matters worse, Ron has
how
lost
inconvenient
to
travel
Cedric
was
in
before I
Quidditch,
invented
and even
blue
though he's
powder.
beat Harry twice, Ron himself doesn't really believe that he honestly beat Harry. It was always due to extenuating circumstances like the Rogue Bludger or the Dementors. So the Goblet's decision to then make Harry and Cedric champions kind of like suddenly validates all of Ron's worst insecurities. All in there. As a change though, Harry is not immediately aware that Ron is super mad at him because he doesn't head back up to Gryffindor Tower after the feast. He goes down to the Slytherin dorms instead. Draco is as shocked as anyone that Harry's name came out of the fire, but when he asks Harry how he did it, of course, Harry responds that he didn't do it, and surprisingly, Draco believes him. The next morning though, he does find out Ron is mad at him, and Harry and Hermione go off on their own little walk to discuss the entire matter, and then they write a letter to Sirius to explain everything to him. The rest of the school's reaction differs a little bit from the main story as well. Like, obviously the Hufflepuffs are still mad at Harry for stealing their glory, and it feels likely enough that the generally at odds. Slytherins, though, obviously don't just like hate Harry for this. He has helped win them the House Cup a lot, and now they have a champion, which is mostly to say I don't think anyone's walking around sporting Potter stinks. Support Cedric Diggory, the true Hogwarts champion. Badges, unless maybe Ron makes them. Ron's not actually that mad at Harry, right? So his badges would be really wouldn't be like, that Harry kid's only sort of okay. I personally am rooting for Cedric. What about you? Following the Goblet of Fire piece, typically Harry and Draco also get into a duel before their potions class where the two spells ricochet off each other and hit Hermione away. And this is kind of interesting because it's when Hermione gets hit with the Densogio spell, which causes her teeth to go like super buck teeth, which is the catalyst for her then like fixing her teeth with Madame Pomfrey, but she won't get hit with the Jinx, so she actually doesn't fix her teeth this time. Which you gotta think, her parents would be so proud of her. I mean, they are dentists. The weighing of the wands goes about the same as usual, as does Harry's interview with Rita Skeeter, except all the Slytherins.
Let's see what's up your sleeve this time, Merlin.
The Hufflepuffs are definitely still upset about the complete lack of Cedric. And then we get to a very aggressive change. This is also when Harry gets a letter back from Sirius asking him to meet him in the fireplace, but obviously he won't be meeting him in the Gryffindor. To be fair, it's probably a much riskier move on Sirius's part, but also to be fair, that's never stopped Sirius. The other unstoppable force in play that night, though, is Hagrid, who definitely is not going to be stopped from showing Harry the dragon's first task. Thus, Harry is still informed ahead of time, and yes, he still knows
Not so tricky after all,
But
Merlin.
the big change here is that after he sees the dragons and rushes back to the common room and has a conversation with Sirius, Ron doesn't come down the stairs to interrupt the conversation. And this actually does cause a big difference, because it means that Sirius is able to successfully finish telling Harry about how to fight the dragons with the conjunctivitis curse. Meaning Harry actually has a plan of attack going in against the dragons and won't need to use the fireball. In fact, Harry realizes this is actually a very similar advantage he had over the basilisk after Fawkes flew in and blinded it before peeling its eyes. Oh, if only he could summon the basilisk to help him fight the dragon, he thinks, but he doesn't even know where the task is going to take place, and there's just no way he could possibly use the basilisk. Get like super good at how great would also the basilisk get back? They set off to master the conjunctivitis. Believe it or not, it's a pretty good idea of how using that spell might go down. Imperium.
And now I know you're the one who stole our little bricks. We've been looking for you. I've seen you back for more, Sullivan. You've been known to use all we're just warming up.
Point fixing by Karkaroff. This time
Release me!
Karkaroff still ends up cheating a little, and then either way, afterwards, Ron finally comes to a sense that him and Harry brings us to a very fun part. The ball. If at all,
How does that feel?
have basically nothing to do with each other. So
Arrest them.
the exact same project. In the original story, Ron is mortified after he accidentally asks Floor to the ball, and she denies him in front of a large crowd of people. And I think this time, more or less the same thing happens to Ron, except he much more intentionally asks Cho, who also can't go with him because she's already been asked by somebody. Cedric.
Well, I've
Rebellion. But so then who does Harry ask if he doesn't really have like an active crush going? Well, usually he finds out about the Yule Ball from McGonagall, which means this time he'll probably find out about it from Snape, who then must presumably also give dance lessons to all the Slytherins. I know that's just a movie thing, but please don't take that away from me. Either way, it means Draco is present when Harry finds out about the Yule Ball and asks Harry what he's gonna take, whereas Harry's like, which Draco is surprised by. The idea, of course, strikes Harry as a surprise, but I never really thought about combining like that at all. But the longer he waits, the more he absolutely needs the ball, the more the idea starts to grow on, and he decides he actually is going to ask him. As friends, equally surprised, but also honored to be asked by Harry, Hermione, of course, says, as ever, this is, of course, Victor Crumb, who hasn't really been affected by Harry's being in a different house at all, so yeah. This is naturally quite an embarrassing response for Harry to get, but he's also shocked to find that he's actually kind of disappointed. But that still ends us with the big question of, who does Harry end up taking to the ball then? Because he wanted to ask Pravati, but this time I actually think it's Ron who asks Pravati, because he's the one who would be in the has her body. She knows if there's anyone here, thus, Harry and Ron switch dates, and Harry ends up going with Agnes. Let's face it, he's probably actually a little bit more familiar with it. Ravenclaws like never have class together, but that probably means that Slytherins and Ravenclaws have class together, so he'd probably seen her in crossing some. But let's be clear, it's still pretty awkward, and the dance goes about as poorly as it usually does, minus Ron and Hermione not having some big ginormous fight. Instead, however, it is Harry who finds he is experiencing what are these, twinges of jealousy? And privately, he commits himself to absolutely defeating Victor Crumb in the second task. Speaking of which, we now arrive at Harry solving the golden egg, which he still does in the prefix bathroom, per Cedric's tip, where he still runs into moaning murder.
Revelio.
Starts up a super inappropriate storm with him. I mean, there's nothing more romantic than talking about how sometimes you get flushed down to the lake through the pipes. The issue, of course, after solving the egg is that Harry, Ron, and Hermione are complete failures at finding a way for Harry to breathe underwater. Normally, Moody/Crouch tries to solve this earlier in the year by planting a book about gillyweed with Neville in Harry's common room. Planting, yeah? Get it? That, of course, ultimately fails, and he ends up having to rely on Dobby like on the morning of, who just gives Harry the gillyweed with like no explanation. But this time it wouldn't really make sense to target Neville for this since Harry doesn't live with Neville, so Moody instead targets a different student. As we said, normally Moody's tactic here is to go for the gillyweed, since Neville is his target and he's known to be proficient at herbology. This time, however, I think he goes for a different tack since he knows Draco is actually good at charms thanks to Lily's letter. Thus, Moody's solution is the bubblehead charm, which is kind of poetic since the first task is the copying from, this time it's
wonder if I'm safe to explore in there.
And it's not hard to imagine how Moody would get this
What's that?
Draco, who we know is working really hard to draw the Imperious class. Marty Crouch knows everything about Lucius Malfoy and he lies like he sort of actively hates him for not hunting for Voldemort. So he plays up that angle with Draco and gives him a book that includes the bubblehead charm. It's basically the exact same thing he does with Neville, except that it's way more successful because Draco's just more adept at breaking. Plus, he's actively and eagerly looking for ways to like rebel against his father in a very like silent sort of way, helping Harry Potter lead. I can even see him holding Malfoy after class one day, being like, "How's Potter doing with the egg?
Not a party to attend by myself."
Magical eye wink. Draco asks Harry the same question. Have you figured out how you're going to breathe underwater yet? And then just sort of tells him about the bubblehead charm. To which Harry responds, "Why are you helping me?" And Draco's like, "We're Slytherins." But so on the morning of the second task, Harry actually has a plan for what he's going to do and knows how to perform the bubblehead charm. What he's not prepared for is the fact that Fleur, Cedric, and Crumb, especially Sharkhead Crumb, are just way faster swimmers than him and get a pretty good lead on. All he can really hope is that he just gets lucky and finds the merpeople first, but what he actually finds is moaning Myrtle. And what was it that Draco said? We're Slytherins. Yes, he, Harry, was a Slytherin, and the sight of Myrtle Swimming up to the pipes, Harry casts another spell on himself. Sonorous, the spell he saw Ludo Bagman use in the top box to commentate the Quidditch World Cup. This magnifies his own voice, which he then uses to call into the pipes. Unsure if this idea will work, Harry waits outside the pipes for what feels like a long time, and then, without warning, a giant, whooshing wave of water emerges from the pipes, along with the priest of Lumos, the basilisk. Harry stares in amazement at the basilisk, which stares back at him with its giant yellow eyes, once so deadly, but now magically repaired and just yellow and mess. He speaks again to the basilisk, grabs onto its back, and together they race to the bottom of the lake. The speed of the basilisk is phenomenal. Harry isn't even sure if he's going to be able to hold on, but before he knows it, they've arrived at the bottom of the lake, and Harry has spotted what he's after. Ron, along with Hermione, Cho, and Florence. Harry has to dismount the basilisk in order to Revelio. He's not going to let it try and fight through the ropes because the basilisk's fangs are still quite deadly and poisonous. So instead, the basilisk just circles the hostages, waiting for Harry to free Ron, but Harry has Revelio. Willing to free other hostages. Harry starts to free the other hostages, starting with Cho, who is the closest, which of course prompts the mer people to try and converge on him, but they immediately scatter as the basilisk rears up as if it's
Lumos.
attack. Almost as soon as he's done freeing her though, Cedric actually does show up, and he immediately panics at the sight of the basilisk, but Harry motions to him that there's no danger. He hesitates, but in the end grabs Cho and heads to the surface. The same happens as he frees Hermione. Crumb shows up and grabs her as well, leaving Harry alone with Gabrielle, who he also starts to free. Fleur, however, does not make it, and unwilling to wait, Harry grabs Ron and Gabrielle, remounts the basilisk, and heads for the surface. Now, in my mind, I like to think that Harry easily passes Crumb on the way up and erupts out of the water in a giant wave of glory to huge applause, riding the basilisk bareback. I guess realistically, this more likely, though, Harry realizes he shouldn't reveal the basilisk to the rest of the school, so instead just has it propel him, Ron, and Gabrielle out of the water as it retreats back. Which is not to say that nobody's gonna know what happened, because Dumbledore's obviously gonna still converse with the mer people about what happened to the body. Although you have to imagine Dumbledore's probably a little worried about it. Harry Potter made tremendous use of the bobblehead charm and the befriendment of a giant underwater snake. The big difference for the second task is that Harry easily makes it back under an hour and in second place, catapulting him into first, especially after you count on those moral fiber, am I right?
For outstanding moral fiber.
Following the second task was when Rita publishes her article about the supposed love triangle between Harry, Crumb, and Hermione, which is typically a pretty baseless and highly inaccurate bit of gossip that Hermione easily shrugs off, but Harry thinks that for some reason he is oddly bothered. Following this, though, is when the Golden Trio meets up with Sirius in a cave just outside of Hogsmeade. I think that pretty much goes down the same as usual, other than I guess that Buckbeak's not there, which I guess, come to think of it, means that Sirius never really got that far from the castle anyway, because he couldn't fly around. But either way, not much happens here. They just sort of like recap all of the suspects, including Barty Crouch Sr., who is about to go mad and die moments after Harry learns about the maze, which of course that also happens. Harry runs into Crouch, he runs to get Dumbledore, and in the meantime, Moody comes down and murders his father, knocks out Crumb, turns him into a bone, you know the deal. I will say, in the main story, Harry specifically blames Snape for holding them up and thinks that maybe if he hadn't done that, they would have gotten down there in time to stop that from happening. And with Harry and Slytherin, presumably Snape wouldn't hold them up, but I honestly don't think that changes anything. It really only takes like 30 seconds of time, and it doesn't seem like that would have made a difference. But this incident, the murder of Barty Crouch, does cause the events of Harry's dream and divination later that week, where according to Trelawney, the clairvoyant vibrations of her room cause him to fall into a sleep and have a vision. But the main difference here is the timing of when divination would happen, because Harry would have it with the Slytherins instead of with the Gryffindors. Which means it's definitely at a different time of day, if not a whole different day of the week altogether. Which matters because he leaves immediately from divination to go to Dumbledore to tell him everything he just saw in the dream. And typically he runs into Dumbledore having a meeting with Moody and Fudge about the death of Barty Crouch. Dumbledore, Fudge, and Moody then leave Harry in the office while they go investigate the grounds, and Harry discovers the pensive. But Harry has divination at a different time, so I don't think that meeting is happening when he gets there. Instead, he just arrives at Dumbledore's office and talks to Dumbledore directly and doesn't spend any time with the pensive. Which, believe it or not, doesn't actually make a huge difference. That means he does not learn that Snape was a Death Eater, and he does not learn about Neville's parents. But everything else he learns there is just sort of extra knowledge for you, the reader. Harry doesn't end up using any of that information to actually solve anything. It just makes everything else make more sense later when Barty Crouch is spilling the beans. Which means we're pretty much at the third task. Woohoo! The way the third task works is that, of course, you just have to get through the maze and to the cup in the middle, and however many points you have going in determines how much of a head start you do or don't get. Typically, Harry and Cedric are tied to both points, so they enter the maze at the exact same time, but this time, Harry has the outright lead, so he enters the maze first, then Cedric, then Crumb, then Fleur. And Harry having the lead does make quite a difference. This is Moody/Crouch Jr.'s plan literally the whole time. Get Harry into the maze with as much of a lead as possible. We also noted in the main story, Crouch Jr. is making Harry's time in the maze way easier, blasting enchantments and or monsters out of his way, taking out Fleur. We also know he cast the Imperious Curse on Crumb and forces him to perform the Cruciatus Curse on Cedric, which Harry then intervenes and stops. This, I think, is the big difference, because Harry entering the maze earlier means that he's in a much different part of the maze when the Crumb-Diggory scuffle goes down. He doesn't overhear it and doesn't step. And as such, Crumb just successfully subdues Cedric, and is then himself a non-entity. He's under the Imperious. Meaning Harry is really the only champion in the maze at all, and Crouch Jr. is able to help him as much as possible reach the center, which he does. And Harry, unbelieving his own luck, reaches out and grabs the cup. But of course, it's not just a cup, it's a portkey, which immediately transports him to the graveyard in Little Hangleton, where he is also immediately subdued by Wormtail. And I have to say, the graveyard,
do you have anything for sale?
all intents and purposes,
That I do. The name is Rohan Prakash, and well, I've only been running it a short time myself, but my father ran it for many years
Harry
before
and
he fell ill.
Voldemort duel. The twin cores still meet, and Priori Incantatem is still activated. The obvious difference, though, is that Cedric
Congratulations on your many years of success, to you and to your father.
Thank you. From both of us. Perhaps one day his health will improve, and we'll work side by side once again. But for now, a word about your health and safety. I assume you're as concerned as the rest of us about the Goblin Uprising, the Dark Wizards, even the Dark Box have gone mad. But our shop can sell you any number of supplies that will help to keep you safe from all of that. Please have a look, and do come back. You're always welcome here.
Thank you, Mr. Prakash. Best of luck to you and your father.
I appreciate your words.
That won't happen. Everyone will just think, oh my gosh,
What do you have for
Harry
sale?
won! Instead of panic, the crowd is just cheering for the
Please,
champion.
have a look.
And this is an important difference because typically Dumbledore has to tend to Cedric's body, and that's when Barty Crouch whisks Harry away, tipping Dumbledore off that he's not the real Moody, because the real Moody would never do that. But so does then Crouch Jr. just get away with this? Is Harry too surrounded by screaming
Thank you
fans
kindly for your business.
him to be whisked away? No, because obviously Harry himself is still in quite a state of shock at having seen Voldemort be reborn, and he is trying to find Dumbledore right away to tell him this, but he can't. Why? Because Victor Crumb used the Cruciatus curse on Cedric.
I hope to see
in the
you
main
again.
story, after Fleur is taken out by Barty Crouch, they send red sparks up over her body, and she is collected from the maze. And presumably the same thing would have happened to Cedric after he was taken out. And while Harry was in the graveyard, Cedric's body would have been recovered and enervated back to consciousness, where I have to imagine he immediately started telling everybody that Victor Crumb was using the Cruciatus curse on him. Dumbledore would for sure need to tend to that, and would probably send up a giant red flag in his mind over Karkaroff as the most likely candidate all of a sudden for who put Harry's name in the Goblin Fight. So while Dumbledore is dealing with that, Harry finally breaks through the crowd and tells the next best person, in his opinion, that Voldemort is back. Moody. This is, of course, what Moody / Crouch Jr. wants to hear, and immediately whisks Harry away to hear the entire story. But with the task over, Crumb's body is recovered from the maze as well, and once he wakes up, he tells everyone he was under the Imperius curse, and this is what finally tips Dumbledore off to the real culprit, Moody. The also a pretty similar ending as usual. Dumbledore storms in the door, blasts Barty Crouch, waits for him to transform, feeds him the Veritas Serum, gets the whole story out of him. Meanwhile, Fudge is still seeking corrective actions for the night's events. I mean, after all, somebody did use an unforgivable curse. It doesn't matter which one it is, all of them land you a life sentence in Azkaban. And so when Fudge finds out that it was a Death Eater behind all this, he still summons a Dementor into the castle, who then still performs the Dementor's kiss on Barty Crouch Jr. Meaning, as ever, there's no one to corroborate any of this story at all, and Fudge goes on believing it's all just a big power play by Dumbledore to get him out of office, and that there's absolutely no way Voldemort is dead. Realizing that once again the Ministry will be very little help, Dumbledore immediately starts forming the Order of the Phoenix. But the end of year feast is considerably different because Cedric didn't die this time. Instead, Dumbledore's speech is still about the return of Voldemort, but he really lifts up Harry as what Slytherin feel like, not Lord Voldemort. And on that note, Slytherin once again wins the House Cup 11 years in a row. No big deal. Harry, for his part, though, doesn't feel like much of a champion. He tries to give all of his winnings to Cedric, who he feels absolutely deserves it after being forced by the Cruciatus curse, but Cedric absolutely refutes it. Harry also informs Draco that his father was Draco doesn't give much of a response at all. And in the end, Harry does still end up giving the gold to the twins to start the joke show. On the other hand, I don't think Hermione actually catches Rita Skeeter at the
Leviosa.
The final clue she usually needs is to see Draco talking into his hand, which is of course where Rita is hiding, but that wouldn't happen. But so there you go. That's how Goblet of Fire would go if Harry had been sorted into Slytherin. Voldemort still returns, but Cedric is alive. And Draco himself seems to have had the most confusing just as it seemed he was about to Voldemort himself has returned, and everything has stopped for the past 14 years. Thanks so much for watching part 1 of What If Harry Was in Slytherin. If you want to continue on to the next part of the series, you can click right here. That's going to be Order of the Phoenix through
Wingardium Leviosa.
Welcome back to part 2 of the supercut What If Harry Was in Slytherin. This is going to cover Order of the Phoenix all the way to the end of Deathly Hallows. If you haven't seen part 1 though, I would otherwise enjoy What If Harry. All right, you guys, let's dive on into what happens if Harry is in Slytherin year 5. As usual, we start off in little whinging, and as usual, not much changes. The Ministry has still been discrediting Dumbledore and Harry, and Umbridge still sends the Dementors after Harry. The only real change is that Cedric survived the last book, so Dudley doesn't taunt Harry about his dreams. But the Dementors do attack, and Harry does still fend them off, which means he's promptly expelled from Hogwarts. Or should I say illegally expelled, and only for like 3 minutes because then another owl arrives and like unexpels him, but he does still have to go to trial. Shortly after that, the Order tricks the Dursleys into attending a fake lawn competition award ceremony, and that absolutely never happens because it's hilarious. And then they whisk Harry away to their brand new headquarters at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Harry promptly enters angsty Harry mode where he yells at everybody, attends his first Order of the Phoenix meeting, and then gets the cleaning with everybody else. Interestingly, the Order, which is already in the main story having trouble like recruiting people to their cause or just getting people to believe that Voldemort's back, is having even more trouble in this version of events. And this is of course because in this scenario, Cedric has survived. His dead body is usually a huge obstacle, this like giant smoking gun piece of evidence that seems to corroborate what Harry is saying happened in the maze. And don't get me wrong, I'm really happy Cedric survived, but without a casualty, it really is just Harry and Dumbledore's word against the world. Or should I say the Ministry of Magic in the Daily Prophet, who I will remind you still has access to Rita Skeeter since Hermione didn't end up catching her at the end of last year like usual. Harry's trial goes the same as usual. Dumbledore shows up at the last second and logics the Wizengamot into clearing Harry of all charges before swiftly exiting the chamber and not making eye contact with him at all. Afterwards though, there is a minor change. Harry emerges from the chamber, having been cleared, and runs into Lucius Malfoy, who calls him Patronus Potter. Normally, Harry makes some snide remark about how he escaped from Voldemort and Lucius was there. But this time, Harry responds differently, saying, "What's the matter? Bothered your son's not the only one in our year that can cast a Patronus?" And this hits better than Harry thinks it will, but not for the reasons he thinks. Lucius makes no response at all, because actually, this is brand new information to him. He didn't know Draco could cast a Patronus. Because let's face it, casting a Patronus is an awfully good guy thing to do, and as far as Lucius is concerned, no son of his is a good guy. But from there, Harry returns back to Grimmauld Place, where everybody's Hogwarts letters are waiting for them, including some extra special badges.
This could prove dangerous if I'm not careful.
Even in this version of events, Ron and Hermione have been
What do you have in store for me this time?
Usually causes Harry tremendous pangs of jealousy. This time though, Harry's not in Gryffindor, meaning that he's still not a prefect. Draco still gets the badge. And you might be wondering, wait, why? But it's the same reasoning Dumbledore gives in the main story. You may perhaps have wondered why I chose you as prefect. I must confess that I rather thought you had enough responsibility to be going on.
Lumos.
That said, Harry's letter doesn't come with nothing extra. He might not be a Slytherin prefect, but he has been made Slytherin Quidditch captain. Marcus Flint graduated the previous year, so the position would be open, and you might think, well, wait, if Dumbledore had enough responsibility not to be a prefect, wouldn't he use the same reasoning to not make Harry the Quidditch captain? But no, for two reasons. One, Harry's going to be going to Quidditch practice anyway, so it's not like extra time. But more importantly, Dumbledore is using this position to protect Harry. Usually in the main story, most of the school is unsure about whether or not they should believe Harry, including some of the Gryffindors. Ironically, the Slytherins, even in the main story, do not have this problem. Due to a lot of their parentage, most of them are very aware that Voldemort is back, but they also understand that pretending he's not is part of the plan and go along with acting like crazy. This time, however, Harry is Slytherin, and Dumbledore recognizes that some of his housemates may now turn on him based on their family's beliefs and might even attack him. But giving him some authority as Quidditch captain and making him a larger outcome of how the Quidditch team does at least offers him some protection from outright attack in the common. Also, before we move on, fun question for you guys here. Ron gets the prefect badge, which means he gets a reward, and typically he asks for a broom so that he can try out for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, but now he already has him. He's already on the Quidditch team, and Fred and George already got him some brand new dress suits, and he already has an owl. So what do you think he asks for as his reward? It's not really a big plot point like at all, but it is fun to think about. Like, what would Ron ask for? My money is on a brand new, nice chess set, because it is one of the things he has that he uses the hand-me-down of a lot.
Hand-me-down wizard's chess. You must be a Weasley.
Gotta say, that line works a lot better with Ron's enthusiasm. But anyway, from there, it's time to go back to Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione still have prefect duty on the train, so Harry still follows Ginny into Luna's compartment, where they are still joined by Neville. Neville is, of course, a lot less good friends with Harry in this version, since they don't spend so much time together in Gryffindor, but Neville still would have gone to the Yule Ball with Ginny last year, so yes, he can still sit. As such, everyone in the compartment still gets sprayed by the stink sap from the Mimbulus Mimbletonia, which is, you know, terrible endeavor to endure. But it's not nearly as embarrassing for Harry this time because Cho doesn't show up to witness it. Which, as a reminder, neither Harry nor Cho have a crush on each other this time around, since Cedric is still alive, so he's just still dating Cho. And also, Harry really never developed a crush on Cho to begin with, since he didn't play Quidditch against her in their third year. But don't forget, Ron still did. But all that really happens as a result of the stink sap is that Harry's kind of annoyed at that Longbottom filled out.
Why is it always me?
Then they arrive at school, where normally Harry sees the Thestrals for the first time because he witnessed Cedric die. Although actually, if you look carefully, it says that
Revelio
had his eyes closed at that exact moment. So, but again, Cedric's alive, so Harry can't see the Thestrals, which isn't a huge deal. It just sort of helps Harry confirm that Luna isn't quite as loony as she seems later on once he figures out what the Thestrals are. So he doesn't have that like early moment of connection with her. Then we get to the opening feast, where suddenly Draco confronts Harry and asks him, "Did you tell my father I could produce Patronus?" And Harry confirms that he did, which Draco is clearly perturbed by, although Harry cannot fathom why. The real reason is that Draco was purposely concealing this information from Lucius, knowing that he wouldn't approve of his son knowing such powerful good magic, if you will. The weird thing though is that when Lucius learned about it, he wasn't even upset. He actually considers it good cover because he obviously expects Draco to just follow in his footsteps. So really, Draco's upset with Harry because concealing this knowledge felt good. It's like he was secretly subverting his father, but now he's not mad at Harry for telling his dad that he sort of agrees with Harry, even though his dad interprets the information as a good thing anyway. I know that sounds confusing and like a lot to feel, but teenagers sometimes. Meanwhile, the Sorting Hat gives its warning and suggests that all the houses unite like they're supposed to be, which normally Harry is sort of scoffing at because he hates the Slytherin so much, but this time he's in Slytherin and it feels a lot more feasible because his best friends are already in Gryffindor. Actually, even the main story, Hermione's pretty immediately open to the idea of building bridges with Slytherin House, which Harry remains really grateful for in this version of events because, like Dumbledore predicted, much of Slytherin House seems to have turned cold against him. Then Umbridge stands up to give a really boring speech about how progress for progress' sake must be avoided at all costs. Blah, blah, oh my god. Normally Hermione's there to like decipher this entire speech to Harry, but of course she's sitting at the Gryffindor table, so she can't. Although almost on that exact same note, Harry's first class with Umbridge actually goes a little bit better since he's with the Slytherins this time instead of Gryffindor. Because if you recall, it's actually Hermione who has her hand raised for like 10 minutes before eventually instigating the big argument that ends with Harry shouting at Umbridge that Lord Voldemort is back and getting him a week's worth of detention.
Detention, Mr. Potter!
Meaning Harry actually avoids detention that whole first week, but he still does learn how that conversation goes from the Gryffindors, where the class went about the same. And by the same, I mean mostly Ron just steps in to fill Harry's role. In Harry's absence, Ron is the one who speaks up and informs Umbridge that Voldemort is back and that Harry is telling the truth. And it's actually Ron who has a week's worth of detention right out of the gate. Unlike Harry though, Ron pretty immediately tells Hermione and Harry what detention is like, and he's having to write "I must not tell lies" into the back of his team. Harry, for his part, is appalled by this information and brings it up with Umbridge in his very next defense against the Dark Arts class, which then does in fact.
Detention, Mr. Potter!
But because Ron has detention that first week, it means he misses the Gryffindor Quidditch team tryouts, so he misses his sister Ginny trying out the team, and guess what? She makes it as Seeker. Ron is, of course, horribly irritated by this. He has been a Gryffindor Seeker for the past past 3 years. His hand hurts terribly, and now he's lost his spot on the Quidditch team to his little. This start, however, Angelina, who is the Gryffindor Quidditch captain that year, confronts Ron and teases him. Look, Ron, practice, genuinely great to see you. You really have to build it. You're not as small as you once were, but as a dog, you still need a keeper. You might not have the skills built it, Ron. You're about as clever for a keeper as anyone. And I know from years of playing that you're a great flyer. If you want the job, it's yours. And Ron unwittingly accepts. Harry's first week as Quidditch captain goes okay. Typically this is the year where Crabbe and Goyle join the team, but obviously that doesn't happen this time because Harry is not going to accept any Death Eater offspring on his Quidditch team. In fact, on that note, Draco is the one Harry leaves in charge when he himself has detention with Dolores the following week. Draco, of course, is the next highest seniority on the team, and Harry thinks it is something of a peace offering for Kelly Lucius without Draco's trunks. And Draco, for his part, recognizes the peace offering and in return reveals that his dad recognized the dog who was with them at the platform when they left the school wing. Also, for what it's worth, Draco does now finally have Expelliarmus. 2000, and with Voldemort returning, Lucius has dropped a lot of the general petty.
Imperium.
Much larger goals for I mean, these things don't grow on trees now. The next big event that's serious is checking in on Harry via the fireplace in the common room, trying to respond to Harry's letter about his scar. Hagrid is. The main difference is obviously that happens in the Slytherin common room this time. Sirius still suggests that Bombarda, Hermione, and Hogsmeade, but
Expelliarmus, Confringo,
recognizing Snuffles on the platform, and the Daily Poppin saying that the recent spiders in Black in London here shuts this down. The following day, educational decree number 20.
Incendio.
Yes, let's do it!
Incendio.
Differences. For one, Cedric is still alive, and thus Cedric shows up. Along with him, of course, is Cho, who is still his girlfriend, but who would really obviously rather be doing just about anything else on their first trip to Hogsmeade. Like, say, for example, hitting up Madame Puttyfoots for a hot cup of coffee. In the main story, Cho is actually extremely interested in the DA and very motivated to go, and she is the one who's having to drag her friend Marietta Edgecombe. This time, however, she's definitely just attending because Cedric wants to go, so Marietta doesn't come at all. And you might think less people would show up overall because it seems like less people are believing Harry's version of events this year, but by now, a lot of the students are really starting to hate Umbridge, and Cedric's vote of confidence in him in particular seems to be spurring people on. As ever in this first meeting, Harry finally starts to get some credit for all the crazy things he has accomplished in his first 4 years at Hogwarts as he answers questions people are asking. Cedric himself even confirms the rumors that Harry talked down a basilisk during his second year, having seen Harry control the basilisk under the lake just last year during the second task. And Ron, for his part, is just super unimpressed with Cedric's presence. I was in that lake too, you know. Helped. Actually, speaking of the lake though, in the last video I asked you guys for fan art of Harry riding the basilisk in the lake, and oh my gosh, wow did you deliver. Just look at these are they are amazing. I love them. Thank you all so much to anyone who submitted these. I've been enjoying looking at them. Interestingly though, even though Harry is the Slytherin this year, he is still the only Slytherin at this meeting. And this is something Harry actually points out at this meeting, reminding everyone that the real reason he's the only Slytherin here is that the rest of the Slytherins are probably just afraid of either their parents or Voldemort. And at these words, Hermione catches Harry's eye and smiles before quickly ushering everyone up to the front to sign her secretly cursed card. The formation of this club, of course, prompts Umbridge to pass Educational Decree number 24, which bans clubs that are approved by her. Normally, this law forces the existence of the Gryffindor Quidditch team to be in jeopardy, but since this law is basically passed and 100% at Harry, it's actually the Slytherin team who's in jeopardy this time. Which I have to say, this is just a stupid move by Umbridge. Usually she can lean on Slytherin House for a little bit more support, since so many of the students there recognize that everyone thinking Harry is crazy is beneficial to Voldemort. But as ever with tyrants, people are drawn to them because they themselves want power. But as quickly as tyrants will turn on their people, people will turn on them. And sure enough, the Slytherins do not take kindly to this less than special treatment that they are accustomed to, even though they are eventually cleared to play. In the meantime, Harry gets another note from Sirius, but having another conversation similar to the fireplace. This is the owl that Umbridge actually intercepts and reads, so she's sort of waiting for it. Before Umbridge steps in, though, Sirius, as usual, is just pleased as punch that Harry is learning this secret defense against the dark arts club and causing all sorts of ruckus. And while he helps Harry brainstorm a place to have the meetings, before they land on anything, Umbridge cuts in and Sirius has to flee. Turns out, though, this conversation wasn't nearly as private as Harry thought it was going to be. Not only was Umbridge waiting for it to happen, but after Sirius leaves, Draco emerges and reveals he overheard the entire thing. And whilst Harry immediately panics, unsure what this means, is Draco going to tell his father about this?
You wait till my father hears about this.
He quickly breathes a sigh of relief, as Draco actually has come with a suggestion as somewhere Harry can host the meetings for this defense group. A place he and Harry know all too well. The Chamber of Secrets. And it really is perfect. Harry, Ron, and Draco are really the only ones who even know where the entrance is, and Harry is the only one with the power to unlock the 2 series of parcel mouth lock doors that get you into the chamber. Honestly, even in the main story, it used to bother me, like, why didn't they just go down there? Harry knows about it, but I guess the real problem is that they wouldn't have a way to get all the students back out afterwards because it's so far underground. However, that is not an issue this time because Harry has a very obvious way of ferrying everyone back up to the castle after the meetings. All everyone has to do is hold on tight to the back of the basilisk, which can easily carry the entire group all the way back up to the castle after each meeting. God, I love the basilisk. The DA meetings themselves go pretty well. They all still formally vote to have Harry be the official leader and give him some authority, even though some of the Hufflepuffs, Zachariah Smith, argue that Cedric should lead them too. After all, he was also a student. Honestly, I'm not even sure why they have to vote. I don't think Harry needs any official authority when he can control the giant freaking snake in the room, but whatever. Cedric, for his part, shuts this down and votes for Harry himself. But once the training starts, it's pretty obvious why Cedric was the other school champion, as he is high and away the best student Harry has. That said, they start things off like usual by practicing Expelliarmus. Cedric pairs with Cho and Ron with Hermione. But Harry notices that Cedric is really kind of repulsive to try against his girlfriend and suggests that he trades places with Hermione. And while this is genuinely a good teaching maneuver so that all the students are properly motivated, it's also a little bit of Harry's playing wingman for Ron, if you will, as it does then give Ron the opportunity to beat Cedric in front of Cho, and it actually is really motivating for Ron. On the other hand, it is straight up discouraging for Cho, who is simply no match for Hermione and has a very lousy lesson and an overall bad time. And after all, I mean, she was really just there to spend time with Cedric anyway. Harry himself actually makes this matter worse by going on to congratulate Hermione on her absolutely perfect spell. That brings us to the first Quidditch match of the year, Gryffindor versus Slytherin. Typically, the build-up for this matchup is huge since Quidditch has been off for a year and since the Gryffindors and Slytherins hate each other so much. But with Harry as a captain, there isn't this like whole prolonged smear campaign by the Slytherins leading up to the match, and there's also no like Weasley is our king badges or song. It's also Ron's first go as keeper, a position he was initially sort of reluctant to take, but is finding he's actually kind of good at. Really, what we have here is a Ron who's highly motivated by his progress in the DA. He's riding a Nimbus 2000, and he didn't suffer the minor smear campaign. He actually makes a really good showing. In fact, let's be real, the Gryffindors are otherwise stacked this year. They have Angelina, Alicia, Katie, Ron, Fred, and George, all of whom are upperclassmen and who have been flying together for like 4 years now. Meanwhile, Harry's limited pool of candidates for players on Quidditch that don't include parents who are Death Eaters or Voldemort supporters has left him with a very young, less experienced. As such, the match begins and Gryffindor is easily able to run up the score. It is quickly 150-0. Ron is on fire. Draco has the ball, but Ginny sees the snitch. So does Harry. The race is on. Draco zooms for goal. He dodges one bludger from Fred. Harry is level with Ginny. Draco dodges another bludger from George. Harry's ahead of Ginny. He reaches out. Draco shoots. Ron blocks it. Harry catches the snitch. It's a tie!
Go!
Wow, what a game. Even I was on the edge of my seat. I made it up. Ron saves a narrow loss, remains technically undefeated to Harry, and is by all means, at least to the Gryffindors, a king. Now, normally after this match, Draco successfully taunts Harry, Fred, and George into physically attacking him, which results in the three of them being banned from Quidditch forever. Let's see how to possibly carry on after school. Obviously, that just doesn't happen this time, so neither Harry or Fred or George get this permanent ban. At least not yet. You know Umbridge is looking. Later that night, Hagrid finally returns from his mission to go see the Giants, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione don't go visit him on that night because it's Hermione who notices Hagrid is back from the Gryffindor common room, and obviously Harry's out in the Slytherin common room, and they have no way to get him. So they don't actually see Hagrid until the next morning at breakfast, meaning they miss Umbridge's initial interrogation of Hagrid, but it might go a little bit better, honestly, since she doesn't see their 3 sets of footprints leading up to his hut. Either way, though, all it prompts the trio to do is to warn Hagrid not to show them monsters, which is advice he doesn't take anyway. And actually, in the very next class, he shows them Thestrals. This lesson is obviously way different for Harry this time, since obviously he can't see the Thestrals. Instead, it's just Neville and some other mysterious, unnamed 5th-year Slytherin boy, although presumably
Not sure how I'd fare in a little place like this.
They obviously are sharing a dorm. Personally, I like to think of him as Pete. Pete's really not so bad. Keeps to himself. He's haunted by witnessing the deaths. Nonetheless, it's still a good lesson where Harry learns how to work and have an insanely good sense of navigation. But that brings us to the last DA meeting before Christmas, where usually Harry and Cho kiss for the first time, but obviously this time they don't. But don't y'all worry, I can tell you're hungry for some sweet, sweet, wet action. Harry's words, not mine.
Well, where was it?
Wet.
Well, I have some good news for you as Harry is bidding everyone farewell, congratulating them on a semester well done, passing out high fives and hugs all around. Hermione rushes up to him and gives him a hug as well, says, "Great job this semester, Harry," and gives him a swift kiss on the cheek. Harry, of course, has no idea what to think of that. Was it friendly, fleeting, congratulatory, nothing? Mostly he assumes friendly, not that he has much time to think about it, though, because, oh my gosh, he's asleep. Snake. He attacks, and this is a big difference. Normally he's in Gryffindor Tower and immediately wakes up in a panic, which wakes everybody else up, and he starts screaming that he needs to go save Mr. Weasley. But this time he's in the Slytherin common room, meaning when he wakes up in a panic, he actually wakes up Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, Blaze the Beanie, and that other dude, Pete, who didn't see Thestrals. He's in such a panic that nobody really knows what to do, but Draco at least goes and fetches Snape, who immediately informs Dumbledore and McGonagall about what's happening, and rushes Harry up to the headmaster's office, where the rest of the Weasley children have been assembled as well, and they all port key out. The main difference here is that while Crabbe and Goyle are definitely too thick to understand what was happening in the moment, they're definitely going to go home and tell their parents about this incident, who are then immediately going to tell Voldemort what happened, who can then immediately put the pieces together and realize, oh my gosh, I have a link into Harry Potter's mind. He actually sort of figured this out on his own anyway, but now he has really, really concrete evidence as to what happened. Once at Grimmauld Place, Harry starts to worry that he has a snake inside of him, and is reminded of his second year where he thought he was the heir of Slytherin and was attacking people. But you weren't attacking people. It was Voldemort, he tells himself. What? The basilisk listened to you, not him, didn't it? He argues that to himself. Ever since Harry's second year, he's been extremely proud to be in Slytherin, feeling like he is what truly represents a Slytherin, not power-hungry, murderous Voldemort. But now, feeling like he was inside the snake's head, he's starting to second-guess himself. Is this what it means to be a true Slytherin? He wonders to be a terrible snake? He wonders if he's on the same path as Voldemort. After all, wasn't Tom Riddle a star pupil in Slytherin House who won them lots of points and championships before going to the dark side? Is he somehow walking the same path? Certainly a lot to think about, but next up is St. Mungo's and everyone's favorite, the Janus Ficky Boy. St. Mungo's is about the same as always. Arthur tries to fix himself with Muggle stitches, Gilderoy Lockhart is as loopy as his handwriting, and they run into Neville and meet his parents and learn about Bella. Oh, and they overhear Mad Eye talking about how Harry is being possessed by Voldemort, which is, you know, continuing to freak Harry out. Although it does alleviate some of his concerns about it being eliminated. Either way though, it doesn't last long as Ginny eventually just clears up what it's actually like being possessed by Voldemort. Don't forget that even though Draco was the one taken from the chamber, Ginny still had the diary for a while in Harry's second year. This leaves the group to enjoy the rest of the holidays pretty nicely until the very last day when Harry finds out that he's going to be getting occlumency lessons from Snape, which actually isn't nearly as bad for Harry this go round since his and Snape's relationship isn't as strained as usual since Harry is such a star pupil for Slytherin house. Which is not to say Snape and Sirius's relationship is any better at all. They still absolutely hate each other and still have a very loud argument about this topic before Harry's first occlumency lesson is his very first night back at Hogwarts, the same day he does not ask Cho out for Valentine's Day this year. And I suppose the lesson is a little bit more constructive than usual since Snape's not so mean to Harry all the time. But really, Harry is just terrible at occlumency like hard stop, so it's not that much better. Turns out it's an eventful 2 days back though, as the very next morning is also when 10 Death Eaters break out of Azkaban. And while this swells Voldemort's ranks, it also swells the number of people who are believing Harry's version of events since so many people are afraid of these Death Eaters who escape. It also prompts the passing of Educational Decree number 25, which stops the teachers from telling their students about anything not related to their subjects. The DA meetings pick up again, and as usual, Neville progresses really fast, being highly motivated by Bellatrix's escape. In fact, in almost no time flat, he's able to successfully face off against Cedric. What? And between Ron's determination to impress Cho by defeating Cedric and Neville's sudden improvement, Cedric himself finds himself really motivated and committed to the DA. Not that he needs much more motivation, as he was tortured in the maze last year by one of the Death Eaters, well, by the transitive property. But as often happens in groups like this, the competitive nature of it all is just really spurring him on. Cho, meanwhile, is feeling more ignored and less enthused than ever, especially as her parents lean more and more on the ministry, the more and more bad things happen. Speaking of whom, though, Harry's Valentine's Day trip to Hogsmeade is much different than usual. Rather than not enjoying his very not tasty, very not Carlin Brothers coffee, available at carlinbrotherscoffee.com, the best way to feel alive in the morning and not dead, he instead gets to spend the whole day with Hermione. Ron, of course, has Quidditch practice. Normally, this is when Harry does the interview with Rita Skeeter for the Quibbler because Hermione blackmails him into it. And I actually think they still do the interview. Hermione just has to switch up her tactics to make it happen. Because if you will recall, in Goblet of Fire, Rita actually starts out writing about Harry in this very tragic, kind of supportive way, even though it's like highly inaccurate and still causes Harry a lot of anguish. But then later, Hermione points out that the readers are getting bored of seeing Harry as this tragic hero, and instead she switched tactics and starts attacking Harry. Same thing is happening this time, except it's time for the pendulum to swing back in the other direction again. Because at this point, it's going to have been like 9 months of bashing Harry in the Prophet. The only difference is the Prophet actually won't let her switch angles. But with the escape of 10 Death Eaters and public opinion swaying, Hermione is able to lure Rita in with the promise of an exclusive interview with Harry Potter. I mean, you gotta fight fire with fire, right? I do suppose I have to pay Rita for her work this time since she's not being blackmailed into doing it, but I think Harry's okay with paying her. He's got lots of money. As ever though, this issue of the Quibbler is an absolute hit and forces the passing of Education Decree number 27, which says you can't read the Quibbler. Seems mildly specific. This of course makes the Quibbler a truly hot commodity around the school, but I do think this finally costs Harry his captainship of the Slytherin Quidditch team, something Dolores has been trying to take from him all year and naturally. Which means Draco takes over as captain for the rest of the year. Speaking of whom, though, Draco is having kind of a mixed reaction to this article in the Quibbler, in which Harry named his father as a Death Eater. Draco, of course, already knew this, but people are not treating him well because of the article, which, of course, is really hard for him because he doesn't really agree with his father very much at this point, but is also not in a position where he's willing to openly speak out against them. So, like, what to do? Moving on though, next up, Trelawney is still fired and Frenzy is still hired, and the DA is at last discovered by Umbridge. Now typically it's Marietta Edgecombe who blabs to Umbridge, but this time, and I'm sure you saw it coming, it was Cho. Actually what also happens in the movies. Dobby is able to still give the DA a bit of a head start in getting out of the Chamber of Secrets. And now they've been navigating the pipes long enough that they know other bathrooms they can exit from. So for the most part, everyone gets away, but Harry himself actually still gets caught by none other than Draco. As ever, Harry is brought up to Dumbledore's office, where
Let's see
Dumbledore
what's up your
tries
sleeve
to
this
defend
time, Merlin.
Harry, but is ultimately forced to flee Hogwarts, and Umbridge becomes headmistress. The next day, the Inquisitorial Squad is officially introduced to the school, and to Harry's surprise, Draco is a part of it. However, she pulls Harry aside and explains, "Sorry about last night. I didn't really know what we were looking for. She came around last night looking for students to help and seemed to think anyone who mentioned in your article would oblige to help you out. She was right. Everyone and some others...
Arresto momentum.
Harry listens to the apology, but is still pretty upset.
Arresto momentum.
Forced out of the school and is unsure what to do. Or another. In the meantime, though, it is time for Fred and George to do phase one of their plan of exiting. They light up their huge bag of fireworks and manage to dodge the Inquisitorial Squad by shoving one of their members into a...
Arresto momentum.
Now, if you're remembering part 2 of the series, this is the
Arresto momentum.
cabinet that nearly let the Snick failed to convince thieves to smash. In the main story, the smashed cabinet keeps in limbo for weeks, but not smashed, so really just passed to Borgin and Burks. Arrives very confused. That said, though, the eventual return of Monty Draco usually interrupts one of Harry and Snape's occlumency lessons with, like, Snape has to go tend to Montague, who finally shows up and Harry is Snape's thoughts. So actually, that won't go into and see the Marauders torment Snape, which then also means Harry doesn't stop getting occlumency lessons with Snape and doesn't break into Umbridge's office to have an overly earnest conversation about what a jerk was. Instead, Harry is just present to see Fred and George's grand escape after they set up a swamp in one of the upper corridors and leave with a blaze of glory, although they don't have to summon their brooms from Umbridge's office this time because they never got the Quidditch ban, but they definitely still fly off in a blaze of glory. But okay, so then if Harry doesn't stop taking occlumency lessons, does that mean he successfully blocks Voldemort out and isn't lured into the Ministry later on? Absolutely not. As we mentioned earlier, despite Harry giving the several months solid effort, he is never very good at occlumency, which is surprising because Harry is like innately good at basically every other kind of defensive magic. He throws off the Imperius Curse on his first try. You can't do this, in part because I think he actually kind of wanted to know what that was. The aftermath of Fred and George leaving, though, is pretty much the same. The students began causing chaos everywhere, especially Peeves. They began upending tables, bursting out of blackboards, toppling statues and vases, smashing lanterns, snuffed out candles, juggling burning torches into the heads of screaming
This
students,
could prove
causing
dangerous if I'm
piles
not
of
careful.
parchments to topple into fires or out of windows, flooded the second floor when he pulled off all the taps in the bathrooms, dropped a bag of tarantulas in the middle of the Great Hall during breakfast, and whenever he fancied a break, spent hours at a time floating along after Umbridge, blowing loud raspberries every time she spoke. And I have to say, I think somewhere in the midst of all that chaos, he does still break the Vanishing Cabinet. Next up, Hagrid takes Harry and Hermione to go see Groff off in the woods, meaning they still have the Quidditch match of the year. But it has to be said, without Harry playing for Slytherin and basically the entire Gryffindor squad active the entire time, Gryffindor has been on a tear. Which is, I guess, just to say they also beat Hufflepuff, who would have still had Cedric as Seeker. But seriously, they do all this training week in and week out. They play 3 games a year. Like, each team should play the other teams at least twice, minimum. Like, probably 3 times. Like, even then, 9 games is still not a lot of games. Either way, despite the twins' recent departure, Ravenclaw Cho herself doesn't even let Sneak written across her face from the cursed parchment. Plus, after Cedric found out that she was the one to tell Umbridge about the DA, honestly, this version of the story does not go nearly as well for Cho. I mean, although I guess last time her boyfriend died, so maybe she's just... Anyway, Gryffindor wins the Quidditch Cup! Preview Rod, way to go! Who, in case you're wondering, also has kind of turned cold on the whole show. About the Umbridge reveal. Not that Cho was ever really reciprocating feelings for him or anything, but next up for the 5th years is their OWL exams, which pretty much go the exact same for Harry. Being in Slytherin hasn't really affected his performance in classes that much. Although it has affected Draco, who also gets an outstanding in defense against the dark arts by, like Harry, using Patronus. Harry actually managed to watch some of Draco's exams, though, and was impressed by some of the other defensive spells he was able to perform as well, though. During Harry's astronomy exam, Umbridge goes to fire Hagrid, and McGonagall shows up and gets Harry still ends up where Harry falls asleep in the middle of his history of magic exam, and oh my gosh, this is where he has a crazy vision about Voldemort torturing Sirius in the Department of Mysteries. Feels like we need some smoke for that. The difference here is that when he wakes up, his normal first thought is to tell McGonagall, which of course he can't because she's stunned, and then he also can't tell Dumbledore or Hagrid because they've been removed from the school. Typically, he just completely forgets that Snape is also in the Order. But being in Slytherin House and having not had any of his occlumency lessons canceled, I think he does remember Snape is in the Order this time. So Harry's actually able to tell Snape just right away about the vision he saw. However, Snape immediately scolds him for not employing any of the occlumency they've been practicing. He tells Harry he should not have seen that at all, demands that Harry stay at the school, and that definitely the Dark Lord and Sirius Black, the two most wanted wizards in the world, are not at the Ministry of Magic in the middle of the day. To be fair, Snape is also working for Voldemort at this point as a double agent, so he might also just absolutely know this is a trap, but is unaware of how Harry is going to take this information. Harry, as you might expect, doesn't take any of Snape's advice to heart at all. He's completely aware of the absolute hatred between Snape and Sirius, and he just doesn't agree with Snape's assessment of the situation, especially after he accurately told everyone that Mr. Weasley was attacked during Christmas. And from Harry's perspective, Snape might not even care if Sirius dies. Therefore, as ever, he disregards Snape's advice, rounds up Ron and Hermione, and starts devising how they're going to get to the Ministry. Hermione, though, as ever the clear head, persuades Harry to try and check if Sirius is at headquarters by using Umbridge's fireplace. Harry agrees and immediately races down to the Slytherin common room to retrieve his invisibility cloak to pull off the plan, while Ron and Hermione look for other DA members who might be able to help them. They find Ginny and Luna. Harry successfully breaks into Umbridge's office and is able to talk to Creature at Grimmauld Place, who immediately confirms Harry's worst fears just before he is pulled back out of the fireplace by Umbridge. This is where things are starting to look pretty bad for Harry, as the Inquisitorial Squad, including Draco, have rounded up all of Harry's friends. The change here is that instead of Neville, it's actually Cedric who stepped in and tried to help out, and for his part, he actually took down a couple of Inquisitorial Squad members before they simply outnumbered. Umbridge then sends one of the squad members to go and fetch Snape so she can try and force Harry to take Veritaserum, but for some reason they cannot. And therefore, Umbridge decides to take things into her own hands and reasons herself into using the Cruciatus curse on Harry. The entire room stares as Umbridge lowers her wand at Harry, who is helpless to fight back. She's about to cast a spell, and then Stupefy! Draco stuns Umbridge in the back and quickly tosses Harry. The other members of the Inquisitorial Squad are so shocked that they react a second too late, and in that time, Harry manages to stun two more. Draco in the meantime
won't get the best of me
to protect Harry from incoming spells from the other members. But that's all it takes. And the rest of the students in the DA are able to break through and overwhelm the rest of the students. You'll have to stun me too, says Draco. I'll talk my way out of it. Say Weasley got a hold of my wand and stunned Umbridge, not me. And with that, a moment of understanding passes between Draco and Harry, who then stuns Draco. Gently, I'll have to think. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Cedric, Ginny, and Luna then flee the castle onto the grounds, where Harry fills everyone else in on the situation. How do we get to the Ministry now? Says Ron. Brooms? Suggests Cedric. But we don't have time to go get them. I should have grabbed mine while we were in Umbridge's office, Harry says. We can summon them, Cedric assures him. It doesn't matter if it's chained up. If the spell is strong enough, they'll come. Then, acting on pure adrenaline and instinct, Harry raises his wand and shouts, Accio Fireball! Which, sure enough, comes crashing out of Umbridge's office, chain and all. Ginny, Ron, and Cedric then follow suit, summoning their own brooms, but Luna and Hermione don't have brooms. Not to worry, says Luna as she makes a weird shrieking sound into the forest, as, you know, Luna does. This summons a Thestral to her side, which she informs Hermione they can ride to the Ministry. Hermione begins to protest, but Luna interrupts. They have a very excellent sense of direction, you know? Can show us the way. Brilliant, says Harry, and with that, they take to the sky, with Hermione hanging on to Luna for dear life, and everyone else following what appears to be just a flying Luna Lovegood, who has to be said looks perfectly amazing. Once at the Ministry, the group quickly finds its way down to the Department of Mystery and makes several bad guesses at the doors, finding the time room, the brain room, the space room, and the death chamber, before eventually finding the Hall of Prophecy. Once in the hall, Harry quickly races to where he knows Sirius is supposed to be, except he's not there. Ron notices Harry's prophecy on the shelf. Harry reaches out and grabs it. Avada Kedavra! A shrill voice cuts through the air and a jet of green light flashes around him. Harry turns around. No! Cedric! But it's too late. Cedric falls to the ground, dead. "Now hand that over to me, Potter," says the drawling voice of Lucius Malfoy, stepping out of the shadows, wand still drawn. Harry is in shock. He's hardly able to take in the situation, but comprehension is dawning. Sirius was not here. Voldemort had tricked him. Whatever this thing was he was holding is what he wanted. But whatever it was, he didn't care. Cedric was dead, and he couldn't let anyone else be harmed on this mission. Harry steps forward, intent on handing over the orb before anyone else gets hurt, but before he's even made a move, spells erupt in every direction around him. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Luna had all cast spells simultaneously. They weren't going down without a fight. Several Death Eaters immediately coupled while others raised their hands to protect their heads from falling glass orbs on every side. "Run!" yells Harry as they all rush back to the big circular room. "We have this together!"
Off on another
Just pick
adventure,
a door
are
with the
we?
X. We know one of them's the exit. But of course, they choose wrong and instead enter the Death Chamber, the veil looming on the dais. Unable to exit with the Death Eaters hot on the trail, Harry instructs everyone to spread out, get ready to fight. They do. As the Death Eaters catch up, they're able to bottleneck a few at the door, but eventually their numbers overwhelm them. And soon, Dumbledore's army finds itself overpowered until it's just Harry left, Lucius Malfoy bearing down on him. Harry has nothing left except thoughts of Cedric dying in front of him. And then...
Get away from my guts.
And from here, I think you pretty much know the drill. The order arrives and the fight is on. Turns out nobody could find Snape earlier because he was in fact investigating Harry's claims. Spells are flying in every direction and the day seems won until Bellatrix lands a stunning spell on Sirius, who tumbles backwards and through the veil. Harry, of course, pursues her to the entrance, where he then encounters Voldemort, who duels with Dumbledore, who manages to fend him off. This happens almost simultaneously with Fudge arriving for work, presumably to head up to his office to heat his morning fudge when he sees Voldemort. He's back! But in the aftermath of the battle, things go down pretty much as usual. Dumbledore tells Harry about the prophecy and how Voldemort believes he is the chosen one. But the end of the year feast is a lot different, as now everyone knows for sure that Voldemort is back, and that one of his Death Eaters, Draco's father specifically, killed Cedric Diggory. Draco can hardly show his face around the school, which Harry feels is kind of unfair, as only he, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, and Luna actually know how much Draco helped them. But in honor of Cedric's death, Dumbledore does award the House Cup to Hufflepuff, finally ending Slytherin's long win streak. And then the Second War begins. Okay, so as per always, our story begins in Spinner's End, where Bellatrix and Narcissa have arrived at Snape's home. And as usual, Narcissa is terrified because her son Draco has been given the task of killing Albus Dumbledore as punishment for Lucius's total blunder at the Ministry just months ago. And on the whole, this pretty much plays out the same. The prophecy was still unrecovered, and if anything, Lucius made an even bigger mess of things by also killing Cedric Diggory this time. Which, on that note, I've gotten this question a lot: why would Lucius kill Cedric? Is he really that trigger happy? And the answer is because Cedric is the only 7th year student there, a highly recognizable Triwizard champion, and the only one who the Death Eaters might have seen as a threat. Plus, instantly killing him really sets the tone for just how serious they're being. As such, Narcissa still asks Snape to enter an unbreakable vow with her to help Draco in his task, and Snape, as ever, agrees to shut Bellatrix up because she is so annoying. The obvious big change in this situation, though, is where Draco's heart lies. If you recall, last we saw him, he was stunning Dolores Umbridge in her office to help out Dumbledore's army. But outside of the VA, none of the Death Eaters are aware that Draco helped him. So Draco, along with his parents' lives, are still on the line contingent upon Draco completing this task, which of course is still to kill Dumbledore. And you might be thinking, wait a minute, isn't Voldemort like a super good Legilimens? Wouldn't he be able to detect Draco's true allegiance? And while that's true, the answer is an almost unsurprising no. For 2 reasons. First, one of the cool things we actually learn about Draco in this year is that he, unlike Harry, is actually really talented at occlumency. Admittedly, probably not good enough to totally throw off Voldemort if Voldemort was like really trying, but this is gonna be another example of where Voldemort's arrogance is his absolute downfall. Because here's the thing, Voldemort would never see Draco as a threat at all. It's the same way he doesn't see house elves as a threat. Like, Draco is just so young as to otherwise be a non-entity. In fact, this is exactly like how it doesn't count when Harry gets in the boat in the cave to get the Horcrux later. Like, Voldemort just doesn't think that registers. Plus, on top of that, it's all just punishment anyway. It's not like he expects him to succeed. It's not even a real job. All that really just to say that, yes, Draco is indeed still tasked with killing them. But he is on much better terms with Harry, so that should make for a much more interesting year. Speaking of Harry, though, he is again at the Dursleys, which, as usual in this retelling of things, has almost no bearing on anything. So once again, Harry is just laying there waiting for the arrival of Albus Dumbledore, who does indeed arrive and does still use the mead to clink the Dursleys on the head. I think that's hilarious. That absolutely stays. And from there, he and Harry set off on a special mission before he's going to drop him off at the Burrow for the rest of the summer. I will say one small change. I couldn't tell you why this happened when Harry was in Slytherin, but the Dursleys' Agapanthus look just like total garbage. I mean, that's just how it is. After retrieving Harry, though, Dumbledore and him set off to go recruit one of his old teachers, Professor Slughorn. And as they walk towards Slughorn's hiding spot, they discuss the brand new minister, which is of course still Rufus Scrimgeour. And Harry asks Dumbledore about his now blackened hand, which as usual, he doesn't tell Harry anything about. But the main difference, and this is kind of a big one, is that Dumbledore is not wearing the ring in this situation. And that's because in this version of things, he has not yet destroyed the ring, which is because, if you recall, way back in chapter 2 of this series, Harry never pulled the sword of Gryffindor out of the hat and then subsequently impregnated it with basilisk venom, which is a really interesting problem for this particular version of events, because if you recall in the main story, like next year, the sword is super useful in destroying Horcruxes. But it also means that throughout the school year, Dumbledore is going to be sitting up in his office with the undestroyed ring, and we all know how detrimental just being in proximity of a Horcrux can be over time. But back to old Horace, though. Believe it or not, Harry actually has an even easier time recruiting Slughorn to return to his teaching post at Hogwarts this year, because he's actually in Slughorn's old house, Slytherin, which overall is good news, but unfortunately for Dumbledore, it leaves him with not nearly as much time to read about the new knitting patterns. Either way, though, Harry is super successful, and from there, he and Dumbledore head to the Burrow, where Harry has some thoroughly hot soup before turning into bed. As usual, he is awoken bright and early the next morning by the sounds of Ron and Hermione barging into his room, although he's probably a little bit more taken aback at the sight of Hermione just sitting at the edge of his bed. Soon after, their OWL results come in, which are the same as usual, and this is also when Harry is usually made the Quidditch captain, but this time around he's actually been the Quidditch captain for a full year at this point. However, it turns out that in this version of events, Ron has been made the Gryffindor Quidditch captain in their 6th year, along with being a prefect. I mean, I have to say, Harry being in Slytherin really makes Ron's job of like filling Bill and Charlie's shoes like way easier. Not that any of that's expected of you, Ron. I mean, you do you, man. But that brings us back to Diagon Alley for some good old back to school shopping. And typically this trip is kind of a big deal. It's where the compass really starts pointing towards the newly imprinted dark mark on Draco's arm at a robe shop, where he won't let her get anywhere near it. That said, this time around they do still see him in the robe shop, but it doesn't turn into like a big shouting match like usual. It's just sort of like chilly. Draco obviously has to keep up appearances for his mother. But really, while they might not be like best friends forever or anything, at this point, from Harry's point of view, they are really leaning towards much closer to allies than anything else. As such, later on in the day, when Draco gives his mother the slip to head down Knockturn Alley and go to Morgan M first, the Golden Trio don't have to like tail him under the invisibility. They just confront him directly and ask what he's doing. Draco, wake up! What was all that about in Malkin? Where are you heading?
Confringo! What's that?
And honestly, a little taken aback, Harry, Ron, and Hermione are confused as to why Draco helped them at the end of last year, but now he's being Quentin's master another guy fucking Azkaban? Says Ron through a mouthful of food. Probably could be, but I thought he wasn't on very good terms with his father anymore, says Harry through a mouth with no food in it at all, though it has to be said, still, even if you're not on good terms with your parents, I don't think you want them chucked in Azkaban. I don't think even Percy would want your parents locked up, Ron, says Hermione wisely through her still large front teeth. I'm not really sure you needed to know what was going on with everyone's mouth in that scene, but I'll tell you what, it felt relevant while we were writing. But that brings us to the Hogwarts Express, which goes down quite differently, I have to say. I mean, the Slug Club certainly still happens with all of the same invitees. That includes Belby, Blaze, Cormac, Ginny, Neville, and Harry. Surprisingly, Belby doesn't joke on the chicken wing this time.
Revelio.
The big difference, of course, is that Harry is way less suspicious of Draco this time around. So after the Slug Club meeting, he doesn't follow Blaze back to the Slytherin compartment, doesn't hide in the luggage racks, and then doesn't get Petrificus Totalis by Draco and left for dead under the invisibility cloak with a broken nose, which also means Tonks doesn't come along to find him and doesn't send up a Patronus messenger, so Harry doesn't notice that she has a new Patronus. Instead, Harry just returns back to his old compartment where Ron is looking chilly by not being invited to the Slug Club, but at least he's making Luna laugh about something. Two of them, I guess, are just hanging out. The feast itself goes about as usual, except of course Harry is sitting at the Slytherin table where Draco asks him how the Slug Club went. Harry says it was fine, but really just feels relieved that Draco isn't upset with him after their meeting in Nocturne Alley. But he does ask him about it again, and Draco responds very casually, "Oh, that was nothing to worry about, just browsing some shops for my mother. She doesn't like to be seen in Nocturne Alley anymore, not since my father was locked up." Harry doesn't press the matter any further, but also doesn't think this answer adds up very much, as if that was the case, Draco easily could have just said that when they met him in the alley. Otherwise, Slughorn is introduced as the new potions master, and Snape still gets the defense against the Dark Arts. The next morning, all the sixth years head down to the Great Hall to get their schedules approved by their head of house. Snape informs Harry that he is truly lucked out, that he never would have accepted the EOWL into his senior potions class, that's Slughorn will. Ron, of course, gets the exact same news from McGonagall, and so together they head down to potions class, where they obviously don't have the books, so Slughorn still has to loan them out copies of Advanced Potion Making. And as usual, Harry ends up with the Half-Blood Prince's copy of the book. Class itself, of course, proceeds as usual, except that when Harry smells the Amortentia, he smells treacle tart, the woody handle of a broomstick, and old parchment that for some reason reminds him of the library. Either way, Slughorn offers Felix Felicis as the prize for the day, and Harry, as usual, wins. Harry then also has his first lesson with Snape, and honestly, it's a lot easier for us to keep track of all the students now, because if you're in the NEWT level, you just have it with everyone who's having the class. No weird house split happening. Which means Draco is in the class. I mean, he usually is. The big difference is that he is much more motivated to learn about defense against the Dark Arts. So, when the subject of Inferi crops up, as it inevitably does, Draco raises his hand and asks whether or not Fiend Fire would be effective at defeating them. And Snape confirms that while it would be effective, it might then be even more dangerous than the initial Inferi you had been facing. This is because only highly powerful defensive water charms, certain goblin-made armors, or just waiting for the fire to peter out is the only way to defeat Fiend Fire. His real advice is Snape's exact approach to shampoo, that the best course of action is just to avoid using it altogether. Snape's boggart is a shower. After this lesson is when Harry receives his first note from Dumbledore summoning to one of his private
You're not going to hear it.
Treadwell's precious. I will get that goblin helm back.
This one in particular, though, in case you're wondering,
You've heard quite enough of our wreck.
What attacking Tom Riddle.
What just happened to me?
This time around is that Harry notices that maybe Dumbledore looks a shade.
I know you don't balk.
Either way, next up is Quidditch tryouts. Although obviously Harry is a Slytherin Quidditch guy. That's wrong. Nonetheless, everyone knows Harry's coming now, and he has a huge number of tryouts, including that. But really, what's more concerning to Harry is who doesn't. Expelliarmus. And is surprised to learn that
How not
he explains
Expelliarmus.
You dare say that? Afraid.
Harry disagrees, but is unable to convince Draco. Once again, it's not Ron's running of the Gryffindor tryouts, however, are obviously a lot different this year, other than like Lavender is still in the show. I mean, she's definitely still got the hots for old Ronnie. But that's wrong. Expelliarmus. Confringo. Defender.
Incendio.
Of course. Go ahead and at Seeker.
The beast is safe now.
Himself, Ginny, Katie Bell, Dean Thomas, and Peeks and Coot, along with McLagan. Now, usually in the books during year 6, Ron is a nervous mess when it comes to playing Quidditch, but this time around he has had years and years of experience, so his nerves aren't so much about whether or not he's going to play, but instead have everything to do with being a captain, something that is made much worse by McLagan's presence on the team. He's, after all, an older 7th year student who actually is pretty good at Quidditch. Not long after this, Harry is flipping through his copy of Advanced Potion Making and discovers the Levi Corpus spell, which he tries out and randomly performs, and instead of flipping Ron, Draco. Draco does not find this to be quite the laugh that Ron usually does, but Harry apologizes and asks whether or not he maybe wants to meet up in Hogsmeade. Draco tensely accepts the apology, but says he's not going to Hogsmeade that day. It's just way too cold out, which Harry finds to be a very lame excuse. Now, typically, this is the Hogsmeade visit where Katie Bell gets the necklace and then touches it and gets super duper cursed, but that doesn't actually happen this time. Like, yes, Draco is still working on his mission, but he's not being nearly as reckless. Because really, his only motivation here is to save his family. It's not really about killing Dumbledore. Like, he's not actually trying to impress Voldemort. After this, Harry has yet another private lesson with Dumbledore, this time to watch Dumbledore recruit the 11-year-old from the orphanage. The member himself is of course the same as ever, but Harry can't help but notice Dumbledore's cough. But that leads us into our first Quidditch match of the year. Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. Let's go! Usually this is the match where Harry fakes putting the Felix Felicis in pumpkin juice and like placebos him into playing amazing. However, obviously that's not going down this time. Harry's not gonna help the Gryffindor team win this match. I mean, snakes for life, right? That said, for being honest, Harry does not love his odds in this match. He knows Ron is a really good keeper and Ginny is a really good chaser, and that his own team is comparatively very young, and his best chaser decided to quit. Turns out though that McLagan is just as big a problem for Ron as he was for Harry, and that instead of looking for the snitch, he is busy just trying to tell all the other players what to do. Ron himself is actually playing great, but at one point McLagan is trying to show one of the beaters how to swing their bat and hits a blunder which goes way off course and hits Ron in the shoulder, breaking it. Ron howls in pain, but manages to clutch onto his broom with his unbroken arm and stay aloft. And with Ron injured, Harry's young team begins scoring much faster, although it has to be said, not for Ron, who was getting paler by the minute, still manages to actually block a couple goals simply by obstructing the piece with his body or else kicking the quaffle. And Harry, for his part, obviously wants to win the game, but is really upset with McLagan for taking out Ron, so he decides to try out the old Ronski feint, which, to be clear, is a move he saw Victor Crumb doing at the World Cup and is not named after Ron fainting. Which, to be fair, this exact moment is at risk, but McLagan buys it with Harry dives with unsolicited and McLagan follows in hot pursuit, but he's just no match for McLagan. Harry pulls a full length ahead of McLagan, positions himself directly in front of him, pulling him into his slipstream and obstructing his view. Harry picks up even more speed and then, less than a foot from the ground, pulls up from the dive. McLagan, not so lucky. He hits the ground broom first before tumbling onto the ground over and over and over and over. Wow, it's like Lightning McQueen. But then with no seeker and a very injured keeper, Slytherin goes on to an easy victory. After the game, Ron performs his own version of the Ron feint and collapses out of pure pain. Wakes up in the hospital bed, ready to kill McLagan, but still thinks Harry's feint was brilliant. Slytherin's victory here actually changes a lot. Typically after this match is when Harry and Ron discover Ginny and Dean snogging up a storm in the corridor in their which ends up with Ginny and Ron having this whole screaming match where Ginny taunts Ron for never having kissed anyone, points out that Harry kissed Cho and Hermione kissed Crumb, and usually this prompts Ron to become like super upset with Hermione for like literally half the book. And then he starts also dating Lavender, not just to make Hermione jealous, but also to prove Ginny wrong. But obviously, none of that happens this time. I mean, Gryffindor didn't win to begin with. Ron's in the hospital wing and doesn't even have a crush on Hermione. As a result, Ron does not immediately start dating Lavender after this, although I like to think she still sends him kind of an aggressive get well soon card in the hospital wing that he
This
the other
Merlin
thing
Charles won't
Ron
get the
actually
best of
wakes
me.
up to is an invite to the next Slug Club, which is a big change for Ron. I mean, typically Slughorn can't remember Ron's name like the whole book.
Good to see you all in me.
But this time around, Ron is Quidditch captain, he's a prefect. Slughorn would have heard about Ron being present with Harry at the Ministry of Magic. And after watching this last match where Ron is playing with a broken shoulder, he says he's rarely witnessed such a display of bravery. On the other side of things though, Harry's team, Slytherin, did win the match, and afterwards Hermione comes to congratulate him, saying that his Ronski fate looked just like Victor's, which I think we can all agree there was really no call for using his first name in that situation. At these words, however, Harry feels genuine pangs of jealousy, and for the first time ever lets himself consider how he might actually feel about Hermione, but he definitely doesn't go like way off the deep end with it like Ron does.
I've never really thought about it. I suppose, yeah.
If anything, he actually tries to talk himself out of the idea over and over, not wanting to risk their friendship for anything. But that said, Slughorn's Christmas party is right around the corner and people need dates. Things are about to get
wet.
Harry's words, not mine. Harry, as usual, is in very high demand this year, but personally really only wants to ask Hermione, but is reluctant to do so because he doesn't want to make things weird. Hermione usually goes to this party with McLaggen, who does still have a crush on her in this version of things, but she only ever does that to make Ron jealous, and that's not really in play this year. On the whole, she's really just having to avoid McLaggen around the common room as much as possible, but it's getting hard. But then one morning when Hermione's having breakfast with Harry and Ron in the Great Hall, Cormac finally spots
Perhaps
her
not the
and
best
comes
place
over
to be.
and interjects himself
really
into the
think you
conversation.
can
And here he asks her point blank to go to the party with him, somewhat catching her off guard. Harry, seeing her powers, struck with inspiration and speaks up. Actually, she just agreed to go with me. Hermione looks back startled, but confirms this answer. Cormac, however, looks quite grumpy about the situation as he slinks away. Hermione then thanks Harry for getting her out of the situation and gives him a quick wink before she heads off to ancient ruins. And then there's Ron, who's normally not at this party at all, but now is in need of a date. Almost comically, just after Hermione leaves, the exact same situation proceeds to play out for Ron. Ginny and Luna sit down with Ron and Harry, Hermione having just told Ginny that Harry and her are going to the party together. And it's at this moment when Lavender arrives on the scene and asks Ron if he'll go with her to Slughorn's party, which is really presumptuous. It's not like she isn't invited. Ron, inspired by Harry's quick thinking not moments ago, looks up and says, "Actually, Luna's just agreed to go with me, right?" Luna stares back at Ron, completely unfazed in any way at all, and simply says, "Yes, I'd love to go with you to Slughorn's party." Harry stares at Luna, unsure whether she was caught off guard or was just completely prepared.
If you'd be able
for
to
the
help me.
Lavender
nice
storms
to
off,
see
and Ron,
you,
of
my
course, makes
young
it very clear
friend.
to Luna that this is just as friends. All in all, Slughorn's party is way more fun than usual. There's
Everything
way
all
less
right?
romantic politics
Far
floating
from
around.
it.
The only real
I
thing
wandered
that
into a
happens
ruin and
is
was
Draco
attacked by
gets caught
spiders.
gate crashing.
Oh, if you've got
Snape
some
still
Wiggenweld
escorts him out of the
potion, though,
party, and
I'm
Harry still
sure
lets
that
the
would put me
curiosity
right.
get the better of him and sneaks around and follows them. And you might think that this time around, with Draco's
Spiders do
allegiance
tend
being
to
on the other
appear
side
in
of things,
ruins.
that he would actually
Here,
just
I have enough to
accept
spare.
the help from
Stay
Snape
away
this
from the
time.
ruins,
But
though.
You've
he
saved
still
me
doesn't.
life.
And that's because
Oh,
from
I can
Draco's
never
point
repay
of
ya.
view, Snape
Yes,
is
yes,
a
I shall
full-on
stay
Death
away
Eater,
from
and
them,
as
you'll
we
see.
said, Draco
Must
is really
stay
not
away from
committed to
ruins
their cause.
with
That said, he's
spiders.
probably less of an
Ruins
overall
with
jerk to Snape, but
spiders.
still uses all of the same arguments. The really
Oh, and
alarming thing
thank
for
you.
Harry, though, is that he
Please
had not
accept this
considered
token
at
of my
all
appreciation.
that Draco could possibly be a Death Eater or working for Voldemort somehow. But this leads to the Christmas at the Burrow, where, as usual, Harry tells Mr. Weasley and Lupin about the conversation he overheard between Snape and Draco. And as usual, they just talk him down, saying, "Don't you think Snape was trying to get information out of Draco? I mean, after all, his father is a Death Eater." And Harry chooses this time to confide in them that none of it seems to add up. That
Let's see what's
last
up your
year,
sleeve
Draco
this time,
actually
Merlin.
helped them out with the DA by stunning Umbridge. But since then, he seems to have been dodging them and making up lame excuse after lame excuse. He even tells them about the Levicorpus incident, which causes Remus to reminisce about how it was such a popular spell when he was at school, which causes Harry to ask him if he knew anyone by the name of the Half-Blood Prince, but of course, he doesn't. Scrimgeour, of course, also shows up during Christmas breakfast to have a chat with Harry after dark about whether or not he wants to help the ministry out, and Harry, as ever, does not. But that brings us right back to school and Harry's next lesson with Dumbledore, where he witnesses Voldemort kill his father and grandparents and frame his Uncle Morphin for the crime. And it's the first time Harry sees the tampered memory of Slughorns, where Tom Riddle is asking him about Horcruxes, which results in Dumbledore giving Harry
Repairer.
And as usual, Harry makes a complete blunder of this right at the gate during his his next class with Slughorn. They're working on antidotes. Harry has no answers in the Half-Blood Prince's copy of Advanced Potion Making and has to present a Bezoar as a class, which Slughorn is just enamored with. And yet, despite his good mood, is still extremely put off when Harry asks about Horcruxes and realizes exactly what he's up to and starts avoiding him at Hogwarts.
What you up to yesterday?
That brings us to Ron's birthday, where he is coming of age and turning 17. Happy birthday, Ron! Now, normally on his birthday, Ron is opening all of his gifts in the Gryffindor dorm room, while Harry looks for Draco on the Marauders map. And it is also usually when Ron consumes the chocolate cauldron spiked with the love potion that Romilda gave to Harry. I have to imagine Romilda still has the crush on Harry, but since he's not in Gryffindor, she just has a lot less access to him this year, so it's not like as big a deal. But sometimes fate is just fate, though, and Ron consuming a love potion on his 17th birthday, it's just one of those things.
It's beautiful, isn't it? The moon.
It's like
Accio Fireball!
Cedric. The difference here is that Harry and Ron are actually together down in the Great Hall where they've met up, so Harry can give Ron his birthday. Ron arrives at the table with some of his other gifts and an assortment of sweets, all of which he's received for his birthday, including a box of chocolate cauldrons. Ron thanks Harry for the new keeper's gloves, and while Harry dives into his morning baked potato, Ron dives into some of his sweets. And that's when it happens.
Stop thinking about Harry.
Except this time it wasn't Romilda Vane. It was Lavender. Having been embarrassed
The
before
course looks rather
Slughorn's party,
deserted.
Lavender has now sunk to
I hope
truly
everything's
drastic
all right.
measures to get Ron.
I'm over here.
Much to Harry's shock, Ron suddenly goes completely dumbfounded and immediately begins professing his love for Lav. Harry, as ever, is extremely caught off guard and disgusted by Ron's use of the phrase Lav as his one true love. Needless to say, he can definitely tell something is off. What are you talking about, mate? You've been prattling along all year about how annoying she is. For this, Ron punches Harry right in his baked potato.
This course is a bit far from the castle, isn't it?
Obviously.
For this, Ron punches
Evidently too far for most of our classmates.
For this, Ron punches
Pathetic.
Harry right in his baked
They should be
potato-filled mouth
begging
and
me to
makes
keep
off with the
these
common
trials
room,
alive,
intent on finding
not
Lav.
running
Harry,
scared.
blood pouring from
I'm
his
surprised
nose,
our
reaches
new
after
fifth
Ron,
year
but it's
showed
too
up.
late. He's off. But
I
knowing
suppose
Ron
I
would never
appreciate the
forgive him for
effort.
letting him make
That's
contact
actually-
with Lavender whilst
thank
in
you.
this
I
bizarre
know I
state.
can be
Harry
impatient,
scans
but
the
I
Great
get
Hall for
frustrated
someone
by
who
those
can
who don't
help
take
and
things as
manages to
seriously as
spot
I do.
Luna at the end of the Ravenclaw
And in my
table,
experience,
eating
that's
by herself.
everyone.
Luna, stop Ron! He's jinxed
Anyway,
the poison to
don't
something.
let it go to your
Harry
head.
yells. Luna, again, not
Right
looking
then,
startled
enough
at all by
chatter.
the situation,
I'm
stands up
confident
in a
I've
nearly
posted a time
robotic
you
fashion,
won't be able
aims
to
her
beat.
wand at Ron and shouts, "Stupefy!"
We'll soon see how I
says
fare,
Harry,
won't we?
arriving at her side.
I'm ready.
I think he's been fed a love
Get
potion
ready
or
to
something.
lose.
We need to get him up to the hospital. It looks to me more like he's been infested with rack spells. Float in through your ears and become rain on fire.
Dreadful.
Right, said Harry, not sure how to respond to Luna. Do you think you could
This is going well.
Now, typically after this, Ron is brought to Slughorn, where he is immediately cured and then almost even more immediately poisoned. But now, since he's just unconscious, they just bring him to the hospital wing, where Harry has to leave him because he has Quidditch practice, but Luna stays there. And as he wakes up, much to his complete confusion, he sees her protuberant eyes and says, that said, since Ron wasn't poisoned this time, he's not in the hospital wing for like an entire week, meaning he is present to play in the Gryffindor vs. Hufflepuff match where guess who's commentating? Luna! Harry and Hermione, of course, attend the match you watched on and are in absolute
Fine,
stitches.
if you say so myself.
Ron Weasley catches the awful he is. He asked me to go to the Christmas party. And I don't think Ron, who's blushing an impressive shade of red, laughs along with everyone else and thinks to himself, but then, of course, his attention is immediately torn back to the match where McLagan is at it again. After last match, in an effort to make sure that McLagan doesn't have such an effect on the score, Ron has moved in to Peter and Ginny to Seeker while Coot plays Jason. As usual, though, McLagan's just barking orders to all the other players, telling Ginny he can first circle with his bow and then Ron to go round. Ron is obviously unhappy about this and yells back at McLagan to just focus on the bludgers. Ow.
Brilliant.
This brings Harry, Hermione, and the majority of the stands to near tears with laughter, but only for a second because, feeling highly embarrassed,
This is going
Cormac
well.
spots Harry and Hermione in the crowd and aims an oncoming bludger not at the other team, who, bent over laughing at Luna's commentary, does not see the bludger coming. When Harry awakens, he is now in the hospital waiting and has Ron and Hermione by his bed. As he comes to, Hermione squeezes his hand. Ron informs Harry that McLaggen is now officially off the team, especially since Gryffindor just lost the match. They also tell Harry that, once again, Draco is and typically this is when Harry reflects back on Dobby's bludger and thinks of having creature-tailed Draco, but this time around he's not actually aware that Dobby's the one who set up the rogue bludger, so he does not come to this conclusion at this moment and does not have Dobby creatures guarding Draco. He does, however, decide to pay much more attention to where Draco keeps disappearing off to, a task that promises to be much easier this time around since they're actually in the same house. But before he put too much attention into that, Dumbledore summons him to his office once again for another lesson. As usual, this is the same except Dumbledore looks
Now that's more like it.
Harry is reminded of how Lupin often looked the morning after the full moon when they were teaching. He briefly wonders in his mind whether or not Dumbledore could have been bitten, but it seems so
Wasn't hoping for that.
What's wrong with his hand?
Not to worry.
This particular trip into the Pensive, though, just so we're
You'll
keeping
have to
track
do
of
better
things,
than
is
that
when
if you want
Harry
to top
sees
my
Hepzibah
time.
Smith show Tom
This
Riddle
course
the
is
locket
all
in
about
the
testing
cup
your
and then
ability to
frames her house
focus.
elf Pokey
Each turn
for
requires a
killing
decision.
Hepzibah when he
Make one,
steals the two
then
items.
commit to
And
it.
they witness
Imelda
Voldemort's return to
Reyes,
Hogwarts
are you
to
giving the
request the position
competition
of defense
advice?
against the dark
I wouldn't
arts
call it
from
that,
Dumbledore,
no.
who is now the headmaster
Just
and who, of
chatter
course,
between friends.
which Dumbledore
That's
reveals
all.
is why the defense against the dark arts position
No.
has been jinxed, and they haven't
Care
been
to
able to
try
keep
again?
the teacher in that position for more than a year. This is also when Dumbledore scolds or, well,
I'm ready.
projects extremely
Thank you, Imelda.
cold disappointment at
course.
Harry for not
Get
having
out
put
there.
his full effort into retrieving Slughorn's memory, which Harry decides he's going to fully commit to instead of worrying about Malfoy. But even as Harry's thinking about this, his mind is still rolling with the images of Hepzibah Smith, her house elf. And Harry remembers that he now has a house elf, Creature, who's working there at Hogwarts. He can have Creature follow Malfoy. He summons Creature to the spot, and of course Creature arrives with Dobby. Harry tells him about his request for them to follow Draco around to find out where he's going, but it turns out they don't have to. Dobby already knows. Normally, Dobby tells Harry about the requirement in Order of the Phoenix, but this time Harry just used the Chamber of Secrets for the DA meeting, so had no need of it. Which, speaking of the DA meetings in the Chamber of Secrets and everyone riding the basilisk back into the school, we asked you guys last time to submit fan art of that happening, and oh my god, you guys deliver. I love them. So you guys did, like, they're so creative. I can't put the magic school bus theme, but I love it. I love it. I love it. Thank you guys so much. Anyway, Dobby tells Harry all about the come and go with more the approval requirement, and that's probably where Draco has been because he spent so much time there last year. How do you know that? Dobby told him about it, sir. Last year when you were holding your defense meetings, Master Malfoy summoned Dobby.
Brilliant flying, if I do say so myself.
Notice Harry remembers all too well the evening Draco had overheard him talking to Sirius, wondering about this exact question before stepping out of the shadows and offering up the Chamber of Secrets as the location. And you came when he called, asked Harry, surprised that Dobby would still take orders from the council like his former master. It is an old habit, sir, but Dobby does not hate his own master Draco. It was he who freed Dobby at Harry Potter's request, and suddenly he sees that the puzzle starts sliding into place in Harry's brain. Remembers Draco's really powerful shield charge.
Made it.
But how do you know that's what he's going now? Dobby has seen him in there, sir. Dobby must use the room sometimes to hide weakness by the real models and solve that Draco. But I have not seen what he was doing, sir. Thanks, Dobby. You've been a real. And with that, he forbids Creature and Dobby from telling anyone any of this information. Then the next day, after Sirius has left the door,
Now
Harry
that's more like
Draco
it.
directly about the situation. And with a look that's half horrified and half relieved, Draco admits that he did use the requirement in the previous year to practice.
This is going well.
And admits he's been continuing to use the relief this year to work on a specific project, but he won't tell Harry.
This is rather fun.
You helped us last year, and now you've become so distant. It's possible we could help, you know. I do owe you, after all. Draco looks absolutely torn under the weight of keeping a secret, but also wanting to accept the help. Finally, he speaks, saying,
That
"I
was
can't tell
quite
you
something.
but it is a matter
Impressive
of life
work
and
today,
death, and
but
if you want to
don't
pay me
get too
back,
comfortable.
I could
I'll
really
be
use
on your heels in no time.
Harry, partly
My
out of fear
family's
for
not
what
going
Draco
to believe
means by
the news
this,
when I
and
tell
partly
them.
out of his own desire
They're
to
almost
use
as
the
competitive
Felix
as I
Felicis
am.
himself, pauses
Almost.
before finally telling Draco he'll think about it. Meanwhile, apparition tests are upon the 6th years, and Hermione and Ron are old enough to take them. Hagrid
I
sends a note
take
to
it you
Harry
want to play
asking
for a
him to come
team,
to
but which
Aragog's
one?
funeral, and Harry
And which
reads more of
position?
the Half-Blood
I'm my
Prince's
father's
version
girl.
of
A
advanced potion
chaser
making
through
discovers
and
the
through.
spell Sectum
You'd know
Sempra,
that if
noted
Black hadn't
for
cancelled
enemies
Quidditch
in
this
the
year.
The next
As
day,
for a
Harry's
team,
eating dinner,
it's
a
the
baked
holy
potato,
head harpies
probably, and
I've
considering
always dreamt
whether or
of.
not he should share
When
the
I'm
Felix
finished with
Felicis
school,
with Draco.
I'll try
When
out.
Slughorn's memory.
If
I
for
can
some
use the
reason I
Felix Felicis to
don't
get it,
get
he exclaims
accepted,
to Hermione, who's looking
I don't know
gloomy
what
after
I'll
hearing
do.
about Harry's
Herbology,
conversation with
perhaps?
Draco, and Ron, who's
Because
looking
if that
glum, having
did
failed his
happen,
apparition test by a
you
single
might as well
half
pop
eyebrow.
me
I mean,
and call
come
me a
on.
mandrake.
Ain't a bit of luck.
I'd never stop
Hermione
screaming.
exclaims, beaming at him. You'll need your cloak, Ron exclaims, and Harry
It's been
races
fun
off to the
competing
dungeon
against
to get
your
it before
records,
returning
Imelda.
with the cloak
It
and the
has
tiny
been fun.
glass bottle. Once back, the
Glad
three
you're
wait
here.
for Slughorn to finish
Fifth
his
year.
rather large meal
You're
and
an
retire
asset
to his
to our
office
house.
for the evening before Harry decides to take about 3
You
hours
take care of
worth
yourself.
potion. Upon taking the potion, Harry is filled with the infinite sense of possibility and,
I
as
should let Mr.
usual,
Weeks know
declares,
that this was his best
"Go into
upgrade yet.
Hagrid's."
Got a really good feeling about Hagrid's. I feel it's the place to be tonight. Do you know what I mean?
Ron and Hermione move to protest because to them this obviously makes no sense, but Harry insists it's the place to be. He throws on the cloak and heads out the door. Ron and Hermione are helpless to do anything except follow him out of the Great Hall. Then, appearing alone, Ron and Hermione run into none other than Cormac McLaggen, who, recently embarrassed and cut from the Gryffindor team, immediately approaches them and starts berating Ron. He says it was all that loony Lovegood's commentating that just got under his skin, and, looking at Hermione, says whenever she's ready to ditch Potter, he'd be happy to take her out. This sparks reactions from both Ron and Hermione. I thought Luna was brilliant, says Ron, who couldn't have timed his response better because wouldn't you know it, Luna herself walks around the corner at that exact moment to find the scene. Meanwhile, Hermione spits back, I never ditch Harry for someone like you. Harry, under the cloak, feels his cheeks burn hot. He and Hermione are, of course, not even together for him to be ditched in the first place. But he can't help but smile that Hermione came to his defense anyway. But from there, Harry exits the scene, finds Slughorn over by the vegetable patches, invites him to Aragog's funeral down at Hagrid's, where the two toast Aragog's death, get a little bit tipsy, it has to be said, and Harry very slyly coaxes the memory out of Slughorn. And from there, Harry heads directly to Dumbledore's office, where the two dive into the final memory and see that Voldemort is seeking a 7-part soul. After they do this memory, Dumbledore finally reveals the story about how his hand became so blackened and reveals out of a small box the ring from the Gaunt memory that Harry had seen Tom Riddle himself wearing in the Slughorn memory. Unusually, when Dumbledore opens the box, Harry thinks he sees Dumbledore wince in pain, as if the ring's mere presence in the room is causing him physical harm. Bear in mind, in this version of events, the ring has not yet been destroyed because Dumbledore does not have the Sword of Gryffindor, which has also not been impregnated with the Basilisk Stone, meaning that at present, even if the Sword of Gryffindor was there, they couldn't do anything with it. What Dumbledore does finally have, though, is Slughorn's final memory, and as such, he is ready to tell Harry all of his suspicions about what Voldemort's other Horcruxes are. And, despite the late hour, asks Harry if he'd be willing to accompany him to a room that Harry knows well, the Chamber of Secrets. Harry asks why, and Dumbledore explains that in order to destroy a Horcrux, you need to use very powerful dark magic, or else use extremely deadly venom, none of which Dumbledore allows inside the castle. But, he tells Harry, as I've dived into Voldemort's past,
I've always said that travel broadens the mind.
Putting the pieces together, Harry realizes the basilisk can destroy Horcruxes just like it destroyed the Dire. Yes, Harry, the basilisk can destroy Horcruxes, and for that, I have once again needed your help. I, of course, am not a parson now, and can therefore not open the chamber. And even if I could, I certainly could not hope to command the basilisk. Together, they head down to the Chamber of Secrets, and Harry summons the basilisk.
What seems to be the problem?
Dumbledore places
You may
the ring
well
on the
ask.
ground.
I'm
in front of it.
convinced
Harry
I
tells the
saw
basilisk
Grim,
to strike,
an
but as it
omen of
moves to
death.
do so, almost
I'm
as if
not
it can
safe,
sense the presence
but
of the thing that
if
can
it can't
destroy it
see
in
me,
the room,
I'll
the
be
ring
all right, won't
begins
I?
to vibrate.
All
the
I
basilisk
need
lunges,
is an
but as it
invisibility
does, the
potion.
ring lets out a
Yes,
huge
that's
blast
what
of
I
light,
need.
and the basilisk recoils. Out of the black stone, a floating image of a girl
Well, as
Harry
it
had never
happens, I
seen
have what
before
you need.
began to
Here.
emerge. She had
Not sure it'll
long
help you,
blonde
though.
hair, and Harry
Be
thought
careful,
she
won't
looked
you?
somewhat
Oh, you're a
familiar.
gem, you are.
Killed
I'll be
me,
sure to be
the girl
very
bellows to
careful.
Dumbledore. You
And you be careful
killed
too.
me. Dumbledore,
No
like
Grim
Harry
is
had
going
never
to
seen
get
him before,
me.
stood
Thanks to
absolutely
you,
frozen,
kind
clearly
child.
too stunned by the girl's appearance to do anything.
I
Harry
must
called out, but
insist
Dumbledore slowed
that
him
you
and moved.
accept
Sir,
this small
what was
token
going
of
on?
my gratitude
I would be
for your
alive if
thoughtfulness.
it weren't for you.
The girl screams again. Finally, Harry thinks he understands. This must be some sort of dark magical defense built into the Horcrux. He turns to the basilisk once again and commands it to strike. It does. This time, it connects. The floating image of the girl ripples to the ground like burning ash, and Harry turns to Dumbledore. Dumbledore thanks Harry and tells him he was very brave and promises he can assist him if he finds another Horcrux. But who was she? Asks Ron the next day. No idea, says
Handy
Harry, who
resource
felt
indeed.
certain he had seen the girl before but couldn't quite place her in his memory. But really, at this moment, Harry's not paying Ron much attention. He's searching the Marauder's map
I'm
for
most
Draco.
pleased
He's
to be
finally
included.
decided that after feeling the effects of it himself, he will offer Draco some of the Felix Felicis. He is surprised to find him, though, in a bathroom next to, of all ghosts, Moaning Myrtle? He heads to the bathroom and finds Draco in complete tears, which further confirms his decision to offer Draco blind help in whatever endeavor he's facing. Upon hearing this news, Draco rallies almost at once. He is so grateful and thankful to Harry for this, and the two decide that they will work out what night to do it later. And now clearly, this is a huge change from the main story. Typically, when Harry finds Draco in the bathroom, the two have some big duel, and Harry uses Sectum Sempra, which causes Snape to put him in detention every Saturday for the rest of the year. It also then forces him to go hide his copy of Advanced Potion Making in the Room of Requirement, where normally he somewhat inadvertently lays hands on the diadem itself to mark the book's spot, but that doesn't happen this time. Harry doesn't get detention, he doesn't have to go to the Room of Requirement, and he keeps his book. And without detention, he is free to watch the final Quidditch match of the year, Gryffindor versus Ravenclaw. Not that it super matters, as Slytherin and his team have wrapped up the Quidditch Cup with an impressive 3-0, and Gryffindor is already sitting at 0-2, but nonetheless, fun to watch. But in case you're wondering about the lineup, obviously McLaggen is gone at this point and has been replaced by Seamus, who is playing Chaser. Ginny is back at Secret. But possibly even more importantly, Luna is commentating, and it has to be said with an unusual bias for the Gryffindor keeper, despite her herself being in Ravenclaw. But that, at last, brings us to the evening of the lightning struck tower. It's the last days of the school year, and also the very day he and Draco have finally agreed to let him take a swig.
Revelio.
But almost immediately upon giving a bit of the potion to Draco, Harry is summoned to Dumbledore's office, who has apparently found another Horcrux. Harry heads immediately to Dumbledore's office, but not before giving Ron the rest of the Felix Felicis first. Not because he doesn't trust Draco, but just because he's aware that under the potion's influence, no defense Harry sets up will be able to stop Draco from getting the rest of it if that's suddenly what he wants to do. But if he gives it to Ron, then Draco won't even know where to look. So since he guesses he's about to be heading into a pretty dangerous situation of his own, he tells Ron, if you end up needing it for any reason, feel free to drink. Harry and Dumbledore's journey to the cave to retrieve the locket, though, goes pretty much exactly the same. Dumbledore does a magnificent breaststroke, offers blood to the cave wall, finds the chain, gets in the boat, goes to the island, drinks a potion. The big difference is that the Drink of Despair makes Dumbledore even weaker than he usually is in the main story, which is all a result of having spent so much time in the same room as the ring throughout the year. On top of that, once Dumbledore starts screaming about whatever he's saying in his head under the influence of the potion, it is clear to Harry that it has very much to do with whoever that floating girl was. Nonetheless, Dumbledore still collects the locket, and he's still able to help Harry get off the interior, but he can barely walk. It is having a lot of trouble. When Harry and Dumbledore arrive back at Hogsmeade, they are immediately told by Rosa that the Dark Mark has appeared upon the Astronomy Tower. She's not actually under the Imperious Curse this time, but there's still really no reason she wouldn't just tell them this right away. Dark Mark. Time for smoke. Harry summons Rosa, but quickly realizes that him and Dumbledore are going to have to share. Dumbledore is just too weak to even ride his own. When they land on the tower, Dumbledore slides off his broom and immediately shows wand beneath his hand and hears the words,
Revelio.
Harry looks up and is shocked to see, standing before them, wand raised, Draco. No! Exclaims Harry. This is what you needed the potion for? Comprehension dawning all over his face. Who have you killed? Why is the Dark Mark in the sky? Draco, his whole body shaking. I have to kill anyone. But Harry tracks Draco's wand and realizes it's true. But here, Dumbledore manages to speak, wheedling Draco's plan. Draco reveals how he fixed the
Not so tricky after all.
How Death Eaters have entered the school. He was going kill me and my whole family. I had no choice. Understanding Draco's dilemma, as ever, Dumbledore offers him and his family protection. Draco, Voldemort has tried to kill you twice now. You don't owe him any service. We can protect you. I know what happened between you and Professor Umbridge, Dumbledore continues. That was very brave of you. You are nothing like your father. Then, in tears and much to Harry's shock, Draco falls to his knees and accepts Dumbledore's offer. But just as he does, Snape arrives on the scene and immediately rushes to Dumbledore's side, who is coughing worse than ever. Harry, feeling the situation has passed, lowers his wand as well and rushes to comfort Draco, thinking himself what lengths he might have gone to save the people he loved. I know you had no other choice, he says in an effort to comfort him. Draco looks up, having never experienced this level of forgiveness in his entire life, but what he sees brings all of the terror back to his face. Snape's back, and a flash of green light. Avada Kedavra! Harry hears it too, and immediately turns around to see Snape standing over Dumbledore's dead body. In shock, Harry sprints to Dumbledore's side, completely missing Snape, who was going in the exact opposite direction, and commands Draco to come with him. Draco, seeing his last hope dead, turns and runs with Snape. Then, after a moment of complete paralysis, Harry realizes there's nothing he can do and turns to chase. Downstairs, a raging battle is taking place between the Death Eaters, the teachers, the DA, and the Order of the Phoenix. Spells are flying everywhere. Snape announces Dumbledore's death and commands everyone retreat. Ron I can do this. Harry recognizes the sword. What is Voldemort? Arrest them. The three of them charge outside, chasing Snape, Malfoy, and the Death Eaters, the entrance hall collapsing behind them, blocking any aid from anyone else inside. They fire spell after spell, but can't seem to land a hit. Snape turns around to see who's pursuing them and spies on Harry, Ron, and Hermione. He immediately stops, turns, and commands Harry stops as well. Harry is enraged. He fires spell after spell and Snape. Arrest them.
Where'd you learn all those dark spells? How dare you use them?
Ron grabs it and rises again.
Back here.
And with that, the Fiend fire! Yells Hermione. Harry stares in awe as the giant snake slithers through the air and onto the ground, lighting everything around it, including Hagrid's hut on fire. And for the first time that night, Harry felt like he truly had no idea what to do. He was positive Parselmouth would work. But then, to his sword, Ron rushed past him, once the sword was there was fear gripped Harry as he watched the sword plunge and Ron crossing the sword. All that was left of light tonight was Hagrid's hut, still ablaze. Harry looked up and unfold, and then arrest the momentum. Remember, impressed. Good hold. Snake, here we are. At this moment, Snape picks up one hand, and Harry never learns the identity.
Your blood's on Ranrock's
In the
hands.
aftermath of the battle, Harry finally learns what happened back at the castle with Ron and Hermione. Ron tells him that after Harry had left, they noticed the dark mark in the sky, and they tried to alert as much of the DA as they could and alert the Order immediately. They divided up the Felix Felicis among them, but as soon as Ron took his swallow, he felt compelled to visit Dumbledore's office. He wasn't sure exactly why, but he headed straight there and immediately guessed the password. It just felt like the place to be, you know, said Ron. Once I was in there, I don't know, I saw the hat and grabbed it. I wasn't sure why, I was just doing what the potion told me. Hermione then fills in everyone's gaps in knowledge about the Sword of Gryffindor because, of course, she's read about it. It's said to appear to any Gryffindor in time of need, and it must be goblin made, which is why it was able to absorb the fiend fire. And from there, of course, Dumbledore's funeral is held, and it's as sad as ever. Harry rediscovers the locket from the cave and realizes it's a fake Horcrux, that the real one's already been taken by the mysterious R.A.B. And as the three of them sit outside, Ron jokes that between his sword and Harry's basilisk, they might just stand a chance against Voldemort. Harry says Dumbledore reckoned his most powerful weapon was still love. As he does so, he meets Hermione's eyes.
Off on another adventure, are we?
To which Ron just rolls his eyes and says,
Revelio.
And that is what happens in year 6 if Harry Potter had been sorted into Slytherin. All right, let's do this. Deathly Hallows, of course, kicks off not with Harry, but over at Malfoy Manor, where Voldemort is having the world's worst snack party ever. By which means he's trying to snack with a snake and up the Death Eaters, who as a result are all just. Anyway, the meeting is actually about how they're going to capture Harry on or before his birthday when the Order tries to move him. And more or less, all the same things are discussed, but there are a few differences. First off is Snape, who, if you will recall, in part 6, had his hand sliced off and his wand destroyed by Harry casting Sectum Sempra. But Snape is not still handless. Instead, much the same as Wormtail was rewarded a brand new hand for capturing Harry Potter, Snape has also been awarded a silver hand for killing Albus Dumbledore. Voldemort still takes Lucius's wand, essentially making him one of the wandless and basically a third-class citizen. And he checks with Snape that Snape has procured a new wand for himself, which he has. The Malfoys, as usual, are pretty much just over Voldemort at this point. But the big change is that Draco has already sort of been over Voldemort for like 5 years now. In fact, if you will recall, on top of the astronomy tower, Draco actually accepted Dumbledore's offer to hide his entire family, which might have felt a little irrelevant at the time because Dumbledore died like a minute later, but it did do a lot to harden Draco's true allegiance. So along with Voldemort taking his father's wand and all the other Death Eaters taunting Draco about babysitting the cubs, Draco exists less in just terror and with much more resolve to actually take down Voldemort. He just has to find a way to do it from the inside. As such, in what appears to be an effort to prove himself, Draco volunteers to be a part of the party that is going to go capture Harry. I'm probably the best fly you've got.
Very well, Draco, you may participate. I do not doubt you are the best flyer here. Unapproved,
Voldemort says mysteriously. And then Nagini eats Charity Burbage, the Muggle studies professor. Gross. Meanwhile, over at Privet Drive, Harry is just so frustrated that he can't do magic for another 4 days and is all upset because he read the preview of Rita Skeeter's new book in the Daily Prophet, The Life and Lies of Albus Dumbledore. As he's packing though, he still finds the broken shard of mirror from the two-way mirror Sirius gave him, and he still sees the flash of the blue eye in it. The Dursleys vacate the house as usual, and Vernon puts up all the same arguments, while Dudley, on the other hand, actually turns a corner and tells Harry he doesn't think he's a waste of space. See you later, Big D. And then, as usual, the Order shows up to move Harry. The only little extra awkward part of this scene is that Hermione and Harry kissed at the end of part 6, and now Hermione's having to transform into Harry, so, I mean, I think she's blushing pretty good. I can tell you that Harry is for sure uncomfortable with it, but he doesn't have too much time to worry about it because just as soon as they take off, the battle is on. Complete chaos ensues as everyone takes off in different directions. Hedwig is struck down, Harry loses his firebolt, and Lupin gets a good look at Snape's brand new hand. Snape himself usually slices off George's ear in this battle, but with his new wand, it's not quite as powerful and he only manages to just slice some of it, so it's just dangling there. But the big change is that Draco is also part of the battle, and he's savvy enough to realize that the obvious real Potter is the one with the owl. Duh. Therefore, Draco pursues the correct Potter and tries to take advantage of the chaos to make Harry's journey as easy as possible. But there's only so much he can do. Harry still gives himself away by casting Expelliarmus, and Voldemort still shows up, and when he tries to kill Harry, Harry still shoots the Golden Flames at him. This act destroys Lucius's wand, and typically Voldemort then tries to take Selwyn's wand so he can attack Harry again. But this time, Selwyn is not there, because in the confusion of all the golden fire, Draco takes advantage and fires sectum sempra, slashing Selwyn's face. It sounds really risky, but Draco correctly trusts that Voldemort and the Death Eaters will just assume this was Harry attacking with dark magic because it's exactly the same spell he used on Snape just a couple months ago. Shortly after this, Harry of course crash lands at the Tonks's before port keying over to the Burrow where Hermione is waiting with an extremely worried embrace and kiss. As we mentioned, George's ear actually hasn't been severed off completely, and he actually starts sporting some really cool earrings to, like, you know, make it look like it's still in the right spot. But as more and more people arrive in the Burrow, they do eventually learn that Mad Eye was still killed at the hands of Voldemort during the battle, who then Harry sees inside the head of and finds out that Voldemort is torturing Ollivander, accusing him of lying to him about the twin cores and how Lucius's wand would defeat Harry. And Hermione, for one, is not pleased that Harry can see into Voldemort's head. But you know what? It's okay because it's wedding time! And this goes about the same as usual. Molly tries to separate Harry, Ron, and Hermione so they can't plan anything.
Don't be silly,
They do all meet up in Ron's room where the sword of Gryffindor is just glistening in the sunlight next to the window. Admiring it, Harry goes to pick up the sword and can't help but notice that even though it's sitting in the sun, it's kind of hot to the touch. Hermione also goes over how you destroy a Horcrux.
What is it?
I have an essay I need to
Basilisk venom like Dumbledore and Harry used on the ring. And this time she actually brings up Fiendfire right away, just like Ron caught up with the sword at the end of the last year. She explains this would be effective, but whether they like it or not, Snape is an incredibly accomplished wizard who knew what he was doing with Fiendfire, and it would be way too reckless and dangerous for them to even attempt it, even if they thought Ron could take down some of the fiery monsters with the sword. Well, the good news is we still have the Basilisk, so we can still destroy them. The bad news is we don't have any other Horcruxes.
Revelio.
Hogwarts this year, says Harry. But in other good news, it's Harry's birthday! Yay! Happy birthday, Harry! He's 17! He's of age! And it's a pretty unique birthday for Harry because Rufus Scrimgeour, the Minister of Magic, shows up to deliver the contents of Dumbledore's will to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, which for the most part is the same, but there are a couple of key differences. Ron still gets the Deluminator, Hermione still gets Tales of Beetle the Bard, and Harry still gets the Snitch. But in the main story, this is normally the Snitch that Harry caught with his mouth. In this version of events, Harry just caught it with his hand. So when Scrimgeour gives it to him, Harry is unable to avoid touching the Snitch with his hand. Meaning Scrimgeour actually sees the message, "I open at the close," appear on the side. Scrimgeour obviously grills Harry about what this means, but honestly, it doesn't make a huge difference that Scrimgeour sees this. Because for one, they themselves, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, don't know what "I open at the close" even means. And two, Scrimgeour is about to get closed the very next day, so I don't know, I guess his final 24 hours he lives knowing that his theory that Dumbledore was passing messages to Harry was correct. But the other obvious big change here is that Dumbledore typically tries to leave Harry the sword, but obviously doesn't this time because Ron already has it. And this is kind of a big one because in the main story, they eventually realize the sword is how Dumbledore intended them to destroy Horcruxes. But this time it wasn't even in play before Dumbledore died, so he couldn't have ever even left it to them. It also means, as far as Harry, Ron, and Hermione are concerned, that there's no obvious way Dumbledore left them for how to destroy the Horcruxes, I guess, other than Basilisk. And that point in particular, I'll warn you now, comes up later. But enough of wills and death and such, it's time for the wedding! Harry, as usual, takes some Polyjuice potion and has to become Barney Weasley for the occasion, and also as usual, Luna gets bit by a garden gnome on her way in, and her father is just so thrilled about it.
Luna, my love, if you should feel any burgeoning talent today, perhaps an unexpected urge to sing opera or to declaim in Mermish, do not repress it. You may have been gifted by the
Revelio.
I know what you're thinking. Guys, you could have changed anything about the story. Your numblies. You'll see. Krum is of course also at the wedding as usual, and I guess still interested in Hermione, but it's not really as much of a jealousy thing here.
Handy resource indeed, your field guide.
Established than Hermione and Ron typically are at this point. But Krum does still point out the symbol of the Deathly Hallows that Xenophilius is wearing and describes it as Grindelwald's mark. The other sort of fun thing here is that normally Krum also notices how attractive Ginny is, and Harry shoots him down, but I don't really see why Harry would shoot him down, so
Alohomora.
Crumb dances with Ginny at the wedding. And on that note, on the whole, the wedding itself is a really great calm before the storm. Harry and Hermione are able to happily spend time together. Ron notices Luna dancing by herself and asks if she wants a partner. Harry does still eventually end up at a table with Muriel and Doge, where Muriel plants all sorts of bad gossip in Harry's head. This is also when Harry realizes that the girl that came out of the ring Horcrux in the chamber must have been Dumbledore's sister, Ariana. Meanwhile, over on the dance floor, Luna is showing Ron the bite on her finger and telling him about how her father advised her to act on any burgeoning talent or any unexpected urges. Ron grins, humoring her, asks if she has felt any unexpected urges, and Luna unblinkingly stares directly into Ron's eyes and replies, "Yes, I have." But then, almost as if on cue, Kingsley's Patronus shows up and announces that Scrimgeour is dead, the Ministry has fallen, and the Death Eaters are coming. And as usual, Harry, Ron, and Hermione escape to Tottenham Court Road, where they accidentally break the taboo and summon Raoul and Dolohov, who of course they duel and escape again to another random location. But after this, Harry is given another insight into Voldemort's mind. He witnesses Voldemort forcing Draco to torture Raoul and Dolohov.
More Raoul, or shall we feed you to Nagini? Lord Voldemort is not sure that you'll forgive this time. You called me back for this to tell me that Harry Potter has escaped again? Draco, give Raoul another taste of our displeasure. Do it or feel my wrath yourself.
And this is an interesting scene because from Voldemort's perspective, he's kind of also torturing Draco here, who he believes is uncomfortable with this kind of work, which he is. But again, Draco is much more bolstered by his allegiance to the other side this time. So, Draco tries to use this situation to his advantage, and rather than just casting the Cruciatus Curse, he also casts Sectum Sempra and slices off a huge chunk of Raoul's shoulder. A truly sudden act of violence that actually impresses Voldemort. But back to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, they eventually land on Grimmauld Place, where they set up camp and try and get bearings. As they explore the house, Harry appreciates Sirius's room even more than normal, feeling that even though they were opposites, they were actually somewhat more the same. Sirius, a Gryffindor born to a Slytherin family, and Harry, a Slytherin born to a Gryffindor family. But as ever, the three of them pieced together pretty quickly that RAB was actually Regulus Arcturus Black. And as always, they summon Creature and get the full story out of him about the cave and how Regulus turned size, and all of that is obviously the exact same since it happened way before Harry was born. But in any case, they have a lead on the locket and send Creature to go find Mundungus, and while he is gone, Lupin shows up. Lupin fills them in on everything else that's happening and offers them his services, which Harry shuts down hard, basically saying that his father would never approve of Lupin abandoning his family. A really true James Potter moment for Harry. And as ever, Lupin storms out and Creature returns with Mundungus Fletcher, who reveals to them that that regular old bag of dead slugs, Dolores Umbridge, has the locket. As they plan their break into the Ministry, some other minor things happen, including Snape being named headmaster at Hogwarts and the Carrows being appointed as teachers, but Harry actually doesn't know who the Carrows are this time because they weren't at the Astronomy Tower.
You can't
That's not super
imagine
important, but Snape being appointed headmaster still prompts Hermione to steal the portrait of Phineas Nigellus Black. And then they break into the Ministry, which by all accounts goes pretty much the same. I mean, they are acting as other people and as such are treated as those people. Ron gets called away to fix a reigning office. Hermione gets called down to court with Umbridge. Harry goes to her office and steals Mad Eye's eye. He sees the picture of Grindelwald, finds Hermione, they stun Umbridge, steal the locket, and escape, but Yaxley grabs onto them and they lose Grimmauld Place. This, of course, is a huge blow for Harry, Ron, and Hermione, but oh my goodness, did Yaxley let Harry Potter escape again? Oh boy, is somebody about to have a date with Draco and be missing an ear? Sucks to suck, Yaxley! And it has to be said, Voldemort has taken an absolute shining to this form of punishment. I mean, after all, what better form of payment for his forgiveness could his Death Eaters give than their oh so valuable pure blood? Honestly, it's not that different from one of the protections he had on the cave, where you had to cut yourself and offer blood in order to enter. But back to Harry, Ron, and Hermione, it's time to go camping, and they are about to get really good at it. Except for finding food for some. As a side note, this is also when Harry has the vision of Grindelwald stealing the Elder Wand from the Orbit, but he doesn't know it's Grindelwald and can't identify who the young thief is. But more importantly, they now have the locket, and you might think, does that mean they can destroy it immediately because they have the sword? But actually, no, for two reasons. While the sword is presently imbued with fiend fire, the same way that it is typically imbued with basilisk venom, none of them have really put that together yet. As far as they're concerned, the goblin-made nature of the blade is actually what allowed Ron to stop fiend fire. But also, even if they realized it, they'd still have to figure out how to open the locket before they could destroy it. That said, they do decide to set the sword out whenever they set up camp. It's just sort of an extra layer of defense in case it shows up. And Harry can't help but notice that it feels really warm whenever he passes by the sword. Maybe that's just from sitting by the fire. You might also be thinking, wait, Harry has access to the basilisk. Him and Dumbledore destroyed the ring with it last year. Wouldn't they just go back to Hogwarts to try and destroy the locket? But again, no. Even in the main story after they get the locket, Harry doesn't see this as an option. Harry's first thought was of the Forbidden Forest, and for a moment, even though he knew how foolish and dangerous it would be for them to appear in the grounds of Hogwarts, his heart leapt at the thought of sneaking through the trees.
Revelio.
But the other big change here is how the locket affects Harry whilst he's wearing it, which is actually a lot different because Harry was sorted into Slytherin and has proven time and time again that he is a true Slytherin. He can control the basilisk, and this was a relic once owned by Salazar Slytherin. So, unlike usual, when Harry puts the locket on, he starts hearing a voice inside his head repeating over and over.
Only the determined can open me and find my secret. I can lead you to the power you seek. I can help you succeed in your ambitions.
Harry immediately assumes this is Voldemort talking to him from inside the locket, and remembers what happened when Dumbledore tried to destroy the ring, how his secret shame emerged from it and began accosting him. Ron and Hermione feel similar sentiments when they are wearing the locket, but for them, it actually is Voldemort tempting them towards power. But unbeknownst to Harry, for him, it is not
Here I come.
It is instead Salazar Slytherin himself, speaking in person. Harry's mood also doesn't seem to be as affected as the other two, so he volunteers to wear the locket more. But Ron and
How's
Hermione,
my favourite
knowing how the
test
locket
flyer?
makes them feel, don't like the idea of Harry hearing Voldemort whispering in his ear all the time. And so it goes. Days turn into weeks with little progress.
Hello again,
Ron
Mr.
begins taking
Weeks.
the sword
I
out
set a
and
new
practices
record at the
swinging
South
it
Course.
around whenever they stop
Fantastic!
just to
Your
pass
broom
the time.
performed
Harry
well then.
notices that
The
despite
best
weather
upgrade
becoming
yet.
quite cold
It
outside,
flew
Ron returns from
beautifully,
these practice
incredibly
sessions
nimble.
just
But
absolutely
with the speeds
covered
it
in
now
sweat,
reaches,
but also
I can
with an
feel the wind catching beneath the seat a
absolutely
bit, preventing
Harry
it from
chalks
reaching
this
its
up
full
to the benefit of
potential.
exercise, but
Of
in
course!
actuality, it
Should
is
have
the sword
anticipated that.
cleansing the effects
Exactly the
of
kind of
locket
report
on
I've come to
Ron. Which is
expect
not to
from
say
you.
spirits are
At last,
uncrushably high
I
or
think
anything.
I
They
know
are
what
still
needs to be
camping
done for
around
my
in the
final
Horcrux and
upgrade.
failing to gather or multiply food in any sort of meaningful way consistent with their characters. Seriously, this just always bothers me. Like, summon some fish, y'all.
What will you do
Jeez.
after the
Speaking of
final
which, though,
upgrade
you
is
know who does
complete?
know how to summon
I aim
fish
to
from the
make
river?
Spint, which is the
Ted,
most
Bean,
sought after
Dirk,
shop in
Dornock,
Hogsmeade.
Griphook, or as I
And
like
I
to
wouldn't
call
mind getting back on the broom
These
myself,
five are, of course,
just
still
for the
on
thrill of
run
it.
and still almost
Couldn't be
run
more
into Harry, Ron,
pleased
and
we made
Hermione's
headway with the
camp, where Harry,
upgrades.
Ron, and
Proved the
Hermione
naysayers
eavesdrop
wrong.
on them and learn
Made
some
all the hard
crucial
work worth it.
information. Typically, they all trade stories about Ginny,
I shall
Luna,
look
and
forward to
Neville trying
speaking
break
again.
into Snape's
I'll be
office
sure to
to
send
steal
you
the
an
sword
hour
of
when I'm
Gryffindor,
finished.
but,
Thank
of
you
course,
again
Snape
for your
never had the
help.
sword of Gryffindor, so that doesn't happen. However, they
Couldn't
do
have
still
done
mention
this
the Quibbler
without
and
you.
how it's the only thing worth reading, and Dean does still mention that he reckons Harry
Good for
Potter
Mr.
is the
Weeks.
real deal.
Mr.
He
Weeks
did
and I do
slice
make
off
a good
Snape's
team.
hand and break his wand after all. Griphook chimes in and says that he heard about this, but the goblins were actually more concerned with the appearance of the long-lost sword of Gryffindor and how it absorbed all of those flames and is likely extremely powerful now. And Harry, Ron, and Hermione all immediately revel in this information, realizing that they've had the solution with them the whole time. Excitement is high as they pull out the locket and the sword. Ron raises the sword above his head, and almost as if it knows its intended purpose, the sword lights itself on fire. Seeing this and filled with confidence, Ron brings the sword down hard on the locket. But much to his surprise, the locket remains completely untarnished. I know, bummer, right? Thought they had it. But Harry, similar to the main story, knows why it didn't break. Because it's not open. Before they can destroy it, they need to open it. But how? He wonders. As Harry ponders this question over the next few days, he watches Ron, who is practicing lighting the sword on fire on command, and reflects on what a true Gryffindor Ron really is. He stares at the locket, wondering how to open it, really taking in the large ornate S, and then realizes with a start that the locket used to belong to Slytherin. Now, of course, they always knew this to be true, but the entire time they've had it, Harry has been treating it as nothing but a possession of Voldemort's. But with this new brain blast, he thinks back to what Hepzibah Smith said about the locket and the cup, that they're supposed to have all sorts of different powers that she never tested. Which then makes Harry realize the locket must have had powers before it was a Horcrux. Could it still? And what would those powers be? What would Salazar Slytherin have used the locket for? To hide something? But what did he have to hide? But Harry's brain was racing ahead. He knew the answer before he
please come and talk.
The Chamber of Secrets! The Basilisk! Parselmouth! It's Slytherin! The voice I'm hearing, it's not Voldemort, it's Slytherin. Salazar Slytherin, and he's speaking Parseltongue. That's why I can hear him. And he's trying to tell me how to find the Chamber of Secrets. That's what he used the locket for. It was handed down generation to generation to reach the guards. His heir was supposed to open it. What does that mean, Harry? Asks Hermione. It means I know how to open the locket. Ron, get the sword ready. Ron pokes his head around the corner and says, probably not. They lay the locket on the ground outside the tent and gather round. Ron has the sword lit, and Harry stares at the locket and hisses in Parseltongue, open. Now, normally this is where the locket kind of tortures Ron, telling him that Hermione would always have preferred the chosen one over him, and that his mother would have preferred Harry over him. This time, however, the taunt is much more cryptic and yet somehow kind of familiar. All that emerges from the locket is a large red moon, slowly being eclipsed by darkness. Ron is not sure why, but is filled with an immense cold as the light from the moon fades away. Ron is frozen in place as Harry and Hermione yell encouragements at him, at a complete loss for what they're witnessing. Finally, Ron feels the warmth of the blade in his hand and comes to, raises the sword, and strikes the locket, destroying it. The three celebrate and then immediately converge to discuss what they just saw coming out of the locket. Was that like a boggart? Harry asks. Lupin's boggart was a full moon, but you're not a werewolf. Why would you fear that? A red moon is a lunar eclipse, Hermione continued. We know that from our OWL astronomer, but what could that mean? Unfortunately for Hermione, though, interpretations of such things was a totally different skill, and if there's one subject Hermione was always really bad at, it was divination. Are we sure it was the moon? Harry asks, thinking back to his first encounter with Firenze and the Centaurs in the Forbidden Forest and how they kept exclaiming, "Mars is bright tonight." On that occasion, Harry points out they were also very soul. Harry and Hermione continue to discuss the mysterious red moon while Ron stands there, sword still in hand, staring at the spot where the moon was, apparently lost in his own thoughts. Typically what happens next is that Ron abandons Harry and Hermione for a couple of weeks, during which the two of them go to Godric's Hollow to look for the sword because they think Dumbledore must have left it there for them to find. But obviously Ron didn't leave this time and they already have the sword, which is not to say that Harry doesn't still want to go visit Godric's Hollow, but usually the idea that the sword will be there is what convinces Hermione that it'll be worth the risk. But not going to Godric's Hollow is kind of a big deal because a lot happens there. They visit the graveyard where they see Ignotus Peveril's grave and the sign of the Deathly Hallows, James and Lily's grave, Dumbledore's family's graves. They go to the Potter's little house, they see the statue of the Potters in the middle of town. Harry gets tricked by Nagini, who's pretending to be Bathilda Bagshot. He tries to order Voldemort to get there, but then Harry escapes, and Harry's wand gets broken, and Voldemort finds the picture of Grindelwald and identifies who the thief is. But this time they don't have any real need to go to Godric's Hollow, because, again, they already have the sword, and they can light it on fire. Speaking of lighting the sword on fire, you guys, though, last week we asked you guys to send in submissions of art for Ron fighting the Fiend Fire with the sword of Gryffindor, and oh my, I cannot even tell you how cool it was looking at you guys' submissions. You guys are such good artists. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. It's so good. Thank you guys so much for your continued submissions. I am loving seeing them. Thank you. But back to our heroes, who, in all their excitement, have now suddenly run out of leads, other than the fact that Hermione finally spots the symbol of the Deathly Hallows in Tales of Beedle. Harry also recognizes the symbol that Xenophilius was wearing at the wedding, and Ron suggests that they go visit the Lovegoods for, reasons. And suspecting Xenophilius is a safe bet to go visit, and
You wanted to talk to me. Indeed. Indeed thought you might want to learn how to build a breeding pen so that you can breed beasts.
Timeline-wise, we find ourselves right where we would with the main story, which is just after Christmas. Typically,
That sounds like a very good idea.
Rescuing and breeding beasts go hand in hand. Young beasts are particularly vulnerable to poachers. Breeding beasts here in the room will allow us to keep the younger ones safe.
I see. What do I need to do?
First, bring a pair of beasts to the room, one male, one female. Deed suggests rescuing thestrals, as they're at great risk from poachers. Noble creatures, but their relationship with death gives them a bad reputation. They're prized by poachers for their tail hairs.
I've seen thestrals before, but where would I find a pair of them nearby?
Deke has seen some wild thestrals not too far from the Hogwarts grounds. Then you'll need to purchase a spellcraft for the pen from Tomes and Scrolls and gather the materials it requires. Once you've rescued the thestrals and you have the spellcraft, you come and find Deke.
Harry's face on the cover reading undesirable. They realize the Death Eaters are on their way, and Xenophilius begs them to stay, saying the only reason he's printing that is because they took his Luna and he wants to get her back. Now, specifically, the two Death Eaters that show up at the Lovegood's house are Travers and Selwyn. Selwyn being the Death Eater that Draco attacked during the Battle of the Seven Potters and slashed his face. What surprises the trio, though, is that Selwyn's face appears to have been repaired with the same glistening silver as Snape's hand. The silver branches away from the wound in every direction, giving Selwyn a frightening, partial metal face. Harry thought back to the silver-masked Death Eaters in the graveyard during his 4th year and wondered if this was some sort of new, more permanent mask. Obviously, Harry, Ron, and Hermione need to escape this situation as fast as possible, and they do in pretty similar fashion as the main story, apparating out just after they let the Death Eaters glimpse Harry's face. Now, normally Ron is furious that Xenophilius has betrayed Harry, but this time Ron is furious that the Death Eaters have kidnapped Luna, and that Xenophilius has betrayed Harry. He vents his frustration by swinging the sword of Gryffindor all around the tall grass
any more cozy than Hogsmeade?
The edges wherever it touches. And it's in this moment when Harry has another vision of Voldemort, who is irate.
You saw Harry Potter and let him get away, Travers. It seems to me you are not worthy of the gift of sight. Draco, relieve Travers of his eye.
Almost unbelievably, in the middle of this tirade, Harry, Ron, and Hermione hear, of all people, Luna's voice. But being stranded in the middle of nowhere, they look around thinking there's no way Luna can somehow be here. They hear the voice again, and this time Harry and Hermione look directly at Ron, thinking the voice somehow came from him. Ron reaches into his pocket and pulls out the Deluminator. The three look on in awe as Luna's voice emits, faint but clear, from the small device. My friend Ron had one of those. He thought the giant fiery snake would. Confused, Ron clicks the Deluminator, and to their surprise, a small ball of light enters Ron's chest right next to his heart. Ron gasps, I know what to do, and then, without warning, disapparates, and Ron is gone. Harry and Hermione stare at each other, absolutely dumbfounded. Where had Ron just gone? How was he going to find them again? They call his name out over and over, Ron, Ron, but darkness is falling, and they realize there's simply no hope of hearing him.
Ron?
Crack! Ron arrives in the basement of Malfoy Manor to find Luna, Ollivander, Griphook, and Dean, who are all being held captive there. Ollivander, Griphook, and Dean turn completely shocked at the sudden appearance of Ron. Luna, however, just slowly turns her head as if she was expecting Ron to show up at any moment. Oh, hello there, Ron. I was just talking about you. Where are we? Says Ron. We are in the basement of Draco Malfoy's house, says Luna. Upstairs, the Death Eaters heard the crack of Ron's appearance and send Wormtail downstairs to investigate. Ron, sword still in hand, hides and waits to see who's coming down. Pettigrew demands everyone back against the wall and emerges from the stairs, wand held high. What was that crack? He demands in a squeaky voice. Ron immediately recognizes the voice and, filled with hatred, steps out, sword raised.
Just let me know if there's something in particular you're looking for.
Well, if it isn't my old pet
Let's look at
Scatter,
what we
says
have,
Ron,
shall
as he
we?
breaks into a run, the sword lighting up over his head. Gotta say, he's getting really good at this. But Wormtail reacts quickly. Expelliarmus! Ron is blasted backward, the sword of Gryffindor landing at Pettigrew's feet, who picks it up and reads the name on the sword with a greedy look in his eyes.
So, this is the sword that stopped Severus's fire. The Dark Lord has been looking for this for a long time.
Give that back, yells Ron. You're not worthy to even look at it. You're no Gryffindor. Peter smiles maliciously down at Ron and raises the sword as if to strike him down. But then, as if with a mind of its own, the sword erupts back into flames. Except this time, the flames tear right down the hilt, and in a single moment, Peter's entire body is engulfed in fire. His screams fill the entire basement. Draco rushes down the stairs and takes in the entire scene. Wormtail writhing on the floor, the inexplicable appearance of Ron with Luna, Dean, Griphook, and Ollivander all crowding behind him. Voldemort will hear about this, Draco says, but as he does, another loud crack is heard all the way around the basement. Draco then meets Ron's eyes and mouths the
Nothing
word.
like finding just the right
And with
thing.
that, Ron apparates out of the basement, the other four in tow, back to Harry and Hermione. Pure shock and relief are visible on the faces of Harry and Hermione as Ron reappears, but only for a moment before it is replaced by confusion at the sudden appearance of also Luna, Ollivander, Dean, and Griphook. Ron fills them in on everything that had happened and how the sword turned on Pettigrew and how Draco had come down the stairs and threatened them, but then also encouraged them to leave. Then, almost on cue, Harry is
Nothing
sucked
like
once more
finding
into
just the
Voldemort's
right
mind.
thing,
He is furious as he arrives at Malfoy Manor.
Truly
Draco,
awed by what
having
we've
summoned him,
accomplished.
find that
The
Wormtail
final
is
broom
dead
upgrade
and
is
his
better than
prisoner.
even I expected.
Harry can
Stop
feel
by
Voldemort's
Spintwitches
rage
when you
building
can.
as Draco explains what happened, how he came downstairs and Wormtail had somehow set himself on fire, how he had screamed Voldemort's name as he burned, breaking the taboo in the basement, allowing Ron and the others to escape. But not before I collected this from him, says Draco, presenting Voldemort with the sword.
Oh, hello again.
And at
Couldn't have
this,
perfected
Harry
the broom
feels
upgrades
Voldemort's
without your
rage
help.
melt into
As
pure
always,
elation
I have
at
a
sight
special
of the sword.
prize for
I
him.
have been looking for this for a very long time. Well done, Draco, well done.
Says Voldemort, his red eyes ablaze as he
Thanks for
stares down
stopping
the sword.
by. Hope to see you
Bellatrix,
again.
He calls out.
We have a new treasure I want you to restore with the other relic.
After this, Harry arrives back in his own mind in the tent, gasping for breath. "To the strange vault," he yells. "Gringotts, there's another Horcrux. He's got another Horcrux at Gringotts." And from there, Ron suggests they head to Shell Cottage, where the others can recover, and because Bill is likely to be some help if they're going to break into the bank. Over the next few days, they learn more about what happened in the basement and guess that Ron was able to apparate into the basement because of whatever magic Dumbledore had imbued into the Deluminator, which, in case you're wondering, is love. The Deluminator
Off on another adventure, are we?
more powerful than like little anti-apparition stuff that would have set up in the basement. Full video by clicking the card. Harry also realizes that Draco successfully lied to Voldemort about Peter breaking the taboo.
Are you in
and
some
that
sort of
he,
trouble?
Draco,
Nearly
had done
attacked
it
by
himself
wolves, I
to
was.
help.
Only
Now,
just
one big
escaped
difference
with my
about the
love.
group arriving in
I
Shell
don't
Cottage is
suppose
that
a
usually
student like
Harry is
yourself would be in
really
possession
pressed
of
for
such a
time
thing.
because they went to Godric's Hollow.
Yes,
and
I have
Voldemort
some
was able
right
to learn
here.
the identity of the thief. But this time, Harry is not so pressed for time, so he's able to
your
question
generosity.
Ollivander at his leisure and confirm the existence of the Elder One, which prompts Harry to have his usual vistas of truth opening up to him from every direction, where he suddenly realizes exactly what Dumbledore wanted him to do and to collect the Deathly Hallows to defeat Voldemort. Harry realizes that the wand is for sure real, the cloak is for sure real, and after remembering Marvolo Gaunt and the ring, is positive the Resurrection Stone is real too, and that Dumbledore must have given it to him inside the snitch. Now, normally Hermione shoots all this down pretty hard, but there are a few things that are different this time. Usually, Dumbledore tried to give them the sword via his will, which they figure out was his intended way for them to destroy Horcruxes. This time, however, Dumbledore died before the sword ever appeared. Harry reasons out in his own mind that Dumbledore was trying to push them towards the Elder Wand because it has the power to destroy Horcruxes. And that's why they need it. Xenophilius is the one who told them about the Horcruxes, and now
I'm only
Luna
trying to
is
help.
Shell Cottage, so they also asked her
Arresto
if
Memento.
she knows about the
Arresto
Horcruxes.
Memento.
Me and Daddy once visited the grave of Ignotus Peverell and got the castle where we were harvesting Horcruxes. He and his brothers are probably the original. Harry, who has his own reasons for wanting to visit Godric's Hollow, perks up at this information. One of the Peverells is buried at Godric's Hollow. I wonder if Dumbledore could have hidden the wand there. We're gonna break into Gringotts. We're gonna need all the power we can get. I'm not sure, says Hermione. Ron, who we know is the one who always wants the wand to begin with, and who is feeling guilty for having lost the sword, their only other way to destroy the Hallows, and who kind of wants to appeal to Luna's beliefs, agrees with Harry. They should go to Godric's Hollow. But if Dumbledore knew where the wand was, why didn't he use it, Harry? Why did he wait all year to destroy the ring with you and the basilisk? Argues Hermione. Dumbledore never wanted power. How many times was he offered the job of Minister of Magic, and he always said Harry, thinking back to when Tom Riddle visited Dumbledore in his office asking for a job. But this is Voldemort, Harry. Certainly Dumbledore could have justified the use of the wand to kill Horcrux. Or maybe, says Ron, maybe and use one Hallow
Not
to
going
destroy
to
the
hurt
other.
you.
So you couldn't have used the wand to destroy the ring, could you? Even Harry feels like this is kind of a stretch, but as he wants to go to Godric's Hollow, he goes along with Ron. Yeah, that makes sense. And realizing there's simply no talking them out of it, Hermione agrees on the conditions that they are extremely careful. And over the next few days, they make preparations to go to Godric's Hollow.
Leviosa!
Going to Godric's Hollow, Harry.
Arresto
Before
Memento.
Voldemort will expect you to go, I think we should disguise ourselves using this. And with a flourish, she produces a vial of polyjuice potion from inside her bag. And I think we should grab this building. When Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrive in Godric's Hollow, a light snow is falling.
I'll look after you.
Disguised as muggles using hair they stole earlier in the week. Together, they set off for the graveyard, where they hope to inspect the gravestone of Ignotus Peveril, and where Harry hopes to find his parents' graves. On their way, they come across an obelisk in the center of town that, as they approach, transforms instead into a statue of Harry and his parents. Look, Harry, it's you, says Ron. Harry stares in awe at the statue and notices with some curiosity that him and his father's heads are covered in snow, while his mother's remains completely pristine. Perplexed, but not particularly bothered, they move on to the graveyard. And the graveyard is pretty emotional. Despite all of her arguments about coming, Hermione is actually really happy for Harry that he gets to visit his parents' graves, and explains the description on their headstones. The last enemy that shall be defeated is death. Ron, who was giving the two of them a moment, finds Dumbledore's grave and calls them over, and personally takes in the words, "Where your treasure is, there will your heart be also." He thinks of how Dumbledore himself must have chosen these words, and of the Deluminator
Leviosa!
brought him. Together, the three of them move on and eventually do find Ignotus' grave, which does have the symbol of the Deathly Hallows on it, but otherwise provides very little context or clues at all. It must be him, says Harry.
Now we can conjure a breeding pen in the
It
room.
must be.
Best get back to
Maybe
Deke with the
words on
Thestrals.
Dumbledore's mother's grave are a hint. The treasure I seek is the wand. Where is my heart? He says, and looks up at Hermione and gets an idea. My parents' house! The last place we were all whole and together, Harry says. It wasn't hard to locate the remains of the Potter residence. At the end of the row was a dark mass, the wreckage of the former home. And like always, as they approach and touch the gate, a sign emerges from the ground, explaining, "The house is invisible to muggles, but remains in disrepair as a monument to the Potters and the violence that tore apart their dead." Tears fall from Harry's face as he reads the word etched into the sign. But then something bright catches Harry's eyes. A silver doe is emerging from the house and approaching the tree. Hermione gasps. "No way," says Ron. Harry himself stood in disbelief, but felt this is it, instinctually knowing the doe was a friend. The doe slowly approaches Harry before bowing its head and turning back towards the house. And without thinking, Harry follows the doe across the gate and towards the front steps of the property. As Harry gets closer, amongst all the decay and wreckage, Harry is surprised to find flowers. Beautiful, tall lilies standing proud as if they had just been planted there that morning. Harry reaches out to brush the snow off one of the petals when suddenly something else emerges from the flowers. A stem? No, this wasn't like the green stems around it. This was a wand. Harry grabbed the wand and felt a sensation of absolute warmth wash over him, a feeling he hadn't experienced since being chosen by his own wand back in his first year at Ollivanders. Harry turns and shows the others, who are staring at him in complete shock. "Can't be, can it?" asked Ron. "I don't believe it, Harry. You were right, but who cast the Patronus?" asked Hermione. But Harry has no time to answer, because just then a noise shuffles behind them. They turn and find the outline of a woman who appears to be dressed in rags and who are clearly watching. It is, of course, Bathilda Bagshot, sort of, who beckons them to follow her. Harry remembers Muriel and Doge talking about how Bathilda Bagshot knew the Dumbledores and guesses it must have been her who cast the doe. This is it. It must have been her, and maybe now she's here to tell us how to open the snitch. I open at the close. This is the close, the end of the quest. Hermione's not quite sure this totally makes sense, but having been proven so thoroughly wrong just now about the Elder Wand, trusts Harry's instincts and follows. And we all know what happens next. Ron and Hermione stay downstairs while Harry follows Bathilda upstairs. Bathilda turns out to be a giant snake who attacks Harry and calls Voldemort there. Hermione and Ron rush in. Hermione casts a Confringo spell that bounces around and crushes Harry's wand, and at the last second, she manages to apparate the three of them away. Harry, Ron, and Hermione arrive back at Shell Cottage with Harry horribly bitten. Meanwhile, Voldemort screams in fury as Harry escapes, until, that is, he looks down and finds the picture of the thief he's been looking for. Harry awakens the next day to the horrible news that his Holly wand has been broken. Yeah, but you've got the Elder Wand now, mate, says Ron, trying to console him. But for Harry, this is still not great news. The Elder Wand to him was only ever a means to destroy the Horcruxes. His own wand had held the protection of the twin cores, and even when he thought of possessing the Elder Wand, he still thought he'd use his original wand when facing Voldemort. He voices this concern to Ron and Hermione, who suggest, well, maybe you can fix the old one with the Elder Wand. Cheered by this thought, Harry gets out of bed and finds the new wand they recovered from Godric's Hollow and directs it at his old one. Repair it! The Hollow Wand jumps together, but doesn't look fully healed. Harry tries casting a spell with it, but it just falls apart and sparks. Concerned, Harry brings the new wand to Ollivander to find out if he can tell him anything new about it, and it turns out he can. Ah, yes, mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, excellent for transfiguration. This wand belonged to James Potter. Welcome to part 2, everyone. We have a lot to cover today, so we're just going to dive
I've
right
rescued
on
the Thestrals
right
and bought
where
the
we left
spellcraft
off,
for
which,
the pen.
as a refresher,
Excellent.
was just
Now,
after Ollivander
to breed your
revealed
Thestrals,
that the wand
simply
Harry, Ron,
release
and
them
Hermione
into the same
recovered from
vivarium
Godric's
in which
Hollow
you conjure
was
the
not
pen.
the Elder Wand,
Then use
but
the pen to
actually
start the
James
process.
Potter's. Harry has
Come and see
never
Deke
felt
when
more
you're finished.
confused in his
I
entire
shall.
life. They followed the clues
I
right
wonder
to
where I
the
should
Deathly
conjure that
Hallows. They
pen.
went to Godric's Hollow. They found a wand, a silver doe, led them right to it. How could it not be the Elder Wand? And suddenly the entire trip to Godric's Hollow was starting to feel like a fiasco. Hermione was right. They put themselves in harm's way for nothing. And now Harry's original wand is broke. And then, to make matters worse, Harry is visited by a vision from inside of Voldemort's mind, where he has finally identified the thief who stole the wand from Gregorovich. Harry snaps
Deke
back
never
to
grows
reality
tired
and
of the
falls to
room
ground with a
surprises.
sudden
We
realization.
now have the
He's
perfect
after
place
it
for
too.
those
What's happened,
Thestrals.
Harry? What did you see?
Please
says
let
Ron.
Deke
Harry
know
explains
once
to
you've
Ron
read
and
them.
Hermione what Grindelwald had stolen from Gregorovich. It was the Elder Wand itself. And now, not only did they fail to recover the Elder Wand themselves, but they gave Voldemort the exact information he needed to find it himself. But then who conjured the doe, Harry? Asks Hermione. Someone must have cast it to lead it to your dad's wand, but why? Harry has no answer, and his feelings are extremely mixed. The truth is that just days ago, the idea of being presented with his father's wand, which by all accounts seems to have chosen him and to have been led there by some sort of secret ally, would have been comfort beyond belief. And over the next few days, Harry is plagued by a cycle of thoughts about the doe, getting his hopes up over and over that could it have somehow been Dumbledore? But then having all of his hopes drop as he remembers over and over that Dumbledore is dead and his Patronus was a phoenix. And to make matters worse, Harry visits Voldemort's mind 2 more times. Once to see him question Grindelwald about where the Elder Wand is, and a second time to see him break into Dumbledore's tomb and steal it. However, at the very least, now Harry's path was clear. Dumbledore had not been sending him to collect the Hallows. He was meant to destroy the Horcruxes, and he knows where the next one is. Plus, we don't need the Elder Wand to break into Bellatrix's vault to destroy the Horcrux, because we can just steal the sword back when we're in there, says Ron. And while this is true, Harry can't help but think that when he imagined having the Elder Wand being the master of death, breaking into Gringotts felt laughable, even easy. But now, faced with the same prospect of breaking in but unaided by the Elder Wand, which Voldemort now has, makes the task feel impossible. Now, that said, you may have noticed that their trip to Gringotts is going to be a little bit trickier than usual this time around, because usually they have a hair of Bellatrix and her actual wand, 2 very useful things for breaking into Bellatrix's vault. Plus, Griphook usually only agrees to help Harry because he watched Harry bury Dobby, which obviously didn't happen this time, so how are they going to break in? Well, really, it's not that different. The fact that they don't have Bellatrix's wand or hair isn't that big of a deal. In fact, even in the main story, after they go through with that plan, Harry remarks about how foolish it was. The more he thought about it, the more foolish it seemed to have disguised Hermione as Bellatrix, to have brought along Bellatrix's wand when the Death Eaters knew who had stolen it. So instead, they just transfigure Hermione the same way they do as Ron to try and look as similar to someone who might be related to Bellatrix, which really isn't that hard because of the crazy curly hair on both women. And then their plan is just to rely on the Imperious Curse cast by Harry under the invisibility cloak to force any resistance to just simply believe whatever they're seeing is real. They also have the small advantage that there are no special rules around the Lestrange family vault this time around because Bellatrix doesn't suspect anyone has broken in. Additionally, not looking like Bellatrix means they don't attract the Death Eater Travers into conversation when they arrive at Diagon Alley. Which is not to say they don't see Travers. They still do, and his new silver silver-encrusted eye, which, like Selwyn's, branches out like lightning in every direction from the wound. Griphook also still helps them because, let's face it, he's greedy and he wants the sword, which they do still promise to give him once they break into the vault, which he knows they're telling the truth about because he saw Ron lose it at Malfoy Manor. Plus, Ron saving Griphook from Malfoy Manor also goes a long way in him helping. That said, as usual, Harry and Ron do still plan on turning on Griphook and keeping the sword for themselves, at least until after the Horcruxes are destroyed, which Hermione doesn't like, but does have to go on. And so their break into Gringotts, at least getting past the front desk, actually goes a little bit smoother than usual. Hermione asks to go to the Lestrange family vault. Harry imperiously Bogrod at the front desk, who totally believes that Hermione is a Lestrange. And once they're past the front desk, honestly, we all know their disguises don't matter anyway. Harry immediately takes off the invisibility cloak, and the Thief's Downfall just washes off all of their disguises anyway. After their disguise is gone, it sets off all the same alarms it usually does, which sends all the goblins into a tizzy as they try and pursue Harry, Ron, and Hermione into the depths of Gringotts. But as usual, they are not fast enough, and Harry, Ron, and Hermione make it down to the Lestrange family vault, get inside, and recover the cup and the sword. And as usual, this is where Griphook decides to betray them and steal the sword for himself and try and lock them in one of the vaults. But the difference is, as Griphook runs away with the sword, much like it did to Pettigrew, the sword lights on fire and tries to set Griphook ablaze. But Griphook is faster than Pettigrew and manages to drop it before he's set on fire. And the sound of the sword clanking to the ground amidst all the other confusion alerts the dragon to Griphook's location, and he rears back to try and blast him with a sheet of fire. But Hermione sees what's about to happen, and despite Griphook's betrayal, she still sprints forward and tries to stop it, yelling, "Accio sword!" She catches the sword mid-air and jumps in front of Griphook just before the flames hit him, and much like Ron fighting the Fiend Fire, manages to absorb all of the dragon fire now into the sword as well. She turns to Griphook, who is now cowering in fear behind her, and says, "We're keeping this." The dragon, interestingly, for however blind it is, seems to have taken in what happened, and as Hermione turns back to it, is surprised to find it lowering its head to her. Shocked, she then turns to free Ron and Harry from the vault, after which they free the dragon, climb on its back, and escape through the ceiling to safety. Huzzah! They ride on the dragon's back for a while before finally jumping off into some water next to a small island. But as ever, Harry is visited by another vision of Voldemort, who has been informed
statues
of the break-in, and at long last realizes Harry has been hunting Horcruxes. And in an absolute wave of fury, Voldemort's wand drops over and over, having adopted Draco's new
craftsmanship
form of
and care went into them.
Sempra slashes through the air, cutting up every Death Eater in sight. And then he starts recounting all the locations of his Horcruxes he must now go check.
I did.
The cave, the shack,
It was a
Hogwarts,
ploy to give that pathetic oaf Moon a taste of the grief he caused me years ago.
Harry
You are the one who's been pilfering them.
There's a
I
Horcrux
am,
at Hogwarts.
at the request of Mr.
Ron and
Moon.
Hermione are focused on something
I
else.
received your owl
sitting before them.
on your
Hermione's still holding
stationery.
the sword, and she hands it to Ron for him to destroy it like he did
well,
the rocket. But Ron looks up
Fitting
incredulously.
Moon would enlist
What?
a student.
No, I think
Too
this one has
cowardly
be
to do it
you.
himself.
And so Hermione, with the dragon still
Hasn't
soaring
changed a
overhead,
bit.
raises the sword,
Even when
which
we were at
immediately
school,
erupts
he was
into
a
flames
cowardly
and lets out
bully.
an
Gave me a
ear-splitting
horrible
dragon
nickname,
call.
which
She brings the
I
sword down
shan't
hard on
repeat.
the cup, and it
I
is
was
destroyed.
thrilled when we left school and he
Harry
seemed
and Ron
gone
simply
for good.
stare on, as impressed as
Then
they've ever
I
been.
started seeing
Harry
him
turns to
around
Ron and says,
Hogsmeade.
"We're dating
It was
now."
too much.
Hermione beams.
Even
Yeah,
if
just
I
don't
do
cross him,
take
mate. I thought you
satisfaction
would
in
be
that his
dragons.
life's
She's got
destiny
your
was
beat.
to be a
And from there,
lowly
they obviously need to make
caretaker.
their way to Hogwarts, where they can't apparate, so they do the next best
Mr.
thing.
Moon does a good
Hogsmeade.
deal for
and
the
of course,
school,
we all know how
and
that
he's
goes.
taught me a lot.
Caterwauling Charm, Death Eaters,
He's terrified of those statues.
Aberforth, his cat, his Gotronus,
I know.
typical. What's not typical,
You
though,
should
is
have
that
seen his
with Harry
face when
and
that
Slytherin,
boggart appeared.
Neville
Oh,
has been
priceless.
far less involved
That's
than
what I
usual,
knew
and
what I
as
needed
such,
to
he
do.
has not formed
I
his
simply
little
didn't
secret
want to
base in the
encounter
room
him
of
anymore.
requirement. Which is not to say
So,
Neville isn't
I
still a
shrewdly
really
put a
highly
boggart in
motivated
his
and skilled
path
fighter.
to
He's
learn
just
his
not the
greatest
little
fear.
leader of the
I then
in-school
created the
rebellion
demiguise
like normal,
statues to
which
keep
is a
him in his
problem because
place,
Neville
so
and
to
his
speak.
secret base are usually
The
how
Moons
Harry,
were
Ron, and Hermione
inspired
make
to play
their
on
way
his
into
name.
the castle.
It
But the
worked
good news is there's a
brilliantly.
very obvious and
Until you
absolutely
started
amazing
clearing
way to
them
get
out.
into the castle that we have not been able to use until now. Dobby.
The statues are a
Aberforth is the
form
one
of
who
bullying.
sends Dobby
You're no
to
better
help
than
Harry,
him.
Ron, and Hermione in
Perhaps
Malfoy
it's
Manor.
time you
But
both moved
since
on.
Ron had it illuminated
Fair
this time
point,
and
I
managed to
suppose.
rescue everyone
If they
by
terrified
himself,
him, as you
that
say,
didn't come
he
into
may
play.
have
So
learned his
Dobby
lesson.
is still alive, and not just alive, but has a good relationship with Aberforth and has the unique magical ability to apparate inside the walls of Hogwarts. So after Aberforth calls Dobby and offers the solution to the trio, Harry asks him, "Is that true, Dobby? You can apparate inside the castle?" And Dobby replies,
Of course, I'm an elf.
"Yes, Dobby, you are. Dobby to the rescue." Not wanting to risk being seen by the Carrows or Snape upon entering the castle, though, they have Dobby apparate them into the one section of the castle they are positive will not be under watch: the Chamber of secrets. Back inside the castle, y'all. Feels like we need some smoke. Once inside, however, Hermione realizes that the three of them aren't going to be able to search the entire castle by themselves to find something no student in 50 years has found. Certainly, at least not
Mr.
before
Moon,
Voldemort arrives.
I've learned who's
Speaking of
behind the
whom,
demiguise
Voldemort has now
statues.
checked the shack and is sailing across the lake on his way to check on the locket. Hermione looks around and,
It was
inspired
a
by the
classmate of
location of
yours
their
that you
old DA
bullied,
meetings, has
Piers
an idea.
Pemberton.
She pulls out the master coin they used to use to set dates for the DA meetings and changes hers to read "Call Dobby." And within seconds, Dobby begins hearing his name being called, and with a crack, leaves and returns with Neville.
I don't
Luna,
think he likes
Ginny,
being
and over the
called
next
that.
10 minutes, the
Of
room
course
slowly
he
starts to fill as the
does.
house cell
Oh, we had
flutters around
such
the castle from room to
flowing
room,
locks,
bringing people
and we
to Ginny.
used to
From there,
laugh
Harry explains they
about
need to
them.
find something of Ravenclaws
I laughed
and
the
find
hardest
it
of
fast.
all.
Voldemort is on his
Clever,
way to
clever
school. The
man.
next bit plays out as you might expect.
I'd no
Luna
idea he
offers
was
up
so
the idea of the
devious.
lost diadem of Ravenclaw, and she and
I
Harry
must
decide
go
to head up to the Ravenclaw
congratulate
common room to look for it. Of course,
Whatever
they don't find the
statues
diadem in the common room, but this is where Harry runs into the
terrifying
Carers
now that
and
I know they were
McGonagall.
put
Harry
out
doesn't
by
have
old
the exact same relationship that he
pigtails.
usually has with
Continue
McGonagall,
collecting
telling
them
her
if
that
you
he's
like.
working on
As for
Dumbledore's
me,
order, and
I'm gonna
her
go and pay a
absolute
visit
faith
to my
in
old
Harry
friend.
is still enough to mobilize her to start setting up defenses around the castle.
I've always wanted to use that spell.
And it's a good thing too, because Voldemort is on the scene. Harry realizes that the castle is going to need as many defenders as possible and has a Dobby return him back to the chamber, where he's alarmed to find most of the former members of the DA and most of the members of the Order of the Phoenix as well. Turns out while Harry was in the Ravenclaw common room, Dobby was busy. Word got around. Impressed, Harry calls the Basilisk and, like he did for the DA meetings, has it ferry everyone up to the Great Hall, where McGonagall has gathered other students and is preparing for battle. Snape, as usual, does his best to try and reach Harry so that he can tell him the truth about everything and give him the memories, but as usual is driven from the school before he can do so by the other teachers. Now, normally this is the part where Harry realizes that nobody in living memory has seen the diadem and goes talk to Nearly Headless Nick about the Grey Lady. This time, however, Harry doesn't have any relationship at all with Nearly Headless Nick, and so instead he has to go consult the Bloody Baron. And much to Harry's dismay, the Bloody Baron goes into a very long-winded and overly dramatic story about how he loved the Grey Lady and how he's the one who killed her, and that's why he's carrying these chains. But eventually, like, come on, Baron, it's been like over 1,000 years. Get over it. He tells Harry where he can find the Grey Lady, who, after some light convincing, reveals that she told Tom Riddle
This
the
is where
hiding place of the
Saccharissa said to
diadem,
go.
and more pieces of the
And
puzzle
where are
click
those
into place in
tubers?
Harry's mind. He hid it the night he came back to ask for a job. That's why he came back. He even realizes that Voldemort's arrogance would lead him to believe he was the only student to ever find the Room of Requirement. The only trouble is, Harry himself has never been in the room. But, fortunately,
Just my luck.
he knows someone. Dobby! Harry cries.
Confringo! Defender! Expelliarmus!
Dobby does so and explains as much of the situation as he's comfortable to Draco, saying that we need to enter the Room of Requirement to find the diadem. Is there a way to make it show that hides things? Draco just smiles and immediately summons the room he lived in almost the entire year last year. Of course, we all know is filled floor to ceiling with junk. As the four of them and Dobby search the room frantically, Harry asks Draco about being forced to torture him to death. Draco looks absolutely ashamed of himself, but explains that he was forced to do it as a form of punishment. He decided to try and use the opportunity to incapacitate
Expelliarmus!
The weird thing is, Snape and Wormtail everyone else's punishment, but some twisted way how war.
Defender! Confringo! Expelliarmus!
Harry looked at Draco in absolute
It's
One less foul hulking brute.
had followed them into the room. We knew you'd come here, yelled Crabbe. Here's the thing. Crabbe and Goyle, obviously not very bright, but by now, even they have heard the story about how Draco used the Room of Requirement to break into Hogwarts last year and help murder Dumbledore. And it turns out when Dobby appeared to whisk Draco away from Harry,
Oh,
Crabbe
that
and
smells
Goyle were
awful.
right next to him and guessed where they
Only
met.
4
Harry
more,
rolls
thank
around looking
goodness.
for Ron and Hermione, assuming the worst, hoping neither of them has been hit by the spell. Draco does the same, and simultaneously they realize it's not Ron or Hermione who's been hit by the spell, but Dobby, who crumples to the ground. At once and together, Harry and Draco raise their wands and shout, "Stupefy!" easily blasting Crabbe and Goyle back. They rush to Dobby's side, but it's too late. He's dead. Dobby, who had done so much, whose freedom had been the first, if not faintest sign that Draco and Harry were actually on the same side. Draco is in tears as he lays to rest the small elf that once served his family in a clearing made amidst the junk. I think you should do it.
Revelio.
What? I think you should be the one to destroy it. You found this place. You understood it. I think it should be you. What is it? Asked Draco, holding up the diadem. Harry studies Draco's face for a long time and then makes it.
That should
it's
do
a
it.
piece of his soul.
I'd better get back to Zacharyssa now.
And the snake before we can kill Voldemort. Draco's eyes widen, but he doesn't even hesitate. How do I do it? Fiendfire, says Harry. I think the room will be able to contain it. Cast it, and we'll all get out. They move the bodies of Crabbe, Goyle, and Dobby outside the room, place the diadem on the floor, and Draco casts the spell. Flames erupt out of his wand, torrenting through the stacks of forgotten items, barreling into the diadem. Harry and Draco slam the door shut just in time. The door fades back into the wall. It's done. I also like to think Draco then summoned a new version of the Room of Requirement that had like one single tiny little hammock in it and put Dobby to rest for good. Outside the Room of Requirement, though, the Battle of Hogwarts has begun in earnest. Spells are flying through the windows, suits of armors are running down the halls, and Harry can see giants approaching the outer gates. Now what? Says Ron, sword in hand. Kill the snake, said Harry. Where is it? Asked Hermione. And on command, Harry enters Voldemort's mind and finds him in the Shrieking Shack, Nagini floating in an orb above him, Lucius behind him.
Bring me Severus. I didn't keep you waiting, did
Harry
I?
puts on the
Not at
invisibility
all.
cloak, and together the
I was
four
just
of
at
them
the
begin
post
sprinting through the
office.
grounds in the
Gran
direction
told
of
me
the
to
Walking
expect a
Willow. As they pass,
package,
they observe
but
the
it
raging
looks
battle.
as if
The
she
silver
forgot to
glare of
send
so
it.
many Death Eaters'
She didn't
adornments
send me an
shining in
owl
the
this
moonlight.
week
They
either.
watch in horror as a
Perhaps
spell
she's
bounces
busy
off
with her
Raoul's
research.
shimmering shoulder and hits Lupin in the chest, who falls to the ground. Ron spots Luna
What did
with
you
the
find out
giant
about the
bearing down
dragon you
upon
were
them.
tracking?
Him and
I
Hermione
realized
tear
that
off
she
help.
didn't know the poachers had her
Hermione
egg,
shouts,
so
stopping
when
the
she
giant's
left
club in
Horntail
midair.
Hall,
Ron
she would have
rushes in with
headed
the blazing
straight to her
sword of
nest.
Gryffindor and slashes the
I went
giant's
back
foot,
to the
setting
tent
the
and
flame
tracked her
and
flight.
creating a giant 20-foot pyre in the
Well
middle of the
done.
battlefield. And in all the
You
commotion,
certainly
they
know
lose
what
track
you're
of where
doing.
Harry is
I
under
can't be
invisibility.
certain,
Seeing
but
the
I have
flames,
an
Harry
idea
is
of one
immediately
place
reminded
she
of the
may
last
have been
time he was
heading.
sprinting across the
I
grounds
thought we
like
might
this,
go and see it
chasing
for
Snape.
ourselves.
How he had cast
Of course.
Fiendfire at them, how
Shall we
he had
leave now?
escaped.
If
And in
that's
his
all
rage,
right,
Harry trips
I want
and
to
the
see how
cloak
she's
falls
faring
off.
if she had a
That's
collar on. And she's
Demented.
likely
Excited
frantic
by
about
the
her
sudden
egg.
appearance of Harry Potter, they begin pouring into the grounds. And suddenly, Harry's rage turns to fear. He reaches for his father's wand, but can't find
Here
it.
we
He's
are.
dropped it when he fell.
I
His
do
mother's
think this
screams
is where
begin
we'll
to fill
find
his
her.
ears when suddenly,
The
out of the
terrain's
darkness,
typical of
Expecto
where the
Patronum,
breed would
a
nest.
brilliant white peacock
I
goes
suspect
streaking in
it's
the
how the
direction of
poachers found her
Dementors.
to begin with.
Draco's
They
Patronus.
likely
It starts
camped
to
here
drive them
and
away, but
looked
there's
her
just too many.
patterns.
The single peacock
Perhaps nabbed
can't
her
fend them
first
all
and
off.
then her egg.
Expecto Patronum.
Dragons
And
are
suddenly
hard
the
enough to
peacock is
wrangle,
not
let
alone.
alone
It's
maternal
joined
ones.
by the
You got
silver
all of that from
Harry
simply
looks around to see
standing
who
here.
cast the spell
You'd be
and cannot
surprised
believe
how
his
easy it is
eyes.
to think like a
Severus.
poacher. Shall we see
And
if
the
she's
combined
home?
strength of the doe and
We only
peacock
need to
are
return
enough
her
to drive
egg.
the Dementors away. You! Harry yells as Snape descends on
That
him.
sounds straightforward
You
enough.
sent the
We should
Patronus,
be
but
in and out. Then we
whose
can be
wand
finished with the
did you-
poachers once and for all.
Yes, is all Snape is able to get out before the
Well
most
then,
unusual thing
let's
begins
find our
happening.
dragon and return her
Snape's
egg.
silver hand
Wonderful.
of its own accord
If she sees us flying
grabs
about, she
his
might
neck,
take it as
forcing
a
him
sign
to
of
the ground.
aggression or food.
Choking. Harry
We should
frantically
stay
runs
on
over and tries
foot.
to help, but he can't stop it. Snape locks eyes
Oh,
with
and
Harry,
one
and
more
with his
thing.
free hand
Let's
manages
not
to draw a
agitate
memory
her.
from his
Goodness
head
knows
with the
she's been
unknown
through
wand.
enough already.
Harry
I'm
collects it.
ready
And
when
with
you
his
are.
last breath, Snape forces the wand into Harry's hand and collapses. Dead. And upon grabbing the wand, Harry is filled with the same warm, glowing sensation that he had when his father's wand had presented itself to him in God's
There
Hollow.
she is,
Shock and confusion
above
flood
us.
every ounce
She
of
did
Harry's
make
being.
it home.
Snape? How? Why?
Oh, good.
When?
It
Harry
looks
looks
as if
at
she
glistening
wasn't
memories,
collared like the other
so familiar
dragons.
from all of his lessons with Dumbledore and knows where he has to go. I have to go back to the castle, he shouts, and he, Ron, and Hermione race backwards while Draco stays behind. His father has found him and Snape. And of course, we all know what happens next. Harry goes and watches Snape's memories. He learns that Snape and his mother met as kids, that Snape loved her for almost all of his life, and that he, Harry, is yet another Horcrux that has to be destroyed. Interestingly, this is also the first time Harry sees his father and the Marauders bullying Snape at Hogwarts. When Snape is hoisted into the air by his ankle, he drops all of his books, and unbelievably, Harry stares down and sees his own copy of Advanced Potion Making and realizes with the start that Snape was the Half-Blood Prince.
For what it's
But there
worth,
are
she
some
doesn't
big
seem to have
changes
spotted
here
us
as
yet.
well. Memories that aren't in the main story. First, Harry is brought back to the
At least
moment
until
where
we've done what we
Dumbledore
came to do.
died and realizes Snape did not kill Dumbledore.
Protect Draco, Severus, says Dumbledore. He has just accepted my offer to protect and hide his family, but my time has come.
Harry watches in shock as Dumbledore dies in Snape's arms, but not at his hand. Reflecting back on how the locket affected Ron and Hermione, Harry realizes that Dumbledore lived in his office with the ring for almost an entire year. That, combined with the potion he drank on the night he died, brought him. Then Snape points his wand at the ground and yells, Avada Kedavra! And you guys thought this thumbnail was a lie. No, it was a clue! Then the memory shifts and Harry sees Snape return to the Potter's home in Godric's Hollow, where he collects Lily's wand and leaves the flowers and James' wand buried underneath. He watches as Snape exits Godric's Hollow and passes the statue in the center of town, where he uses Lily's wand.
Fantastic. She's breathtaking.
Actually, while we're here, this is a good time to pause and say thank you again to everyone who submitted artwork last week of Harry finding the wand in the lilies at the Potter's house with the silver dough. I've been going through them all week. They're all so amazing. Thank you guys so much for sending these in. Like, it brings me such joy to see how you've brought to life the images in my head, and I just love them so much. Thank you. Thank you all. But back to Snape. The scene changes again, and he's talking to Draco and Malfoy. The Dark Lord rewards his most devoted servants.
Oh, lucky
you would
for
be
us.
wise not to cross him, Draco, or his own hand may turn on you. He sees Snape in the headmaster's office and Phineas Nigellus informing him that Harry, Ron, and Hermione are heading to Godric's Hollow. Then he watches as Snape casts the dough to lead Harry to his father's wand. And Harry understood that for Snape, this was meant as justification for taking Lily's wand, an exchange, and that to present Harry with the wand of a man he had hated so much was an act of forgiveness, a true demonstration of the faith he had in Harry. The Slytherin boy who had proven Snape wrong about his father, who had shown him the true nature of a Slytherin, perhaps the kind Snape himself always wanted. And then Harry arrives back in the headmaster's office, but almost as if on cue, finds himself right back in Voldemort's mind, where he's presented with yet another vision of Snape. But this time it's through the eyes of Voldemort, staring down at the dead body of Snape, that Draco has brought him. And he sees with the silver hand around Snape. Voldemort begins his speech to the entire battle, instructing Harry to find him in the Forbidden Forest, or else he, Voldemort, shall enter the fray and strike down every
We've just got to make it to the nest.
And Harry knows
she's making it easy.
But in their hearts, no,
not a warm welcome.
Harry,
it's a little too warm, if you ask me.
She kisses him farewell.
I don't suppose she listened to reason.
From me, says Ron. And even though the situation is so dire and Ron's joke really isn't that funny, the two of them break into the laugh, unsure if their fears are joy. I love you too, man, he says to Ron, and they hug. Then Harry takes one last look at his two best friends, dons the invisibility cloak, and turns. And this walk is as sad as ever as Harry exits the castle and witnesses all of his injured and fallen allies. We already mentioned but yes, Fred and Tonks also die. And as Harry makes his way into the forest, he remembers the snitch and whispers to it, finally, I am about to die. The resurrection stone reveals itself, and Harry immediately uses it to summon James, Lily, Sirius, Lupin, yes, Snape. Remember that in this version of the story, Harry's non-stop hatred of Snape across all 7 books hasn't really
if we
occurred.
Just return
and that's
her
because
egg,
Harry
we
has
can
been in
hopefully make
Slytherin
it out
this
without
entire
too much
time, and
fuss.
thus their relationship has been significantly more mutual. Not to mention, Harry has just witnessed firsthand Snape's ultimate act of forgiveness and sacrifice for Harry's cause. Lily, Lupin, Sirius, and even James all look over at Snape impressed by his endless humility and goodness. Thank you for the wands, Harry says to Snape, and James nods his head in approval of his gift. And Harry then proceeds to have his usual conversations with the rest, apologizing to Remus, asking Sirius if his death is going to hurt, and asking his parents if they'll go with him to the end, which of course they all do. Until that is, Harry reaches Voldemort in Aragorn's lair, where he finally drops the resurrection. Fun note, by the way, but because the basilisk is alive, the acromantulas, which usually just sort of flee the forest and run at the school, definitely run in the other direction because, as ever, they are incredibly afraid of the basilisk. Doesn't make a huge difference, although I like to think it means Hagrid got in a few more punches.
That was brilliant.
You know what?
And did you see how clever? She left us perfectly unharmed.
He punched Fenrir Greyback square in the face.
Creatures are a lot cleverer than most people realize.
That's what Gran always says.
There you go.
The important thing is that we survived it. And we returned her egg.
Speaking of Hagrid,
Thank you for doing this with me. I wouldn't blame you one bit if you wanted to head back to the castle and never think about dragons again.
Which goes down very much as you might expect. Voldemort levels the Elder
Shall we head
Wand
back?
at Harry and
I'm ready if you are.
I am. After our dragon rescue at Hauntowl Hall, I half expect to be ambushed by poachers any time I'm not in the castle.
Understandable. We did sabotage their fighting ring and steal a dragon egg from them.
True.
True.
So why haven't they come after us?
They talk about Snape.
It's not like them to let things lie.
Unless what?
Unless they haven't let things lie.
And then Harry decides
oh
to
no,
come
I
back,
can't believe I didn't see it. We need to leave. I need to send an owl.
Harry remains completely still, pretending to still be dead. Voldemort, of course, usually sends Narcissa Malfoy to go check whether or not Harry is actually dead, but this time he sends the man who forged his silver army. Draco checks Harry's pulse, realizes he's alive, and announces to the crowd, he's dead! And so the conquering army marches to Hogwarts, moonlight bouncing off their silvery wounds in the trees, Harry in Hagrid's arms as usual. And this next part, I'd like to think if you were reading it in a book, the chapter would be called Draco's Army. Voldemort's army arrives at the gates of Hogwarts, Harry's apparently dead body in tow. Everyone stares on in disbelief, unable to take in what they're seeing. Hermione is crying into Ron's shoulder, who's standing next to Luna, their hands clasped. Voldemort announces Harry's death and commands everyone to lay down their arms. Everyone, of course, roars back in opposition, and Voldemort attempts to silence them, but the charm doesn't hold. And Hermione steps forward from the crowd, the sword of Gryffindor on her shoulder. Tears streak down her face, but her voice is calm and steady. You may have killed Harry, but you'll never kill what he stood for, and we'll never back down, she says, raising the sword above her head, lighting it on fire, which also lets out another ear-splitting dragon cry, which seems to raise the morale and spirit of everyone in the army of Hogwarts. Voldemort merely laughs.
Do you intend to slay us all with a single sword, Mudblood? Draco, give Miss Granger a taste of what happens to those who cross Lord Voldemort.
And Voldemort's army laughs as Draco walks forward, their anticipation palpable as they knew this lonely girl is about to suffer much worse than any of them ever had. That's quite a sword, Granger, says Draco, but I'm not sure it'll be enough to save you. Harry remained frozen in Hagrid's arms, but couldn't believe what he was hearing. Draco had just lied to Voldemort for him. What was he doing? Harry opened his eyelid a fraction of an inch to take in the scene more. Draco raised his wand and let out a high, loud, hissing whisper. Harry could barely make out what he was saying. It sounded familiar. Sectum Sempra? But no, Hermione remained quiet. She wasn't screaming. And then, all of a sudden, Hagrid seemed to be shaking. What was he missing? But then Harry realized it wasn't Hagrid. The ground itself was shaking. Voldemort looked around in confusion, then suddenly realized what Draco had done and what he had said.
No! Nagini, kill him!
He shouted as the great snake lunged forward towards Draco. Draco turned and saw the snake, fangs out and ready to kill. Nagini lunged, but as she did, the floor beneath her erupted and out rose the giant basilisk, whose fangs engulfed Nagini. The snake writhed, but